Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A tiny body sat curled up against a tree, the rough bark digging into the sensitive skin of the child. Small tear drops made their way down scarred cheeks and fell with a soft splat onto tanned clenched fists. Stupid Gary. Just because I don't know as much about Pokemon doesn't mean I'm stupid. I've just had no one teach me. He has his grandpa. For as long as Ash could remember, Gary Oak had always been a bully to him. Since Ash was younger, Gary would find ways to poke fun at Ash and humiliate him in some way. Ash could remember every word Gary has ever said to him. Since starting trainer school, Gary would purposely call Ash out on difficult questions that the students wouldn't be learning until near graduation. And while Ash might know the answers to a lot of Gary's questions, he could never answer because his mom taught him to hide his knowledge and strength so that others would underestimate him. Sniffling, Ash looked up when he heard a twig snap in the dewy clearing he was in. Amber eyes lock with black as Ash curiously eyes the small yellow Pokemon. It was tiny with triangular-shaped ears, a tiny black crooked tail, and small black tuft around its neck. Hello. Piku. Being able to understand Pokemon was a gift Ash has had his entire life. A gift his mom taught him to guard jealously. His mother had explained the dangers that Ash might be put in if his gift was ever found out. Scientists could take him away to do studying on his brain if they thought it would help them to come closer towards understand Pokemon. I'm sorry Piku, if I'm in your home. I just had to get away from all the mean kids at my school and I didn't feel like going home yet. What happened? Piku moved closer to the boy, cuddling his small form into the warm lap of the ebony-haired child. This boy named Gary always picks on me because he thinks I don't know as much about Pokemon as him. Piku titled its head to the side cutely, small black eyes widening in shock. You can understand me? Giving the Piku a watery smile, Ash shrugs. I have been able to understand Pokemon all my life. Then why don't you just tell that to this Gary kid? Piku asks confused. Ash sighs and looks up towards the slowly darkening sky. My mom told me I could never tell anyone. She thinks if they knew then they would do something bad to me. Piku's ears lower in sadness for the boy. Piku knew how it felt to feel outcasted. His own family had abandoned him, deeming him too weak compared to the rest of the litter. It's okay human, I'll be your friend. Seeing the honesty shining in the small electric mouse's eyes, Ash couldn't help but hug the tiny body closer to himself. You're my first friend Piku. I promise I will be the bestest friend you have ever had. I just know we will be friends forever. And as Ash sat underneath the sprawling pine tree petting the small electric mouse, he would soon realize that he had made the promise of a lifetime. Walking through the front door of his small home, with Piku riding faithfully on his shoulder, Ash was immediately attacked. Ash Ketchum. Where have you been, mister? I have been worried sick. Your teacher said you left school with the rest of your year but no one had seen you after that. Just what do you have to say for yourself, mister? Delia Ketchum demanded, grabbing her son by his shoulders and checking him for injuries. Finally noticing the small Pokemon with her son, Delia continued her rant. And why do you have a Piku with you? Staring down at his tennis shoe-clad feet, Ash let out a small sigh. I was walking with the other kids heading home when stupid Gary started making fun of me again. I remembered that you said I should hide what I know from him, but he kept being mean and making fun of me so I ran off and hid in the woods. While I was out there this Piku found me. We talked for a while and decided to become friends. Delia felt sorrow grip her chest as she pulled her tiny son into her arms, embracing him in a hug. I know it seems hard right now baby, but I promise that it will all get better in the future. Nudging him back to arm's reach, Delia placed a small kiss on Ash's brow. You are mommy's smart boy and you will do me proud. Standing up straight, Delia placed a delicate hand on Ash's shoulder. Smiling at the young Piku who was cuddled next to her son's cheek. Now, I am going to start dinner and you are going to help me make some food for your new friend here. Every good aspiring young trainer needs to know how to properly make food for their Pokemon. Beaming at his mother, Ash gave her a quick hug before scurrying into the kitchen. His mommy was a great cook and he would get to learn how to take care of his new friend. Hurry up, mommy. Delia followed behind, chuckling softly. Ash sat kneeling in the garden next to his mother. He had only had Piku with him for a few weeks, but Delia had already started teaching the duo everything they would need for when they finally started their journey. She had no doubts in her mind the small electric mouse would be going on Ash's journey with him. Now, Delia began, holding up a small blue berry. This is an orange berry and can be used when you or your Pokémon are feeling weak. It will help you regain some of your health back so that you have more time to make it to a Pokémon Center. Piku and Ash both nodded, staring intently at the blue berry in her fingers, neither writing down what she was saying. Piku because he doesn't know how to write and Ash because his eidetic memory allows him to remember everything that he learns. Smiling at her two star pupils, Delia continues to pick up berries and explain their properties to her two small listeners. Standing on a small wooden stool in his mother's brightly lit kitchen, Ash was stirring the orange mixture in the mixing bowl. His tiny tongue was sticking out as he tried to make sure every piece was properly mushy for when he and Piku rounded them into small pellets to bake. Delia stood with her hip pressed against her blue countertop, watching her little boy and his companion concentrate on making Piku's food. Ever since Delia had showed Ash how to make it, he was very adamant about being the only one who cooked Piku's food. The duo had become inspirable in the year since they had met. They completed each other. When Ash was feeling down from the bullies in school, Piku would be there to help lift his spirits. And when Piku was feeling weak after battling one of her lower-level Pokémon, Ash was there to comfort Piku and let him know that they were still training. That they would get stronger together. Watching her two babies roll the mush into little round pellets on her countertop together, Delia couldn't help but feel like the two meeting was fate. Ash stood in his backyard with Piku in a battle position in front of him. It has been 2 years since the duo had met and they had become inseparable. Instead of staying home when Ash went to trainer's school, Piku would hide in Ash's hoodie so he could go with him. Ash has become a different person since meeting Piku. Where once he was timid and took to heart everything his bullies would say about him, now he let it wash off of him like water off of a Psyduck. Ash would rent numerous books from the library in order to study everything he would need to know in order to be a good trainer for Piku in the future. While he couldn't officially catch Piku until he was 10, and got his own Pokeballs, and was considered a real trainer, it didn't stop him from helping his little friend get stronger. Piku used Quick Attack. Ash yelled to the tiny mouse Pokémon, shouting in triumph when Piku hit the small bird Pokémon. Delia watched the mock battle through the window. The night Ash had come home with Piku was eye-opening to her. She didn't realize how lonely her little boy was until she saw how much he clung to the small Pokémon, and vice versa. Ever since that night Ash went out of his way learn from her and read all kinds of different books on Pokémon he thought might be useful in the future. She knew he was going to become a great trainer one day, and that the small Piku would be by his side every step of the way. Humming to herself as she continued to wash the dishes, Delia smiled as Piku and Ash soundly beat her Pidgey. Samuel Oak watched a 9-year-old Ash carefully tend to the injured Rattata in his lab. On his 8th birthday he had started volunteering around the lab, wanting to learn how to care for Pokémon for when he started his own journey. Ash was remarkably amazing at the job. Pokémon tended to flock to him, instantly trusting him. It was astounding how the small boy seemed to soak everything up. It had came as no surprise when he had discovered Ash had an eidetic memory. The boy was arguably the smartest kid that Oak had ever met, not that he would have known it by the way his grandson had talked about him. It turns out that Ash had always had a problem with being shy. While the other kids would struggle with their homework, Ash would breeze through it, but he didn't want to flaunt his knowledge like his errant grandson because Ash was taught by Delia that it was better to hide your strength so that people would underestimate you. Samuel smiles as he watches the small Piku sit beside his trainer, carefully watching everything he did. It was painfully obvious that those two would be partners for life. And if he properly guessed it, those two would be the ones to save him in the future, or past depending on how you looked at it. With a soft smile, he walked over to Ash and helped explain in better depth what to do. Ash sat on the shoreline with a small fishing pole beside him. The water was too rough today to get any fishing done, so Ash decided to watch the small Magikarp swim down the river. Smiling, Ash turned to say something to Piku only to notice he was no longer sitting next to him. Looking around, Ash was finally able to spot Piku on a branch high above the river. "Piku! What are you doing?" Ash yelled, hoping Piku could hear him. Piku, inching towards the end of the branch where a giant apple was dangling off, peeks down at his friend. "I'm trying to get this apple. It's the biggest one I have ever seen. Be careful. I don't want you to fall." However, no sooner than those words left Ash's mouth, Piku overbalanced, sending him into the rushing river below him. Watching his small friend struggle with the waves, Ash jumped in after him, pulling the small body upwards before kicking them both to the shoreline and out of the water. "Piku. Piku, are you alright?" Piku's small black eyes look up into Ash's large amber ones, seeing the love and concern there. Piku feels a strong surge of love rip through his own body before he starts glowing. Ash watches wide-eyed as his friend evolves from a Piku into a strong Pikachu. It was the night before Ash turned 10 and he was lying awake beside Pikachu. His mother had been ecstatic when she found out he had evolved, then she started her worrying over the two of them. Not letting them go to bed until she had stuffed them with hot chocolate and forcing them to take a hot bath. "I can't wait till tomorrow, Pikachu. After 5 years together we finally get to start on our journey." Ash whispers excitedly to his partner. "I know." Pikachu whispers. Ash rolls over onto his side before eyeing his friend worriedly. "What's wrong, Pikachu? I thought that you would be more excited. It's tradition that Professor Oak give a Pokémon to every new trainer. Are you going to forget about me?" Ash stares at Pikachu in shock before his eyes soften. Reaching out, Ash runs his hand over Pikachu's soft ears. "Of course not, buddy, I could never forget about you. Not that you'd let me anyways." Pikachu sighs in relief, knowing his fears were proven misguided, before grinning. "Of course not, I would have to shock you if you tried." The duo giggles before sleep finally got to them, sending them off into the waiting arms of Cresselia. Waking up the next morning to Pikachu enthusiastically jumping on his stomach was not the way he expected to be woken up. Especially because it was still semi-dark outside. "Why did you wake me up so early, buddy?" Ash looks at his Voltorb alarm clock. "It's only 5:30. "Yes, but you want to get a head start on Gary, right? Plus if we get there first we can leave early and get to training." Ash smiles at Pikachu's rant before nodding along. "Okay, let me shower and get dressed." The electric mouse nods happily. After showering and getting everything ready, Ash and Pikachu make their way towards Professor Oak's, with Pikachu riding faithfully on Ash's shoulder. Coming to a halt in front of the large steel doors, Ash shares an excited look with Pikachu, before pushing them open. "Professor, we're here." Both Ash and Pikachu shout at the same time. Professor Oak came out from a side room on the left, smiling happily at seeing the boy he saw as his own. Professor Oak checks his small watch, raising an eyebrow when he notices the time. "Why hello Ash, you're here early." Pikachu convinced. "Me, it would be better if we got here first." Ash replies sheepishly, rubbing a hand against the nape of his neck. Oak nods his head. A very wise Pikachu indeed. Oak gestures towards the room he had left. "Follow me." Walking behind the professor, Ash and Pikachu enter a room that has 3 Pokeballs sitting on a table. Professor Oak, going to a different table, rummages around in the drawers gathering certain items before making his way back to the duo. "While I know that you are unlikely to ever keep Pikachu in a Pokeball, it is very important that you at least catch him. By doing so it will prevent other trainers from taking him for themselves." Ash nods, taking the offered Pokeball and tapping it lightly against his friend's head. Pikachu was sucked into the ball instantly, and it clicked in a second to show a successful capture. Ash quickly released his starter and tucked the Pokeball into a hidden pocket in his backpack. Professor Oak smiles softly at the pair before holding out a Pokédex and 6 Pokeballs. This is a Pokédex. You will use it to record information on all the Pokémon you encounter. It was also scanned Pokémon to allow you to know the moves it knows along with its ability and level. The Pokeballs are my gift to you. Ash happily took the offered items and placed them on his person. I have one more gift for you. It is customary for a professor to give a new trainer a Pokémon. While you already have Pikachu and I am sure you would rather leave the 3 starters for the other trainers, I have a Pokémon that I caught recently. At first I was going to give it to Gary, but you have proven to be more responsible than him when it comes to caring for Pokémon. So here is its Pokeball. Ash took the offered Pokeball and lightly threw it into the air, awestruck when a small silver fox-like Pokémon with a light purplish mane came out. Taking out his Pokédex, Ash scanned the Pokémon. Eevee. A rare Pokémon that adapts to harsh environments by taking on different evolutionary forms. Level 10. Moves: Scratch, Sand Attack, Tackle, Double Team. Wow, that's so cool, Professor, thank you so much. Ash hugs the man that he saw as a grandpa before leaning down and petting the small Pokémon. A shiny, are you sure you want to give it to me? Professor Oak patted Ash's spiky locks. Of course, Ash, happy birthday. Ash smiles brightly at the professor before turning his attention to the small Pokémon. Hello, my name is Ash and I'm going to be your new trainer. Pikachu hopped off of Ash's shoulder and greeted the new addition. And I am Pikachu. The Eevee pet its head to the side. I am Eevee, it is a pleasure to meet you. Smiling, Ash picks up the small Eevee and turns to the professor. I'm going to head out to the woods on Route 1, I want to get my team trained up some and used to each other before we start taking on gym leaders. Professor Oak nodded his head, that is very wise and mature, Ash. Don't forget to call me and your mother occasionally. Ash smiles a perfect white smile at him. No problem, Professor. Samuel watched as Ash left the lab, smiling to himself. Ash was going to be a Pokémon master one day, and he already knew he was going to leave his own grandson in the dust. Ash cared for Pokémon empathetically, unlike Gary. His ability to speak to Pokémon only helped that goal. After Ash had visited his mom, and got certain supplies he knew his Pokémon would hate, he made his way into the forest en route. Sitting his 2 new Pokémon down, he gave them a serious look. Okay guys, this is where we start getting serious. No more mock fights, Pikachu, this is going to be some for real intense training. And Eevee, I know you have only known me a few hours, but I promise to never push you past your limits. We are going to become the strongest team and defeat all the trainers we come across, sound good? Both Pikachu and Eevee answered in the affirmative. Good, now, Ash reaches into his bag pulling out 2 sets of weights. I am going to put these weights on each of your paws, by having these strapped to you it will help your endurance rise. The 2 Pokémon nod and Ash straps them on. We are going to set up a training schedule for the next month. We are going to focus on your attacks, power, speed, and endurance. By the end of this month we are going to head to Viridian City to stock up on supplies before making our way to Pewter City. On the way there is Viridian Forest, which will be another place we will stay to train before finally challenging the gym leader. Pikachu and Eevee both give each other wide-eyed looks, equally wondering what they have gotten themselves into. It had been a harsh month, but the trio had made it through. I am so proud of you guys. You both have gotten so strong. Eevee, who was only a level 10 at the start of the month, quickly climbed levels until he was a formidable level 26. Pikachu, who was already at a level 21 from the 5 years of training it had, soared to a level 32. Both Pokémon had worked super hard to get to where they were, often driving themselves into exhaustion, but that was what had risen them to such levels. Ash too had trained beside his Pokémon, making their bond grow even deeper. Strolling through the woods and into Viridian City, Ash looks at his 2 Pokémon. Isn't it great to finally be here? It will be great when we finally get to Pewter City and earn our first gym badge. Pikachu said sarcastically. Yes, I can't wait to show those stupid rock types the awesome power that I have gained. Eevee exclaimed, jumping up and down on her spot on Ash's shoulder. Both Pikachu and Ash laughed at their over-enthusiastic friend. Over the month since Eevee had joined them, he had proven himself to be a tiny little spitfire. Quickly locating the Pokémon Center, Ash walks through the sliding doors, making his way over to Nurse Joy. Smiling brightly at the pink-headed nurse, Ash politely asks her if she can have his Pokémon looked over. "I will have them out in a jiffy," Nurse Joy said with a smile. Waving to his two friends, Ash sits down at a table, listening to three trainers talk about the thieves that had been running amok around town. And this super cool trainer with a Squirtle came and fought them off. "I heard they worked for Team Rocket and they even had a talking Meowth. Well, I heard the guy had an orange-haired trainer with him and she helped to get rid of them. Well, I heard." This went on for about 30 minutes before Ash's name was called. Quickly making his way to the front of the center, and away from the gossipers, Ash laughs in joy when his two friends jump into his arms. They are perfectly healthy and fighting fit. "Thank you, Nurse Joy." "Anytime, young man." "Are you competing in the Pokémon League?" Ash nods enthusiastically along with his Pokémon. "Yes, we have actually been training on Route 1 for the past month in order to get strong enough for the Pewter City Gym." Nurse Joy smiles before gesturing to a small scanner on the desk. "If you will place your Pokédex on the scanner, I will get you registered for the league." "Thank you so much, Nurse Joy." Joy smiles at the young man in front of her. He genuinely seems to care for his Pokémon and he actually trained them instead of just throwing them into battle unexperienced. Watching as the ebony-haired boy walked out of the Pokémon Center with his Pikachu on one shoulder and Eevee on the other, she knew she was watching the future champion. After stopping by the Pokemart to get more items, the trio make their way into Viridian Forest. "Here it is, guys, the place of our next training session. Lucky for us, I only plan on staying in here a week." Pikachu looks around the dark forest. "You never did tell us why you wanted us to train in here." "Ah, that's a simple question. Along our journey I am sure we are going to encounter status-affecting moves, such as Stun Spore and Sleep Powder. I want you two to grow an immunity towards it, and if we can't do that I want us to figure out a way to neutralize the effects." Eevee and Pikachu jump off of their trainer's shoulders and onto the ground, giving Ash their best determined look. "When do we start?" they ask in perfect unison. It was a week when the trio were making their way out of Viridian Forest. "I am never going to look at Beedrill the same way again," Eevee said, traumatized. Pikachu chuckles. "But you managed to defeat a whole horde by yourself, you should feel proud." Eevee rolled her eyes. "Please, you zapped a whole flock of Spearow and Fearow by yourself. You both are super powerful, let's leave it at that." Ash said, smiling. "We are so not talking to you right now, you added an extra 10 pounds to our weights each." Ash scratches the back of his head. "I'm just trying to make you stronger." Pikachu and Eevee stick their tongues out at their friend, about to come up with a retort, when a sword is suddenly pointed at Ash's throat causes them to stop in their tracks, making the two Pokémon to growl menacingly at the man. "Are you Ash from the town of Pallet?" "Yes, that's me." Ash answers, his eyes narrowed. "Good. I have been waiting on you for a long time. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle." Ash looks at his two Pokémon, and seeing that they were both fired up and set off, he shrugs. "Okay, this will be our first real battle against a trainer. You shall lose it too, because I am Samurai and I shall not lose." Samurai picks a Pokeball from his pocket and sent it flying. "Go, battle position Pinsir." "Pikachu, I choose you." Ash yells. Pikachu ran in front of his trainer, cheeks sparking dangerously. Samurai laughs. "A weak electric type. You know nothing, get ready to lose." Pinsir tackle. Pinsir rushes forward, but Pikachu easily dodges it. Ash's eyes roam over the Pinsir. Its battle position was weak at best. While most experienced Pinsir would hold their heads in an angle that would allow them to easily grab their opponents if they came close enough, this Pinsir did not, showing Ash that it was weak. Weak enough for him to end this quickly. Pikachu, end this. With pleasure. Pikachu speed into a quick attack, darting around till he was at Pinsir's back before releasing an iron tail between the horns on top of its head, causing it to faint instantly. No. Pinsir, return. You will be no match for my next Pokémon. Samurai threw a Pokeball. Go Metapod. Ash sweat dropped. Eevee, do you want to finish this? Of course, can't let Pikachu have all the fun. Pikachu and Eevee quickly changed places. Metapod, harden. The Metapod glistens in the sunlight. Ash tilts his head, admiring the shiny green cocoon Pokémon. Eevee tackle. Eevee quickly rushes the bug Pokémon, knocking it back and instantly KOing it. I guess that means we won. Ash says, casually calling back his Pokémon, who happily jumped onto his shoulders. Samurai glares angrily at the trainer who had bested him so effortlessly. I do not understand how I could have lost. The trainer with the many maidens said that you were the weakest trainer from the town of Pallet. Ash sighed tiredly. I am assuming you are talking about Gary. To be honest, he has always hated me and has always put me down. It's really no surprise that he would say that to you. The other trainer sighed before staring forlornly at his two Pokeballs, before giving Ash a determined stare. We will battle again, and I will win. Ash only smiled, holding out his hand, which Samurai took. I count on it. Shaking each other's hands, they parted ways. That guy was a real weird one. Pikachu said, watching the Samurai walk away. Agreed. Well, at least we won our first official Pokémon battle. Ash said enthusiastically. If we lost against him, I would be disappointed in us. Were Eevee's solemn words. The trio all nod their heads. Though Ash couldn't really blame Samurai, his Pokémon were much weaker than Ash's own. Ash was sure he would have stood more of a chance if his Metapod was a Butterfree. Look, a rainbow. That's weird, it hasn't even been raining. Ash points to the brightly shining rainbow, causing his two companions to look up as well. Looking up, the three are shocked to see a phoenix-like bird fly across the sky. Ash points his Pokédex at the golden Pokémon. Some Pokémon have yet to still be discovered. Ash smiles at his two friends. Seeing a Ho-Oh is said to bring good luck and happiness to whoever lays eyes on it. Pikachu and Eevee only look on in shock and wonder. Entering Pewter City, Ash beamed brightly at his two friends. We're here, guys. We finally made it. Pikachu patted Ash's cheek while rolling his eyes. We would have been here sooner if it wasn't for you wanting to train so DMN long. Huffing indignantly, Ash stuck his tongue out at Pikachu. Yeah, well, if I hadn't made you two train so hard, there would be no way we would stand a chance against Brock. Eevee liked her trainer's cheek sympathetically. It's okay, Ash, we understand. Pikachu is just trying to give you a hard time. Besides, I can't wait to watch him destroy some rock types. Eevee ended. Enthusiastically. Laughing, Ash made his way towards the red-roofed building marking itself as the Pokémon Center. Entering the building, Ash quickly spotted the pink-haired nurse. Hello Nurse Joy, I was wondering if you could look over Pikachu and Eevee for me. I'm going to challenge the gym, but I want to make sure that they are in tip-top shape. Nurse Joy smiled sweetly, picking up the two Pokémon. Of course, honey, what's your name? Ash Ketchum, ma'am. Okay, Ash, you just wait right over there and I will have your Pokémon back to you in a jiff. Smiling as his two friends make their way back to be checked over, Ash sits down at a table to wait for them. Playing around with his Pokédex, Ash didn't realize a person sneak up behind him. Did I hear you say that you were challenging the gym, young man? Ash turned to look at the older man in front of him. Not that looking at him helped much in identifying him. He wore a red beanie that went over his eyes and had a large beard that took up most of his face. Yes, I am. The man snorts. You're going to lose. Ash glares at the man in front of him. And why is that? Your Pokémon are still in their cutest stage, they are weak and frail looking, you have no type advantages, only disadvantages. You stand no chance against him. Narrowing his eyes, Ash sneers at the man. Judging a Pokémon before you have seen them battle is the quickest way to lose the match. Ash Ketchum, your Pokémon are ready. Pushing himself up from the table, Ash makes his way towards the front desk, where Nurse Joy was waiting on him with his Pokémon. Approaching the desk, Ash grabbed Eevee while Pikachu jumped up onto his shoulder. Thanks a lot Nurse Joy, I really appreciate it. Joy smiled at Ash. It's no problem, sweetie. You go earn your badge now. Your Pokémon are very tough and in very good health. Ash smiled and bid Joy another farewell before leaving. Approaching the gym, Ash grins excitedly at his two companions. Are you two ready? Hell yes. We're going to kick these rocks buttes. Laughing, Ash opened the door to the gym, squinting his eyes at the darkness. Maybe no one is here. Eevee jumps down from Ash's arms. Maybe we should try calling out to them. Good idea. Ash scratches his head. Is anyone there? Hello? Who goes there? A light turned on, showing a man sitting crossed-legged on the ground. Turning to the man, Ash smiled widely. Hello, I'm Ash from Pallet Town. I've come here to challenge you to a gym battle. The man PPS his head to the side, eyeing Ash through the slits of his eyes. Is this your first gym battle? Seeing Ash nod his head, the man sighs. A gym battle is different from a regular trainer match. A gym battle is for official Pokémon League authorization. There are special rules. Yes, I know. All gyms have their own set of rules that the trainer must follow if he wants to have the chance to earn a badge. Brock is inwardly surprised. Most new trainers did not take the time to go over the rule book and handouts the professors would give them, opting to run head first into battle. This guy actually looks like he did his research. Interesting. We will use 2 Pokémon each. Ping his head to the side. Brock eyes his Pokémon. How long have you been with your Pokémon? About a month and a half, give or take few days. Brock nods his head understandingly. Yes, your Pikachu is in its cutest stage. It cannot win. Pikachu growls at Brock, his red cheek sparking. Oh, just you wait, pretty boy. I am so going to destroy your precious rock types. Eevee growls at the gym leader also, feeling offended in his tone towards his brother. A shiny Eevee? Very rare. But it is still no match for my Pokémon. I'll worry about my Pokémon and you worry about yours, alright? Ash said with narrowed amber eyes. Suit yourself, as gym leader I have to accept every challenge. So let's just get this over with. Brock says in a cocky tone before snapping his fingers. Lights turn on in the gym and the doors on either side of the room open, allowing the stage to begin sliding in. Ash, Pikachu and Eevee feel their eyes widen before they began running towards the end of the gym, jumping the last few feet. What was he thinking? He could have killed us with that move if not seriously injured. Eevee screeched, said that the gym leader would do such a thing. It's okay Eevee, we will just pay him back in the way of a humiliating defeat. He is cocky right now because he has experience and type advantage. Well, we're going to show him just what we think of that. His 2 companions nod their heads in determination before the trio turn to face Brock. Jumping down from his rock, Brock lands in front of the field. Pulling a Pokeball from his belt, Brock sends it soaring. Go! Geodude! A rock ball Pokémon with 2 arms protruding from its sides appeared. Geodude! Ash PPS his head to the side before looking down at his 2 companions. Who's up first? Me. Pikachu yells, jumping onto the field. I'm going to show this loser what hard work and determination means. Ash smiles and rolls his eyes. I choose Pikachu. Brock smirks. Geodude, use tackle. Pikachu, agility and then follow it up with an iron tail. Pikachu nods, before kicking off, easily dodging the rock Pokémon. Jumping into the air, Pikachu charges up an iron tail. Flipping in circles, Pikachu lands a direct hit onto the top of Geodude's head. Jumping back in front of his trainer, Pikachu watches with satisfaction as the rock type falls to the floor in a dead faint. Brock gaps at the pair. But how? Smirking, Ash replies. You made the wrong choice in thinking that I did not train my Pokémon. The entire month and a half I spent before coming here, was spent training my Pokémon to their breaking point. Shaking his head, Brock returns his Pokémon. It doesn't matter, there is no way you can defeat my next Pokémon. Go. Onix. A gigantic rock snake Pokémon appears on the field, roaring loudly. Ash only hums. Pikachu, do you want to continue? Or do you want to give Eevee a chance? You know how he's been about this gym. Pikachu stretches his tiny yellow arms above his head while yawning. Let him have a go. This was so easy it was almost pathetic. In that case, Pikachu return. Go Eevee. Eevee jumps onto the field. Hell yes. You stupid rock snake, you are so going down. Onix stares at the tiny fox Pokémon in front of him. He sure was spirited. Onix, let's end this quick. Use tackle. Onix's gigantic body rushes towards Eevee, who nimbly dodges out of the way. Eevee, jump up onto his body and run towards the top of his head. Eevee does just that, jumping onto one of the boulders that makes up the giant snake, her small paws quickly carrying her to the top of his body. Onix tries to shake it off. Onix begins madly trashing in attempt to knock the small Pokémon off. Follow your training Eevee, you got this. With renewed determination, Eevee makes his way towards the top of the snake, managing to hold his footing. Now Eevee. Shadow Ball. Gathering dark energy in her mouth, Eevee releases a powerful shadow ball into the face of her opponent, before jumping off and landing safely away from the snake. Onix crashes hard to the ground. Weakly attempting to stand back up, Onix shakily makes its way back up. Onix, use roll out. Eevee, use the rocks as stepping stones and dodge it. Nodding to his trainer, Eevee nimbly jumps from rock to rock, barely keeping ahead of the rock snake's attack. Misjudging his step though, Onix hits Eevee with the last of his rollout, causing the small fox to be flung against a boulder. Eevee. Are you okay? Eevee slowly stands back up onto his feet, breathing heavily but overall fine. Yes. I can go on. Smiling at Eevee's bravery, Ash quickly formulates a new plan. Eevee, use Confuse Ray. Jumping onto a rock near Onix, the small fox releases a strong Confuse Ray, leaving no time for the rock snake to dodge. Now, while it is confused, use as one more Shadow Ball. Dodging the rock snake who was trashing around wildly trying to follow its trainer's commands, Eevee let loose a final Shadow Ball on her opponent, smirking to herself when the snake dropped in a dead faint. I believe that is our win. Brock can only stare in disbelief. His most powerful Pokémon was just taken out by some newbies who has only had his Pokémon for a little over a month. Sighing in defeat, Brock recalls Onix and reaches into his jacket, pulling out a badge. Walking up to Ash, Brock holds out the small item. Here is the Boulder Badge. You have proven me wrong, your Pokémon have been raised and trained very well. I wish you luck on the rest of your journey. Accepting the badge and pinning it into the small case Nurse Joy had given him, Ash smiles brightly at the other man. Thank you, Brock. It really was a good match. Eevee and I practiced that move for ages in preparation of your Onix. Brock eyes the younger trainer curiously. How did you know I had an Onix? It was in the training manual Professor Oak had given me. He said to read it thoroughly before challenging the gym because it had all of the leaders' Pokémon listed in it. Brock laughed heartily. You are very interesting, Ash. Another young trainer from Palette Own came through here a few weeks ago. It took him 3 matches before he could defeat me, and he even had a Squirtle with him. You mean Gary? So you know him? Brock asks curiously. Not only know him, but grew up with him. He announced me as his rival, saying there was no way he could lose with such a weak trainer to compete against. Brock shakes his head incredulously before looking back towards his Pikachu that was dozing on top of Ash's head. You said that you have only had your Pokémon for a little over a month, but that Pikachu and you have a very deep bond. Ash laughs sheepishly while scratching the back of his head. I'm sorry. I meant that I have only been their trainer for that long. Pikachu and I have known each other for 5 years. Letting out a low whistle, Brooks smiled at the pair. It is no wonder I lost then, such a strong bond between Pokémon and trainer would not have let me win. Ash only smiled, running his hand over Eevee's soft coat. I have high hopes for you, Ash Ketchum. Don't let me down. Making their way through Mount Moon was certainly an experience for Ash. He continuously tripped over small rocks that his flashlight didn't pick up on, which causes Pikachu and Eevee to laugh at his misfortune. It's not funny guys, I'd like to see you two come down here and try it instead of hitching a free ride on my shoulders. Ash huffed. Aw, Ash. We're sorry. We just did not realize how clumsy you could be. Eevee said sweetly, liking his cheek in apology. Yeah Pikapi. We don't mean anything bad by it. Pikachu said, rubbing his face against Ash's own. Rolling his eyes, Ash continued down the path. Say, Pikapi. Why haven't you caught any new Pokémon? Scratching his tan cheek, Ash tilted his head to the side. Because you can only have 6 Pokémon with you at a time. I couldn't stand having to send any of my friends away. Eevee rubbed his tail across his trainer's neck. You're so sweet Ash. I'm glad I have you as a trainer. Even though you are a SLV driver when it comes to training. Hey. I only do that to try and make you two better. Pikachu laughed, before jumping down from his perch on Ash's shoulder. Looking around into the dark abyss, he gave a humming sound. Speaking of training, I think it would be a great way to work on our senses by training in here. It is pitch black and we won't be able to see anything, the only way to avoid attacks would be to listen for them. Ash beamed proudly at Pikachu. That is a great idea buddy. The next gym is a water type. I am sure that they will make full use of the pool they have by sending their Pokémon into the water for sneak attacks. If we were to train for it, we could get you two to the point you could feel the water moving and know where they would be coming from. It would also be very useful against Dig, if we end up battling a Pokémon that knows it. Eevee nodded along happily. He would never admit it, but he loved the hard training they had to endure. In the wild he was attacked and abandoned for being a different color than the rest of the Eevees that lived there. If he ever goes back, they won't know what hit them. He would be so strong he could take on the Espion that governed the place and had helped make his life hell. With reinforced determination, Eevee jumped down next to Pikachu. Yes, let's do it. Ash could only smile in fondness at his two Pokémon. Cerulean Gym would not know what hit it. Ash smiled as he sat cross-legged, his two Pokémon on either side of him and the eccentric Seymour the scientist on the other side of Pikachu, petting his yellow head. Clefairy and Clefable were dancing in intricate twirls and jumps around them. It had been a few hours into their training when the older man stumbled upon them, drawn by the rather embarrassing loud noises they were making. Thinking that they might have been villains, because a group named Team Rocket had been there a few weeks prior trying to steal the Moonstone, Seymour had shakily challenged them to a battle claiming he would defend the Pokémon living here with his life. Ash and his two companions had been confused, until the story was explained to them. After explaining their innocent intentions, they had been embraced by Seymour and the wild Pokémon in the cave, the Zubat even going as far to help Eevee and Pikachu with their training. They are beautiful, are they not? Seymour asked Ash, a peaceful smile on his face as his chocolate eyes followed the dancing. Ash grinned back, the peace and relaxation felt was truly amazing to the young trainer. Yes, they are. Seymour beamed at Ash, happy to find someone that shared his sentiments. The last trainer through here, a Gary he believed, had attempted to capture the wild Pokémon, only seeing their beauty as a way to further himself. From what Seymour had seen from the kid, he did not quite understand the friendship, love and trust that went into bonds with Pokémon. But this kid, this Ash Ketchum, was so young and already knew about the deep bonds between trainer and Pokémon. Understood that without trust and love there could be no connection. He only had 2 Pokémon with him, unlike most new trainers who attempted to capture as many as they could after they got their Pokédex and starters. I can't wait till I can fly on the Moonstone back to space with the Clefairy. Ash smiled, in a non-condescending way that Seymour wasn't used to seeing. It made the young kid's already budding beauty even more enhanced. Seymour knew that this kid would grow up to be a heartbreaker. I'm sure one day you will be able to too. If anyone deserved the chance it would be you. That was another reason Seymour liked this kid so much. He didn't mock and belittle his dream like everyone else did. He didn't comment on his scruffy appearance and odd eccentrics. He took everything in stride, genuinely accepting the older male. Thank you, Ash. Ash, who had pulled a dozing Eevee into his lap, flashed his straight white teeth in a grin. Of course, Seymour. Seymour was once again struck dumb. Maybe when Ash was older. Pikachu sat on top of his head with Eevee in his arms. They had left Seymour a couple of hours ago and decided that strolling towards Cerulean City would be better than running. They wanted to conserve their energy for their battle. The week they spent inside Mount Moon was truly enlightening. While Pikachu and Eevee were excellent when it came to opponents they could see, they were abysmal when it came to relying on their senses. At the beginning of their training, the Zubat helping them were constantly landing hits. Their lower level didn't matter because Pikachu and Eevee couldn't hit something that they couldn't see. However, after several long grueling hours of training it was all starting to come together. It was a slow process, but his Pokémon were dedicated to their training. After a week of training, and some coaching from Seymour and the other Pokémon, his friends were finally able to master the art of fighting opponents they couldn't see. Ash counted it as a plus because their senses had sharpened also. Who wants to fight first at Cerulean? I think Eevee should get the chance to because I went first at the last gym. Plus if I end up using any electric-type moves on the field it would be better to go last so she doesn't risk falling into the water and harming herself. Ash nodded his head along to what Pikachu was saying. That's a great idea. You up for it, Eevee? The little fox Pokémon wiggled around excitedly in Ash's arms. I was born ready. Just bring it on. Booyah! Laughing, Ash eyes his Pokémon fondly. Hopefully these gym leaders are not as cocky as Brock. Eevee puffed out his chest. Well, if they are I am going to enjoy wiping the floor with their Pokémon. Pikachu pps his head to the side. What do you mean, gym leaders? The Cerulean City Gym is ran by 3 gym leaders known as the Sensational Sisters. While they still take challengers, it is known that they prefer to perform rather than battle. Pikachu makes a humming noise. So how will you know that they will battle us? Eevee nods her head. Yeah, how do we know that they won't just be doing shows? Ah, that's an easy question. They clear out their schedules completely on Wednesdays in order to take on challengers. And lucky for us, today is Wednesday. Eevee and Pikachu exchange a look. They don't think it was just luck that they were entering the town on the day the gym leaders were free. Following his map through Cerulean City, Ash finally found the gym. This is it, guys, where we're going to get our second badge. Pikachu and Eevee cheer from their respective spots on Ash's shoulders. Pushing open the door, Ash makes his way towards the middle of the building, where the pool for their battles and stage for their performances was. His determination didn't stop him from admiring the aquarium he walked through though. There were many types of water Pokémon floating and lazing about. What do you two think about it? Ash asks his 2 Pokémon, curious on how they viewed the aquarium. Well, I don't think I would ever be comfortable doing nothing all day when I could spend that time training. Pikachu said with Eevee nodding his head along with him. Ash laughed before stopping at the sight of two baby blue doors with seals and dugongs painted on them. Well, here we are guys. Are you two ready? At his Pokemon's enthusiastic replies, Ash pushes open the doors and is greeted to the sight of an enormous pool. Walking into the room, Ash looks around, confused when he cannot see anyone. Hello? Is anyone here? As soon as the words left his mouth, when a blonde-haired girl wearing a one-piece bikini walks into the room. Sorry kid, didn't realize we were going to have a challenger so early in the day. I just got the message that you entered the gym. The voluptuous woman said smiling at him. The name is Daisy Waterflower. I'm guessing you have come to earn your badge. Nodding, Ash smiles at the older female. Yes, I've come for the Cascade badge. Daisy nods. It will be a 2-on-2 battle though. Daisy pauses and glances at Pikachu sitting on his left shoulder. If you use that Pikachu, I am going to say I might as well give you the badge now. There is no way that my Pokemon will be able to battle you. Scratching the back of his head, Ash smiles sweetly at the blonde. If it is all the same to you, I would rather earn my badges. Daisy smiles at the boy in front of her. While it was obvious to tell he had probably just recently started his journey, she could see the closeness between him and his two Pokemon already. Plus for being 10, he was already a beautiful child. If he ended up batting for her team, she would so stake a claim on him. Those amber eyes were already mesmerizing. Sure thing kid. Walking over to the end of the platform closest to the diving board, Daisy motions to the one opposite of her to Ash. Are you ready, kid? Grabbing the bill of his hat and turning it backwards, Ash nods, determined. It's Ash, and yes, I am ready. Go. Sea King. A large orange fish with horn on the top of its head appeared from the Pokeball. Eevee, you know what to do. Of course. I've been craving sushi. Eevee said, landing on the platform and giving the floating Pokemon an evil look. Crazy fox. Sea King whispers, gulping. I'll show you crazy, you overgrown goldfish. Eevee screamed, jumping into the air and shooting off a swift towards the startled fish Pokemon. Sea King. Quick, go underwater. Sea King dives underwater, barely missing the attack. Now Sea King, confuse Eevee by swimming around underwater before coming up for a horn attack. Ash smirks, already expecting this. Eevee, practice what we learned. Narrowing her eyes at Ash, Daisy watches as Eevee closes his eyes. She knew he had a trick up her sleeve, she just did not know what it was. At his trainer's shout, Eevee closes his eyes and began focusing on the way the platform he was standing on moved with the water. He had been familiarizing himself with the pool's water since he jumped out the platform, readying himself to be able to pick out minute shifts in the water's movement. Noticing a ripple from his right, Eevee smirked and waited for it to come closer. Now Sea King. Sea King jumps out of the water, attempting to hit Eevee with his horn attack, but the fox Pokemon was already in the air. And from the energy forming in his mouth, she had already been readying an attack. Eevee, Hyper Beam. Releasing the stored energy, Eevee hit Sea King with a direct hit. Sea King was blasted back several feet, but it was able to remain floating. Good job Sea King. Now, water gun quick. Sea King, following his trainer's directions, releases a quick water gun, hitting the small Eevee in the face and sending it hurtling into the water. No. Eevee. Ash screams, worry for his littlest Pokemon overcoming him. His amber eyes search the water, exhaling in relief when Eevee surfaces. Good job Eevee. But you're in Sea King's territory. You need to get on a platform quick. Eevee nods his head, quickly swimming towards a platform. Oh no you don't. Sea King, he is in your territory now. Use a horn attack. The large fish Pokemon quickly makes his way towards Eevee, his horn glowing slightly. Slamming up into the small fox Pokemon, Eevee is launched out of the water. Eevee, if you can release a Shadow Ball now. Eevee, though battered and injured, angled his body facing towards Seaking and released a shadow ball directly at his opponent. The orange fish Pokémon fell into the water, swirls in its eyes. Daisy cursed, recalling her Pokémon. That was a good trick, Ash, but let's see if you can beat this. Go. Dugong. A white seal Pokémon appeared on the platform in front of Daisy. Eevee, return. Eevee, having landed on a platform, ran back to Ash's side. Go Pikachu. Hoping down from Ash's shoulder, Pikachu landed on the platform that Eevee had just vacated. Oh, Arceus, have mercy on my soul. Dugong pleads, seeing his opponent. Pikachu only sniggers. Bringing out your electric type, huh? Dugong, we might have a chance of winning this if you stay out of the water and try your best to avoid its electric attacks. Dugong could only pray he didn't get hurt too bad. Pikachu, agility. Pikachu shot off his platform and towards the seal Pokémon in a blur of speed. Quick Dugong, use Ice Beam to freeze the field and then let's go skating. Blasting a beam of ice towards the water, Dugong immediately slid onto the frozen water, narrowly avoiding an attack. Ash scowls, he wants to end this quickly. He is worried about Eevee, who is breathing heavily beside his leg. Pikachu, thunder on the ice. Letting loose a powerful thunderbolt, the ice cracked, forcing the Dugong under water with it. Quick, another thunderbolt on the water. Zapping the water one more time, Pikachu lands on a platform watching as sparks of electricity moves across the surface. Waiting, he isn't surprised when Dugong floats to the top, his body twitching with electricity and completely knocked out. Quickly recalling her Pokémon, Daisy stares worriedly at the Pokeball. You battled well, I will get you to the Pokémon Center right away. Walking over towards Ash, Daisy presents him with the Cascade badge. Here you go, Ash, you've earned it. Graciously accepting the raindrop-shaped badge, Ash sticks it next to his boulder badge. Thank you, Daisy. It was a good match. Daisy stares incredulously at Ash. A good match? You beat me in 20 minutes. Smiling shyly, Ash shrugs. But the Pewter Gym leader didn't even last 15. Especially not against Pikachu. Dugong and Seaking did great. Grinning at the praise from the younger boy, Daisy laughs. Usually it is me consolidating trainers. You did much better than the last person that came in through here. I think his name was Gary. He challenged the gym with a Squirtle that wasn't hardly trained. It seemed like he had just gotten it but went straight for the gyms. I wouldn't doubt it. He has always been that way. He thinks because his grandpa is a Pokemon professor that it makes him better than everyone else, even gym leaders. Daisy eyes the boy curiously. You know him? Ash nods. Yes, we're both from Pallet Town. Throwing her hands up in the air, Daisy stomps her foot. You are the fourth trainer from Pallet Town that has beaten me now. Calming down, Daisy regains control of herself. But this Gary kid is traveling with my little sister. She's a nuisance, but I love her. Ash pats the blonde's shoulder in sympathy. It's okay. He's cocky but he travels in a group with his cheerleaders, I am sure your sister will be alright. The worry that had began creeping into Daisy's eyes disappeared. Thanks, Ash. Now I better go, I have got to get my Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. Especially Dugong. Ash nods, I need to get Eevee seen too, I'll follow you. Eevee, finish it up with quick. Attack. The silver fox knocked into the purple rat Pokemon, knocking it unconscious. The boy frowned sadly recalling his Pokemon with a soft Rattata. You're really strong, mister. Ash only smiles at the younger kid. No, I just have been training my Pokemon longer. I am sure that if you trained your Pokemon up some more they would give these two a run for their money. As soon as he finishes his speech, a wind passes by them, blowing out Ash's jacket and exposing the case he kept his badges in. Wow, is that a Pokemon League case? Do you have any badges? The kid asks curiously, stars shining in his eyes. I have 2 so far. Ash answers slowly, unused to such attention. I bet you are so strong. I bet you could even take on AJ. Ping his head to the side, Ash eyes the younger one confused. AJ. The boy nods his head enthusiastically. Yes, he is a really tough Pokémon trainer. He trains wild Pokémon. He has even opened his own gym. He hasn't lost a single match. Ash hums slightly. Not one. Nope. You should go challenge him. His gym is just down that road. The kid points to a road before running off. So, what do you say, guys? I think it would be great testing our strength against someone who is supposed to be super strong. Yeah. Let's do it. Laughing at his 2 Pokémon, Ash began walking down the path. What Pokémon do you think he has? Pikachu shrugs. Does it matter? As long as we have each other, there is no way we could lose. I agree. Pikachu and I can keep ourselves out of trouble for the most part during battle, but if it wasn't for your strategies and training we would be toast. Eevee states seriously. Smiling at his friend's trust in him, Ash pets Eevee between his soft ears. Thanks, you too. His Pokémon only smile at him. Arriving at a huge wooden door, Ash eyes the sign curiously. 98 wins in a row. That is impressive. His Pokémon only nod. Are you my new victim? Came a heavily accented voice. Turning around, Ash eyes the green-haired newcomer. Yes, that would be us. I heard that there was an unauthorized gym with a really strong leader and I wanted to come challenge it myself. The boy, who Ash assumed was AJ, only nodded with a cocky smile. Beating chumps like you is my hobby. Follow me. The boy leads them through the opening door. Stopping a couple of feet in, he sits down his backpack. Watching as a Butterfree picks it up and flies off towards a colorful tent. What was in the bag, if you don't mind me asking? The boy sneers at him. The new wild Pokémon I just caught. There is a bunch more in the tent. Walking up towards the raised battling platform, AJ calls over his shoulder, so which Pokémon are you going to choose to be my 99th win? Ash can only roll his eyes at the boy's attitude. He was almost as bad as Gary. Following him up the steps and onto the other side of the field, Ash looks towards his 2 Pokémon. Which one of you wants to battle? Pikachu jumps from his shoulder and down onto the field. Me, I hate this kid's attitude. It is rubbing me wrong. AJ laughs. A Pikachu? Kid, you ain't battling in the Little League matches anymore. Cracking a whip towards Ash and Pikachu, he smirks. And after I win my 100th battle I will start competing for badges. Ash narrows his amber eyes in anger. This guy had the audacity to threaten him and Pikachu like that. Pikachu, when this battle starts I want you to give full power. Not what we have been battling the other trainers with. Nodding his yellow head, Pikachu's black eyes glint with malicious intent. This human dared threaten his family? Well, Pikachu wasn't the level he was because he was weak. Let's get started then. Sandshrew, go. A tiny armadillo Pokémon came out, uncurling its body and taking on a defensive stance. Pikachu, I'm leaving this up to you. You know what to do. Nodding, Pikachu sped into a quick attack. AJ cracked his whip and Sandshrew disappeared underground before Pikachu could hit it. Closing his eyes and concentrating on his senses, Pikachu smirked in victory when he felt Sandshrew burrow behind him. With another crack of his whip, Sandshrew erupted into the sky, ready to KO the electric mouse. What AJ and Sandshrew didn't expect was Pikachu to turn around, his tail turning silver. With a vicious hit to the face, Sandshrew fell to the ground, struggling weakly to get back up before it finally fainted. AJ could only stare in disbelief as his most powerful Pokémon lost. He trained Sandshrew to the best of its abilities and the Pokémon had lost to another that had a type disadvantage. But, how? AJ stuttered out. Ash only smiled sadly at the other boy. Pikachu just has more training than Sandshrew. Recalling his Pokémon, AJ stood to his full height. I will see you again someday, and when I do I will beat you. Ash grabbed AJ's outstretched hand. I'm looking forward to it. It's pretty foggy out here, huh guys? Yeah, I can't see a thing. Pikachu said, peering into the dense fog. I bet even a Pidgeot couldn't lift this fog. Eevee agreed. Hey, isn't that a light? Ash asked, walking towards it. The closer he got though, the clearer the voice and images came. Feeling a deep rage building inside himself at the continuous harassment the younger boy was forced under, Ash finally snapped. What's going on here? Ash asked, steel in his voice as he helped the younger boy up from his spot on the ground. Nothing is going on here. Just private training. Though Pokémon Tech doesn't need someone so dim-witted in it that doesn't even know Pidgey's evolved form. Ash sneers. Pokémon Tech, huh? I remember my mom asking me if I wanted to attend there. But Professor Oak convinced her that I should work under him instead. Said that Pokémon Tech didn't turn out a good set of trainers because they were only taught practical knowledge. The older boys sneered at the duo. We will see you back at the school. The leader said before the five walked off. Ash's glare followed them into the fog. Today's fog battle sequence has ended, tomorrow we will be practicing snow-based techniques. Ash was slightly surprised when the heavy fog lifted and the school was revealed. Oh well, I guess tomorrow they will spend the day turning me into a snowman. Wait, Ash starts incredulously, they treat you like that all the time? The smaller boy shrugs, looking towards the ground. They are my friends. They are just trying to make me better. Ash frowns, before he grips the other boy's shoulder. Those people are not your friends, kid. If they were, they wouldn't treat you like that. The kid began reciting information about the school and different things about Pidgey before finally ending it with, they just want to help me. Ash quirks an eyebrow. And what do the teachers say about that kind of help? They don't even know about it. Ash scowls. Well, this type of behavior needs to be stopped now. I want to talk to the student in charge here. Here is a picture. Ash bent down to get a closer look, as did his two Pokémon. It was a girl, she could be called pretty to some people. But Ash wasn't going to go that far. If you hate the way she treats you, then why do you carry her picture around? I hate the way she treats us, but I like the way she looks. The boy answered simply. Ash, Pikachu and Eevee sweat dropped. Following Ben into a room full of computers, Ash looked around curiously. What is this place? This is where we practice our battle skills. We use this room to simulate battles so that we are better prepared for the future. Pinning his head to the side, Ash stares wide-eyed as a Weepinbell appears on screen battling a Starmie. This is Cerulean City Gym. I win in every battle I take against it. Ben turns to look at Ash curiously. How many badges do you have anyways? I have 2. Ash answers easily. Oh. Ben says looking disappointed. Giselle is the best trainer in our division. So that is better than having 3 badges. Even me, the weakest in our class, could still beat a trainer like you. Pikachu growls softly. I would love to see you try, kid. Eevee could only echo his sentiments. If you are so sure then, why don't we have a battle? Ben nods his head. Eevee, you're up. Nodding his Fury Silver head, Eevee walks in front of Ash. Even with a shiny Eevee, you have no chance against me. Ben says, assured of himself. Go, Weepinbell. A plant-like Pokémon appears. Weepinbell, Razor Leaf. Eevee, dodge and use Shadow Ball. Nimbly dodging the fox Pokémon releases a ball of dark energy knocking out the plant Pokémon. I don't understand, how did I lose? Because your Pokémon obviously does not have as much experience as his. A new voice adds to the conversation. You are truly pathetic and weak. If you continue to be a disgrace to the school, nothing I do or say can stop the other kids from turning their backs on you. Ash recognizes the girl as Giselle. Just because a Pokémon has higher levels than another doesn't mean that they couldn't win without the right training. I just saw a trainer train his Sandshrew to withstand water attacks. Cold brown eyes lock onto Ash. And who are you? My name is Ash. I do not approve of how you have been treating the other students. Just because he doesn't have as much battle experience as you doesn't make him weak. The girl laughs cruelly. Please. I have heard that you only have 2 badges. Plus the fact that your 2 Pokémon are out of their Pokeballs. What are you, some trainer that hasn't even tamed his Pokémon? Are you really so weak that you cannot get them to return to you? Plus you have a Pikachu, everyone knows that they are notoriously difficult to train and the new trainers shouldn't mess with them. How long have you been a trainer now? About 3 or 4 months. Ash answers smoothly. At that rate your Pikachu should be at a level 30. I bet it hasn't made it pasted level 20. Add to the fact that Pikachu are only good as little girls' pets, unless you evolve them into Raichu. Which you haven't done yet. Ash grits his teeth. The insults she has against Pikachu are like little person jabs against him also. In that case, I challenge you to a Pokémon battle. Hell yes, and I am going to beat your butt. Pikachu screamed. The girl smirks. Fine, against your Pikachu I will use this Pokémon. Go, Cub 1. A small brown Pokémon pops out. Cub 1, let's start this off with Leer. Cub 1 glares menacingly at Pikachu. But Pikachu just shrugs it off, glaring back. Pikachu quick attack and finish it off with an iron tail. Nodding, Pikachu speeds into an quick attack, jumping over the small brown Pokémon's body, landing a painful hit on top of its head with his silvered tail. The Cub 1 immediately starts crying. Pikachu's sweat drops, he had actually expected more of a battle than that. Oh no, Cub 1. Don't cry. Return. After returning her Pokémon, Giselle eyes Ash curiously. I have never heard of a Pikachu winning a battle with anything other than an electric attack. Ash only smiles at his yellow friend. Yeah, well. Pikachu's special. I hope this proves to you the real joy of Pokémon. Giselle only nods, before begging Ben for forgiveness. We're lost, aren't we? Eevee asks his trainer exasperated. Hey now, it's not my fault the map on Dexter isn't working. Pikachu rolled his eyes. Yeah, but if you had planned ahead you would have known to grab a real map also. Ash only dignified that with his tongue sticking out. Anyways. There is a bridge right there. It might lead to a path towards Vermilion or even to someone who can point us in the right direction. Pikachu and Eevee nod, let's hope. Amber eyes roll in fond annoyance. Making their way across the bridge, Ash begins to get nervous when he hears it begin to creak. Guys. Did you hear that? Yeah, so you better run. Running, Ash barely made it to the other side before the ropes on the bridge snapped, sending it falling into the rushing stream below. That could kill someone. Pikachu nods. Maybe it was a trap. Eevee's eyes widen. But who would do such a thing? Ash shrugs, being careful not to jostle the 2 freeloaders. Who knows? Stopping in a clearing, Ash sits his stuff down. Walking over to the small pond, Ash cups his hands and begins drinking the water. Guys, this water is really good, come try some. Eevee and Pikachu look at each other before shrugging and walking over to the pond, taking sips of water themselves. Wow, you weren't kidding, Ash. This stuff is great. Aren't I always right? Ash asked teasingly. Snorting, Pikachu shook his head. Ha, you wish. While the trio were busy laughing and making fun of each other, they didn't notice a small plant bulb Pokémon make its way towards the stream. Oddish, thinking she had avoided detection, began happily drinking from her favorite pond. It really did have the best in the whole wide forest. Humming happily, Oddish froze when she looked up. The trainer and his 2 Pokémon were watching her curiously. Backing away slowly from the trainer, Oddish let loose a distress call, hoping to signal Bulbasaur. She knew she wasn't strong enough to beat them, but he was. "Hey, little one. It's okay, we are not going to hurt you. Yeah, our trainer can be a SLV driver, but that doesn't mean he isn't a great human." "Hey, I resent that human remark." Eevee sniggers. "No, I think you mean you resemble it." Ash grumbles, muttering petulantly about traitor Pokémon. "Oh, you know we love you, you big baby. And I love you both also." Oddish watches the exchange with wide eyes. "You can understand them?" Ash smiles at the small Pokémon. "A gift not many know I have." Oddish opens her mouth to say something else when a green blur flew into Ash, knocking him off of his feet and painfully into the ground. "Back up, buddy, there is no way I am letting you hurt this Oddish." Bulbasaur growled. Ash put his hands up in the universal sign for surrender. "I'm sorry, I think there is a misunderstanding. I'm not trying to hurt Oddish. She just freaked out a little when she saw me and my friends." Bulbasaur looks back at the small plant Pokémon, waiting on her to confirm the story. "It is true, Bulbasaur. I didn't realize that they weren't going to hurt me or try to capture me before I called for you." Bulbasaur nods, turning back to the trio. "You 3 are forgiven for now. But leave this place and do not come back." Ash lowers his hands, petting his 2 friends to calm down their trembling bodies. He knew that they wanted nothing more than to battle Bulbasaur for hurting him, but he was restraining them. They didn't need a fight with someone who was obviously a protector of sorts. "You see, I can't quit do that yet." Bulbasaur's red eyes narrow. He was curious about how this trainer could understand the Pokémon language, but not so curious he would be willing to risk the lives of his charges. "And why not? We kind of got lost," Ash said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Bulbasaur rolled his eyes. "Of course. If I take you 2 to the right path, will you promise to leave and never return?" The trio nod their heads. "Okay then, come on." Bulbasaur looks at the small Oddish. "Do you want to travel with us there or head back?" Oddish smiled. "I will travel with you to take them to the road." Bulbasaur nodded before beginning to walk, fully expecting the others to follow him. Making their way back through the forest, none of them expected to run into a flock of Spearow. "Oh, Arceus. Not this again. Pikachu Eevee, you 2 know what to do." The duo nods, they had already began charging up their attacks. While they were attacking the flock of angry Spearow, they didn't notice a small group had detached themselves and were dive-bombing towards Oddish. Ash jumped on top of Oddish, he knew the others wouldn't make it in time. He also knew Oddish would most likely not survive the assault. Crying out softly in pain as their beaks hit a particularly sensitive piece of flesh, Ash grimaced. Bulbasaur turned his head towards the noise, shocked when he saw the trainer protecting the small grass Pokémon with his own body. Bulbasaur had known no trainer that had risked his life for a Pokémon. Firing off a razor leaf, Bulbasaur scared off the group, while Pikachu and Eevee finished up theirs. They turned their heads expecting to get compliments from their trainer. They had become rather spoilt, when they felt their hearts sink. "Ash, are you okay? Please be okay." Eevee wailed, crying into his trainer's side. "Pikapi, if you are not okay I will shock you. Please get up." Bulbasaur watched in shock as the 2 Pokémon cried and fretted over their trainer. While some trainers treated their Pokémon nice, they never went out of their way to make friends with them. Well, at least from what he had seen. Releasing pollen from his bulb, Bulbasaur watched in satisfaction as it healed the trainer's wounds. It was, after all, the least he could do for the trainer that saved Oddish. Stopping at the beginning of a road, Ash and his Pokémon turned back to smile brightly at the duo. "Thank you Bulbasaur for helping us get and for healing me. I'm pretty sure I would have been in a bad way for a while if it wasn't for you. You are welcome, Ash. It was the least I could do after you saved Oddish. Ash only smiled brightly at him. Anyone would have done it, buddy. Bulbasaur highly doubted it, but he wouldn't tell Ash that. And as Ash and his 2 Pokémon made their way down the path, Bulbasaur watched them go. Feeling like he had made a terrible decision in not following. Swallowing the sick feeling, he nudged Oddish and headed back to the village. That Bulbasaur was pretty cool, huh guys? Pikachu and Eevee could only roll their eyes. It was the 5th time Ash had asked that in the span of the last 20 minutes. Yes, Pikapi. Bulbasaur was super cool. Ash pouts at Pikachu. I hope him and Oddish made it back okay. Eevee swatted Ash across his small button nose. I am sure they did, Ash. Like you said, Bulbasaur was a really strong Pokémon. Ash smiles and nodded. Continuing their trek down the trail, they were surprised to encounter a huge rock in the middle of the road. Looking up, they were even more surprised to see a Pokémon sitting on top of it. Ash felt his eyes widen when he saw it was a Charmander. That wasn't what surprised him though, no, it was the small flame on its tail. Hey there, bud, are you okay? The Charmander looked down from his place on the rock. Yes. I am waiting for my trainer to come and get me. Ash felt concern grow inside of him. The small dragon-like Pokémon was breathing hard, sweat falling down its body. When did he say he would be back? Charmander looks away before looking back towards Ash. He momentarily lost himself in those compassionate amber eyes before he shook himself. He didn't say, but I know it will be soon. Ash reluctantly nodded his head, and he could feel his Pokémon do the same. If you are sure, Charmander. Stay safe, okay? The small lizard nodded his head. Watching as the trainer made his way down the route. Looking up towards the sky and noticing the growing clouds, Charmander could only hope Damien showed up soon. Ash, Pikachu and Eevee all sat around a small table gladly eating some warm soup. It was getting awfully cold outside. I hope that guy came back for his Charmander. It's starting to rain outside. Ash said worriedly. His 2 Pokémon couldn't help but echo his sentiments. Hey Damien, didn't you have a Charmander too? Yeah, but I got rid of the weak little thing. It couldn't even defeat the weakest of opponents. I left it on some rock. It really believes I will come back for it. Ha! Like I would come back for a weakling like that. Ash growled. He just knew that the Charmander this Damien was talking about was the same one from the rock earlier. Stalking over to the blue-haired male, Ash punched his square in the nose, smirking when Pikachu shocked his friends. That is for leaving a Pokémon out to die and laughing about it. After that sentence was said, Ash and his friends made their way out of the Pokémon Center, running full force back towards the rock from earlier. Please do not let us be too late. Skidding to a halt in front of the rock, Ash was relieved to see Charmander with a leaf over its body, helping to keep his flame lit. Taking off his jacket, Ash grabbed the small lizard and curled him up tight, using his hat to keep the rain from falling onto the flame of his tail. The rain was now pouring down in heavy buckets, the wind strong enough to knock over small trees. Ash glanced down at Pikachu and Eevee, not for once happy that he had his 2 companions with him. Eevee was running his tail over Charmander's body in an effort to help warm him up, and Pikachu was making sure now water landed on the increasingly small flame on his tail. Running back towards the Pokémon Center, Ash prayed the entire time that Charmander wouldn't die in his arms. Throwing the doors open, Ash rushed to the front desk where Nurse Joy was. Quick, Nurse Joy. Charmander needs help now. Nurse Joy took one look at the Pokémon in the boy's arms. Grabbing the small bundle, she headed back towards the emergency room. Ash spent 6 hours pacing in the lobby before Nurse Joy finally came back out. How is he? Is he okay? Nurse Joy glares at Ash. Charmander will be okay. Though I have half a mind of taking him away from you. What were you thinking, allowing him to get like that? Charmander is not my Pokémon. He is that Damien kid's from earlier. I heard him say that he left Charmander on a rock and hoped his tail flame went out. I had to go save him. Nurse Joy felt herself calm down. So that was what that fight had been about earlier. She was glad the kid had managed to break that monster's nose. Charmander will be okay. He is a little weak right now, but he will manage. Do you want to come see him? Ash nodded mutely, following Joy as she walked back through the doors. Seeing Charmander laid out on a bed with his tail flame growing bigger, Ash let out a silent sound of relief. A weight he didn't know he had been holding was lifted from his shoulders. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Joy only smiled kindly back at him. I was only doing my job, young man. Putting his hand gently against the small body, Ash felt a tear slide down his cheek. I am so sorry, Charmander. You did nothing to deserve how you were treated. Nothing. If I ever find Damien again, I promise I will kill him for you. You do not deserve a trainer who would leave you to die. Charmander, who was barely conscious, took the words and the emotion behind them to heart. He didn't know a trainer could care that much. Ash and his two friends were walking down the path to Vermilion City. I can't believe that Charmander went back to his trainer. Pikachu nodded, his ears slumped. I know. But you can't say that he isn't loyal. Ash smiled sadly. Loyal to the wrong person. Eevee could only nod in agreement. The trio stopped short when a flock of Pidgeotto appeared in front of them. Before Ash had a chance to yell a command, however, a scorching fire fried the birds to a crisp, causing them to retreat. Looking down, Ash was shocked. Charmander? Hello. Ash smiled, bending down to rub the scaly head. It is nice to see you, Charmander. Though I would advise not sneaking out of Pokémon centers in the future. Charmander only grinned sheepishly. I am sorry our trainer left Charmander. No one deserves to be betrayed like that. Charmander looks down sadly. Yeah. Hey, Charmander. A British accent said from behind them. I have been looking everywhere for you. Thought I lost ya. Charmander looked towards his old trainer. He couldn't believe that he had been loyal to this thing. What do you want? That was a very impressive move back there. Are you ready to come back on the team? Ash stood to his full height, glaring eyes at the other man. You do not deserve someone as loyal as Charmander. If you don't leave within the next minute, I will not be held responsible for my actions. Damien snorted. Return, Charmander. Charmander knocked the Pokeball back towards Damien, laughing when it hit him in the face, causing the Pokeball to break. I'm going to get you now. I am going to use all my Pokémon. Pulling out about 50 Pokeballs, Ash would have to ask Professor Oak about that later. Charmander released a flamethrower before he could release them. Pikachu joined in with a Thunderbolt and Eevee with a Shadow Ball. Needless to say, Damien ran off crying for his mommy. Good job, guys. Ash said, beaming. Charmander looked at Ash nervously. Is it okay if I join you for your adventure? Smiling, Ash pulled out a Pokeball. Sure, Charmander. Gently tapping the ball on top of his head, Ash smiled when it was an instant catch. Immediately releasing the lizard Pokémon, Ash, Eevee and Pikachu grinned brightly. Welcome to the team, Charmander. Charmander could only smile, joy, belonging, and hope filling his heart. Ash, Pikachu, Eevee and Charmander continued their journey towards Vermilion City. Ash has and the others have been asking Charmander several questions in order to get to know him better. So Charmander, before we start progressing into your training, I just want you to know that I will work you to your breaking point. I don't do it because I want to hurt you, I only do it because I want to see you reach your full potential. Don't worry, Charmander. Ash might be a SLV driver, but he has never done anything that could hurt us. In fact, it is usually the opposite. If he sees that we are getting too tired to go on, he will make us stop even if we want to try to continue. Eevee tells Charmander, beaming brightly when he seems relieved at his words. I've known Ash since he was 5. He is the most pure-hearted trainer you could ever hope to find. Charmander nods. He was used to feeling weak because of Damien treating him like he was good for nothing, but in the few hours that he was with Ash, Pikachu, and Eevee, Charmander already felt his confidence growing. The group had asked Charmander personal questions about himself, simple stuff like what his favorite color was, orange. Obviously, or what his favorite food was. He found cherry berries delicious. It was the simple stuff that Charmander knew most Pokémon trainers didn't take the time to learn. It is okay, Ash. I want to learn everything I can. I want to grow strong so that I have never feel weak and helpless again. Ash beamed at his newest companion, bending down and sweeping him into a giant hug. You are going to be a great friend and fighter, Charmander, I know it. Charmander smiles, Ash's amber eyes causing Charmander's inner flame to grow brighter. Though the moment was ruined when the ground gave away below them, causing the group to fall down into a deep pit. Ash, having his trio of Pokémon land on top of him, let out a pained groan. Every breath he took hurt. It felt as if each inhale he took, something was stabbing his lung. Pikapi. Pikapi. Are you okay? Pikachu fretted, his small yellow paws darting in to touch his friend before jerking back with each rasping breath Ash took. I don't know, buddy, it hurts to breath. Charmander forced the heat in his body to redirect towards his tail, allowing the semi-dark hole to be illuminated with light. His 3 Pokémon let out sounds of shock. A small line of red blood was leaking out of the side of Ash's mouth, his usually tan skin growing pale. Ash. Don't worry, we will find a way to get you out of here. Eevee was about to attempt to scramble out of the hole when 5 heads poked over the top. Look who we got here, boys. A bunch of suckers. The Squirtle in the middle, whose sunglasses were slightly pointed to each side, taunted. Yeah, boss. A couple of losers. The Squirtless began laughing amongst themselves. Eevee, who had begun shaking with rage, exploded. Oh. So this is just supposed to be some funny prank, huh? Well, look what you did. Our trainer is dying now because of you. He is bleeding out of his mouth and it hurts him to bleed. I swear to Arceus, if he dies I am going to kill you 5. This is not funny. You want his death on your conscience. The Squirtless, who had previously been laughing, now stared down at the small group in shock. Never had their pranks ever caused anybody to be seriously injured. Even though they had all been abandoned by their trainers, they would never wish done on anyone. Hearing the familiar sound of Officer Jenny's motorcycle coming, the Squirtless looked to their boss for guidance. Okay, we can't let this human die on our watch. You two, lead Officer Jenny this way, it sounds like she is almost here anyways. You and you help me get these 4 out of this hole. Nodding their heads, all 5 Squirtless began working fast. Procuring a rope from nowhere, the 2 Squirtless used it to lower their boss down into the pit, sighing in relief when they were able to use it to load the human and his 3 Pokémon onto. Pulling them up, the 3 Squirtless had to withhold a shiver when they noticed the glares of death being sent at them from a Pikachu and Charmander. Glancing up, everyone sighed when Officer Jenny arrived, quickly taking in the scene and jumping straight into her job. Ash felt like he was floating. Or maybe falling would be a better way to describe it. Not that he could aptly judge, however, because he was encompassed by black mist all around him. Hello? Is anyone there? Ash's voice was feeble, wobbling out into the darkened space before slowly fading. Shivering, Ash curls himself into a small ball. While the 10-year-old was incredibly mature for his age, he always had a problem with isolation. Growing up, Ash only had his mother. With no friends, due to Gary's negative influence, Ash always felt a constant ache in his chest. While all that went away with the meeting of the then Piku, Ash slowly felt himself grow happy again. Now though, is this black abyss, Ash felt the same ache growing inside of him again. Ash didn't know how long he floated there. It could have been minutes or days, but a light slowly began illuminating in the distance. Shielding his eyes, Ash is overcome by a blinding flash of blue. "Hello, young chosen." A gentile voice echoes off the dark matter of the area they are trapped in. Slowly opening amber eyes, Ash is surprised to see a white and yellow equine Pokémon. An odd gasp escapes pink parted lips. "Arceus." "Yes, chosen. It is I." Left breathless at the sheer amount of power exuding from the mythical Pokémon, Ash gaps slightly. "But... what? Why?" Arceus gazes softly at the stunned human at its feet. "You died." The words are blunt, cutting straight through Ash's reverence and rendering him to shock. "What?" Ash croaks. Taking pity on the young human, Arceus gently nuzzles the small chest. "It is okay, Ash, I revived you." "What happened?" Arceus makes a slight humming noise. "When you fell into the pit, you took the brunt of the fall. With the combined weight of your Pokémon landing on top of you, it was enough for your rib to snap, the broken end piercing your lung. Officer Jenny was not able to get you to the hospital in time, causing your lungs to fill with blood. You choked to death." Tears, that had began welling up at the start of Arceus' story, are fluidly making their way down scarred cheeks. "I don't remember any of this. No, I took the memories and pain away from you. While mature for your age, there are some things no child should have to endure." Nodding absently to the original one's words, Ash begins fretting. He was leaving so many people he loved behind. Pikachu, his mother, Charmander, Eevee. They would be so devastated he was gone. Will they be okay? Tilting its head to the side, Arceus observes the weeping boy. "Do you not wish to know what will happen to you now instead?" Ash vehemently shakes his head. "No. I'm already dead. All of them, they have to go on living." Arceus can feel itself begin to chuckle. "I can understand why you have been chosen." "What do you mean?" Ash questions as he wipes the tears from his eyes. "You have been chosen by a prophecy. While I cannot divulge the details to you at this time, I now understand why the fates chose you. But I'm dead. I can't do anything." "Ah, but young Ash. If you agree to certain conditions, I will restore your life force." Amber eyes narrow. His mother taught him that things were rarely ever given. That they always came with a cost. What conditions? Laughing at the suspicion of the boy, Arceus explains itself. "The first condition is that you train your aura. At its current level it is too weak to even light a candle. In a few years' time I wish for it to have the power to level a mountain." What is aura? Aura is a force that can be found in any living creature. Everything that exists has its own aura. Certain Pokémon can use aura naturally, such as Lucario and Riolu. While every human has the ability to learn at least some form of aura, such as the human psychic Sabrina, the stress and pressure of their abilities often leave them mentally damaged in some way. You have already unlocked a small portion of aura, leading to your ability to understand Pokémon, as well as your eidetic memory. You Ash are a direct descendant of Sir Aaron. He was the greatest aura user of any human before or after him. What I offer you is to impart the full usage of aura into your mind. However, because the immense strain this would put on you, I am basically going to lock away the information. You will receive the most basic forms of information regarding aura, and until you master it no new information may be unlocked." Ash, who sat patiently through Arceus' speech, nods in understanding. "Okay, I think I can handle that. What are the other conditions?" "You will agree to help the legendary Pokémon whenever they may need it. While most are doing okay in their respective positions, certain events or people will disrupt their duties and cause a natural disturbance. It will be your job to help the legendary rectify these happenings." Ash nods, gesturing Arceus to continue. "The final condition is simple. I want you to continue taking care of your Pokémon to the best of your abilities. As well as freeing any Pokémon that you believe is being abused. I can agree to all three of your conditions. I accept your proposal. Ash tells the creator seriously. Are you sure you can handle this? Yes. Very well then. I will send you back to right after you enter the hospital. I will fix the damage done to you. By the time you awake, you will be ready to discharge and resume your journey. Ash feels a wave of relief crash through him. Thank you, Arceus. You are welcome, Ash. Gathering its power, Arceus watches as Ash leaves the distended state, returning to the world of the living. Do me proud. Squirtle sits diligently beside the young trainer's bed. It has been a week since Ash has entered his coma, and Squirtle feels increasingly guilty. All the pranks he and the rest of the Squirtle squad had played were just a retaliation for the hurt the abandonment of their trainers caused. They had only wanted to show the humans that they were there. After the accident, Officer Jenny had threatened with turning the Squirtle squad into the League. This would send Pokémon Rangers after them in full force, forcing them into areas where volatile Pokémon were kept. They never wanted any of that. A day after Ash was admitted into the hospital, a fire had broken out in town. The Squirtle squad, feeling guilty over their actions as well as wanting to prove to Officer Jenny that they could change, had easily and effectively put out the fire. Because of their efforts, the town had given them an award and promoted them to the town firefighters. All of the Squirtless had instantly taken to the job. All except him. Squirtle felt guilty over what had happened with Ash, that guilt only growing with each day he spent in a coma. Squirtle vowed to spend the rest of his life making it up to Ash. Glancing over to Charmander, Eevee, and Pikachu, who had fallen asleep at various places next to Ash, Squirtle could only hope the three could forgive him too. Bulbasaur sits quietly next to Melanie, taking in the sight of all the Pokémon running around their small clearing. Ever since he had met that trainer, Bulbasaur has felt something growing in him. He regretted every day not going with Ash. Felt it deep in his gut that he had made the wrong decision. But he couldn't leave Melanie and the rest of the Pokémon here. They needed a protector. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur moves his eyes up to the Bluinette's face. These past couple of weeks I have noticed a change in you. You are not the same. Bulba? Bulbasaur questions the young woman, not that she would know what he was saying. Your heart isn't here anymore. Melanie eyes the small plant Pokémon seriously. Though I agree with whatever caused this change of heart. The Pokémon here were only supposed to stay until they grew strong enough to leave. Now they feel too safe here. I think, Bulbasaur, that you need to follow your change of heart. I can take care of our small home, but you deserve to go out and explore the world. You deserve the chance to live your own life and follow your own dreams. And if you ever want to visit, we will always be here to welcome you. Bulbasaur's eyes fill with tears. He had felt so guilty over wanting to leave, expecting the woman he came to about to hate him. But she was giving him her permission and blessing. Standing up, Bulbasaur nods his head resolutely. Sending out his vines to encompass the woman in a soft hug, Bulbasaur begins to make his way out of the forest and towards where his heart was telling him Ash was. He didn't know how long it would take him, but he swore to himself that Ash would be his trainer. Opening his eyes was painful for Ash. The light shining through the window was too bright and his head was pounding. Slowly blinking, Ash was mystified to see a Squirtle staring at him. Looking around, he located his other Pokémon curled in a ball together at his feet. His eyes quickly lands back on the water Pokémon. Hello. Hi Ash. I don't mean to seem rude, but who are you? I am one of the Squirtless that planted that hole you fell into. But if I would have known it could have seriously hurt someone, I would never have dug it. Squirtle quickly explains himself, before sighing in anger. Ash wouldn't even understand what he was saying. Ah, so it was you. I was curious on what that hole was doing out there. Feeling his eyes go wide, the water type gasps. You can understand me. Ash nods, flinching slightly when the movement causes his headache to increase. Yes, it is gift I have. Shifting in his seat, Squirtle carefully crawls onto the white hospital bed. Placing a tiny hand against the scarred tan cheek of his, hopefully, future trainer Squirtle speaks. I wish to become your Pokémon. I know I do not deserve it, because I am the reason you got hurt in the first place, but I want to start making it up to you. Amber eyes gaze thoughtfully at the small turtle. It is okay Squirtle, I forgive you. You do not need to become my Pokémon if it is not something you truly wish for. Heart squeezing when the tan boy said, I forgive you, Squirtle felt emotion well in his chest. Most trainers would take whatever Pokémon they wanted, regardless of if the Pokémon wanted to be caught or not. Having Ash forgive him for not only landing him in the hospital but also turn down his offer of capture if it was not something he truly wanted hit a chord with the small turtle. It is something I truly want. Ash nods. Then I will capture you after I get released and all of my stuff back. Nodding and beaming, Squirtle hurries to find a doctor who can release Ash. We're lost. Aren't we? Pikachu questions exasperated. Not lost. Just, misplaced. Yes, misplaced. Blah. Ash sticks his tongue out at Pikachu, much to the amusement of his other Pokémon. I can smell salt water, if it is any consolidation. Squirtle spoke up. After Ash had woke up from his coma, Squirtle had found a doctor who could discharge him. When the doctor walked in, it had caused his other 3 Pokémon to wake up also. Clobbering their trainer and friend, the 3 Pokémon did not stop their inspections until they were sure that Ash was awake and still alive. While they had initially been miffed at Squirtle, threatening bodily harm in his usual extravagant manner, the 3 had come to accept Squirtle as part of the group. Ash had also remembered his dream of Arceus and what the creation Pokémon had told him. After this discovery, Ash began slowly working on his aura, putting his full concentration into being able to read emotions, the most simple aura ability. This is what caused the group to become lost in the forest. That is actually good. If we head towards the water, we might be able to find someone who can tell us where this dummy got us lost at. Be careful about who you call a dummy Charmander, or else I might add more weight to your ankle bracelets. Ash says teasingly. This causes Charmander to gulp and look down at the black bracelets adoring his tiny legs. Ever since Ash had restarted his journey, he had Pikachu and Eevee teach him and Squirtle everything they had learned so far. And while Ash could be a SLV driver, he never pushed them too hard. Though the past week Squirtle and Charmander had already leveled drastically. I was just kidding, Ash. Geesh. Making a humming noise, Ash waggles his finger in the fire type's direction. Following Squirtle, the group exited the forest and emerged onto a beautiful sandy beach. Hey Ash, isn't that Bill's lighthouse? Following the direction of Pikachu's finger, Ash sees an old lighthouse perched on top of a cliff. While he and Pikachu had only seen the lighthouse in pictures, the two had talked to Bill on several occasions when he called Professor Oak. It is. Yay! We're saved. Eevee, exasperated at his trainer's enthusiasm, gently nibbles on Ash's ear from his position on his shoulder. Well then, what are you waiting for? Beaming at his 4 Pokémon, Ash begins running towards the old lighthouse, and hopefully a warm bed. Knocking on the large doors loudly, Ash waits in anticipation. Who goes there? The voice echoes off the surrounding area, giving it a creepy feeling. Hey Bill. It's Ash. Oh, Ash. Feel free to come in. Jumping on his toes excitedly, Ash rushes into the lighthouse when the doors creak open. Bill. Give me a second, Ash. Call the professor while you wait. I know he has been meaning to talk to you. Nodding, even though Bill couldn't see him, Ash heads to the small table that has a computer and a Bellsprout phone. Ash dials Professor Oak's number. Waiting for Professor Oak to answer, Ash picks up Charmander and Squirtle, sitting the two on the table so that they would be able to see too. Oh. Hello there Ash. Beaming at the cooking professor, Ash and his team wave back. Hello Professor. We made it to Bill's lighthouse. Glancing up from his tofu, Oak smiles brightly at the Pokémon surrounding Ash. Ah yes, and it seems that you have gained two new companions. Yes. This is Charmander and Squirtle. Hello. The Pokémon say simultaneously. Oak smiles genially at the pair. I am going to guess that they greeted me. And in that case, hello to you two too. Ash beams, excitingly retelling his journey so far to the professor, gesticulating wildly throughout his tale, before his movements stop and his expression becomes somber. The trainer that I saved Charmander from was very cruel, Professor. But what I don't understand is how he had so many Pokémon with him. Oak strokes his beard, his eyes narrowed in thought. This Damien kid seemed like bad news, and if he was putting his Pokémon's lives in danger like that, then he needed to be arrested and taken to a Pokémon remedial school. If he could be taught to care for Pokémon there, he would be able to resume his journey. However, if he were to show no signs of improvement, then he would be stripped of his license and would never be able to own a Pokémon again. A trainer can carry more than 6 Pokémon with them, however most professors tend to have any over 6 transported back to their labs. Most trainers do not have the skill and experience needed to take care of more than 6, so the professors take care of the extra Pokémon as not to strain either party. Ash and his Pokémon nod along to the professor. So if I were to catch more than 6, could you make it to where they could stay with me? Oak sighs. He knew Ash would ask eventually. And while he turned down Gary's request, he would grant Ash's. Yes, Ash. However, if it ever becomes too tough, I want you to send them back to my lab so that I can watch them for you. Promise me. I promise, Professor. And so do my Pokémon. Pikachu, Eevee, Squirtle, and Charmander all nod their heads in agreement. You are going to be entering the electric-type gym next. Lieutenant Surge is known for his devastating electrical attacks, and because the other gym leaders have told him how good of a trainer you are, he will not hold back in your battle. I know that you have been training your Pokémon hard, but I suggest taking some time while it builds to train. He has a wide variety of Pokémon to battle against, and he should be able to offer advice to your training. Ash nods frantically. I knew Lieutenant Surge would be tough. I just didn't know that gym leaders talk to each other about stuff like that. Stirring his pot so that his tofu doesn't burn, Oak dips his head. While on most accounts they don't, some trainers warrant their attention by proving they are capable with their Pokémon. You have proven that you have trained your Pokémon right and that you know what you are doing. By doing this, the gym leaders will inform each other of your progress so that they know what skill level they should use. Ha! That is interesting. Looking towards the hallways that he can hear Bill calling him from, Ash turns back towards the professor. Can you please tell my mom I love her? I got to go. Of course, Ash. And good luck. Waving goodbye, Ash ends the call. Walking towards Bill's voice, Ash looks down at his 4 Pokémon. We can do this, guys. We just have to believe in ourselves. His Pokémon nod in determination. Ash stands next to Bill. The two are out on the beach watching Ash's Pokémon battle. Bill had let Ash use his Jolteon to battle with Pikachu. The high level of Jolteon plus the excellent control of his speed and electricity was really pushing Pikachu to do his best. And Ash couldn't be prouder. The speed that he was gaining while training with Jolteon had caused Pikachu to learn Volt Tackle. A move Ash knew was going to come in handy in the future. Squirtle was training with Golduck. The duck Pokémon was effortlessly gliding through the waters, forcing Squirtle to improvise on ways to gain speed in order to keep up with the naturally faster water type. Golduck, also being a lot higher leveled than Squirtle, was causing the turtle Pokémon to level up quickly. His attack skills raising and his move set widening. Eevee was unfortunately paired with an Alakazam. The psychic Pokémon proved to be a devastating opponent against the small fox with his wide range of attacks. Eevee found it hard to pinpoint exactly where Alakazam would be because of the use of teleport. It was really being to irk him. Every time Eevee would think that he had the older Pokémon cornered, one psychic attack would render his efforts useless. It was vexing the small silver fox. However, Alakazam made Eevee rely more on his brain, and the continuous duress that he was under caused Eevee to learn Dark Pulse. This gave Eevee a little more leeway with his planning, and was finally able to hit the other Pokémon. Charmeleon, who had evolved after defeating one of Bill's vile plumes, was training with an Aerodactyl. The use of the rock-type's wings caused Charmeleon endless vexation. He was forced to put his maximum amount of strength into his attacks so that they would be able to reach and damage the flying type. This caused the lizard to grow braver and slyer during his training. He would prove to Ash that he was strong, because Ash was strong. He wanted to show Ash that he wasn't weak anymore. It was probably why he evolved so fast. Bulbasaur, who had showed up during the first week of training and demanded a battle from Ash, was fighting a Spearow. The flying type was tamed and thus went easier of the grass type, but Bill suggested Bulbasaur start off against someone who had a type advantage against him. While he was high level from protecting the forest, he was still the lowest leveled of Ash's Pokémon, Squirtle coming before him. So, after they grow used to fighting against these Pokémon, we can move on to others. They need a wider move pool as well as being able to think on the fly without waiting for you to tell them to dodge or make an easy attack. And if we are lucky, depending on how long you plan on staying, some of your other Pokémon might evolve also. Ash nods along to Bill's words. His Pokémon were already getting stronger now that they had high-level Pokémon to battle against. And while his Pokémon lost a lot of the battles they were having against Bill's, it was increasing their strength and endurance. He knew that they would need it for the upcoming gym battles. I want them all to have a chance battling against Alakazam. Sabrina is one of my biggest worries. Bill's pats Ash's shoulder. I do not blame you there. Now, you should get back to your own training. Ash had confided in Bill about his new ability to use Aura and how he had to try to learn to control it as well as master it. Of course. Walking back towards the shaded tree, Ash sits cross-legged under it, watching his Pokémon train across the beach. He was so proud of them and how far they had come in such a relatively short time. Sending one last soft smile towards them, Ash closes his eyes and begins to concentrate. Ash, Wartortle, Charmeleon, Eevee, Bulbasaur, and Pikachu all sit with Bill as they eat dinner. I think this is going to be our last night here. Bill, who was expecting this, grins at the younger male. Of course, Ash. But I have a present for you. Ash pps his head to the side. A present? Nodding, Bill goes into the room connected to his living room before coming out with an egg. As you know, a couple of weeks before you came here I was visited by the Pokémon I have been trying to contact. It was scared off by Team Rocket however, so I never got the chance to actually meet it. But, it left me this egg. I don't have the time to take care of an egg right now because I have had a breakthrough with my research, so I was wondering if you could take care of it for me. Ash, who gently took the soft blue and white spotted egg from the researcher, gazes down at the delicate object. Do you know what it is going to hatch into? Bill sighs before pinching the bridge of his nose. I have several ideas. It is all very vexing to me. It could really be anything. The egg is much larger than any I have ever seen, probably given the fact that its parent was rather gigantic itself. As of this point I cannot make an accurate guess. But that is what I have you for. Though I am sure that the Pokémon will be larger than others of its kind. You can take care of the egg for me, as well as studying everything that happens during the hatching process. Gently stroking the egg, Ash beckons his other Pokémon to come and welcome it into their small family. Thank you so much, Bill. You have already done so much for us. Bill waves off Ash's worries. Honestly, these past 2 months have been amazing for me. I never get guests, and to have someone as smart as you has helped out a lot. I can see why Professor Oak kept you as his assistant. Blushing, Ash shrugs. It's nothing really. Bill can only shake his head. The small boy before him really has no idea how wonderful he is. It didn't help that he had no human friends growing up, thanks to Gary. But Bill couldn't help but wonder if that was a classical pulling ponytails case or not. Oh well. It was none of his business. Though, Bill thinks to himself glancing over Ash, if he continues to grow into someone as gorgeous as I think he will, I might have to lay a claim to him. But that won't be for some years yet. Quietly standing up, Bill leaves the trainer and his Pokémon to bond with the new egg. Making their way down the gravel path, Ash, Pikachu, Eevee, and Charmeleon were going over battle strategies for the next gym. Wartortle and Bulbasaur were safely in their Pokeballs taking a nap, and the egg was securely nestled in Ash's arms. So, we know that Lieutenant Surge is going to use his Raichu. It is his go-to and most powerful Pokémon. Yeah, which is stupid because he uses Raichu against weaker trainers too. It's pathetic. Charmeleon growls, scowling. Eevee, from his spot on Ash's shoulder, nods empathetically. I agree with Charmeleon. It is horrible how that meanie head uses his most powerful Pokémon against such low-level Pokémon. From what Bill said so far, there has been 36 Pokémon taken to Nurse Joy this month alone. He needs to be brought down a peg or two. Yes, both of you are right. But that doesn't answer the question on who is going to battle him. Pikachu picked up from his spot on his trainer's head. Crossing his arms across his chest, Charmeleon tilts his head to the side and shoots out a weak ember. I want to battle him. Just to show him what it means to take battling seriously. Smiling down at the fire type walking diligently by his side, Ash makes a humming noise. I wanted to save you until we got to the grass gym. I know now that the gym leaders are discussing me, but I want them to at least have to guess about which Pokémon I have with me. If I use you, then they will know I have a fire type and might try to find Pokémon within their type range that can combat you. Charmeleon sighs. I know, Ash. I just wish that I could show him not to be such a JRK. Giggling, Ash's amber eyes glance up at Pikachu. Don't worry, Charmeleon. I think I have the perfect plan. His 3 Pokémon eye him curiously, but Eevee only shrugs before climbing down to cuddle with their unborn family member. Walking into the Vermilion Pokémon Center, Ash beams brightly at Nurse Joy. Hi Nurse Joy. The Pinkette looks up towards the young adorable Pokémon trainer walking towards her. Do I know you, young man? Shaking his head, Ash hands over his 3 Pokeballs along with Eevee and Pikachu. No ma'am, but I read that all Nurse Joys worked in the Pokémon centers here in Kanto. Joy nods in understanding before looking down at the Pokémon being handed over to her. Oh wow. A shiny Eevee. Even in my line of work, we rarely ever get any. He is a beauty. Eevee, who had heard the praise, began preening for the nurse. You hear that, Pikachu? I'm a beauty. Pikachu rolls his eyes. You're also touched in the head. Eevee narrows his eyes before pouting at the pretty nurse. Nurse Joy only smiles down brightly at the small fox. Don't worry young man, I will have your Pokémon checked over in a few minutes. Nodding happily, Ash begins to walk towards the waiting area before a young boy comes barreling into the center. Please. Please. Hurry. My Rattata. He's hurt. Ash could only watch, his anger at the Lieutenant Surge growing at the horrible state the small Rattata was in. Getting his Pokémon back from the nurse, Ash heads towards the gym, Pikachu and Eevee faithfully riding on his shoulders. The rest of his team were lying low in their Pokeballs, hoping to give their trainer the advantage in future gym battles by not showing the Pokémon he has. Approaching a giant building with lightning bolts decorated on the front, Ash looks at his 2 companions. This is it guys. This is the time to show Lieutenant Surge that he can't bully weaker trainers. Are you 2 ready? Seeing the 2 nod, Ash sighs in relief. And you remember the plan, Pikachu? Of course Ash. I go in and devastate his Raichu. And hopefully it will knock some sense into his head. Ash grins. Then let's do this. Pushing open the gym doors, Ash is greeted with the sight of a man and woman standing at the entrance. Hello, my name is Ash Ketchum and I have come to earn a Thunder Badge. The man sneers down at Ash before turning backwards. Hey boss, we have another victim for the emergency room." The words were so callously spoken and they caused Ash's grip to momentarily tighten around the egg. Breathing to calm himself down as not to hurt the unborn baby, Ash glares at the man. Lieutenant Surge pushes off from against the wall he was leaning on to walk towards the front of the gym. Eyeing the new challenger, he grins impishly. Pinching the scared cheeks, Surge beams. "My next challenger's a cute one. But don't think I'll go easy on ya." Ash frees one of his hands so that he can push away Lieutenant Surge. "I have come here to earn a Thunder Badge." LT, Surge snorts before noticing the Pikachu, and completely disregarding EV, on Ash's shoulder. "Ah, a baby Pokémon for a baby trainer. Hey guys." He calls to the two people standing behind him. "Look at this, a Pikachu." The three begin to laugh. Amber eyes narrow. "There is nothing wrong with my Pikachu." Rolling his eyes, Lieutenant Surge pulls out a Pokeball before tossing it. Raichu. Critically eyeing the newly released Pokémon, Ash begins going over the plans in his head. Everyone knows that electric-type Pokémon are only good if they know all of their electric attacks. It is why you should evolve your Pokémon as soon as you get them. Feeling the familiar anger swell in him, Ash has to restrain his growing aura from lashing out. There is more to raising Pokémon than forcing them to evolve. Yeah, and you would know that if you weren't such a D-dash. Raichu's black eyes narrow on Pikachu. "What did you just say about my master?" Pikachu stood taller, his cheeks sparking. "I said that he was a D-dash. I guess we are just going to have to wipe the floor with you in a battle so that you can take that back." Snorting, Pikachu turns up his nose at his evolved form. As if. Lieutenant Surge shrugs. "I guess you'll learn, baby." Clapping his hands, the lights in the gym come on. Walking to his side of the gym, Surge gets into his battle stance. "Go, Raichu." Raichu jumps out onto the field. "I choose, Pikachu." Pikachu also takes his place on the field. This will be a one-on-one battle. No time limits, begin. "Pikachu, use the strategy we planned out." Nodding to let Ash know he heard him, Pikachu quickly jumps into battle. Using agility to quickly outmaneuver Raichu's thunderbolts, Pikachu hit Raichu on the side with an iron tail, causing the taller mouse to cry out in pain. "Quick Raichu, use Body Slam now that Pikachu is in reach." Raichu used Body Slam on Pikachu, catching him off guard. Crying out, Pikachu attempted to struggle away from the heavier Pokémon, but Raichu released a powerful thunderbolt onto the smaller Pokémon. Feeling his limbs shake, Pikachu powered up another iron tail, sighing in relief when it caused Raichu to roll off. "Pikachu, I know you're hurt, but quick attack." Ignoring his shaking limbs, Pikachu launched into another quick attack, hitting Raichu in the stomach, causing the Pokémon to fall onto its back. Seeing his opportunity, Pikachu used agility to make it back to the other wide of the gym before powering up for a Volt Tackle. Speeding towards the bigger mouse Pokémon, Lieutenant Surge and Raichu were both caught off guard, allowing Pikachu to land his attack. Raichu fainted, causing Pikachu to let out a breath of relief. He won. Ash gently scoops up his oldest friend, using one arm to hold the egg and the other Pikachu. "Congratulations, Ash. You showed me that you don't have to make your Pokémon evolve for them to be powerful. Here is a Thunder Badge to prove your victory here." Accepting the badge, Ash pins it next to his other two. "Just promise me that you won't send so many trainers' Pokémon to the emergency room." Lieutenant Surge stares down into beautiful amber eyes. "Of course, baby." Ash beams at the man, before turning and heading to the Pokémon Center to have Pikachu looked at. Watching the boy leave his gym, Lieutenant Surge grins. The boy might be too young now, but that couldn't stop him from being his friend until he got old enough. Trudging his feet along the sandy road, Ash rubs his eyes tiredly. Today had been long and exhausting for everyone. With their gym battle against Surge, spending even more time at the Pokémon Center so Pikachu could get looked over again, not that Ash was complaining, he knew his little buddy needed it, restocking all of their items, and finally walking for several hours towards Lavender Town. Ash was admittedly tired. Though one good thing was Nurse Joy had given Ash an incubator to keep the large light blue egg in. Ash had been getting worried that something could happen to it on their journey. Unconsciously gliding his tanned hand over the pokeballs of his sleeping Pokémon, Ash smiles warmly. Eevee, Wartortle, Charmeleon and Bulbasaur were resting safely in their Pokeballs. All the walking was exhausting for the short-legged creatures. Though the little traders liked to make jokes towards him that after they all reached their final evolutions they would be taller than him. Pikachu wiggles around restlessly from his spot atop the silky black head of his trainer. Pikapi, the sun is starting to set, we might want to find a place to sit up camp. We don't need you accidentally passing out on us. Stretching his arms above his head and letting out a soft sigh when he feels his joints pop, Ash nods sleepily. I agree. Get off the main road a bit and set up camp in the trees. Nuzzling his red electric pouch against his trainer's cheek, Pikachu lazily wags his zigzag tail. It is a good idea. That way no wandering Pokemon or humans can spot us easily while we sleep and attack us. Gently patting his starter between the ears, Ash walks off of the sandy road and into the darkening woods. Slightly squinting, the sun has begun its slow descent across the skies. The duo attempt to find a place to rest. There really isn't a lot of places to choose from, is there? Yellow and black tipped ears perk up, trying to listen for any approaching Pokemon while remaining alert for a good campsite. I think I see a small clearing between those trees. Taking Pikachu's advice, Ash advances through the woods, being mindful about where he stepped. It would do them no good if someone managed to twist his ankle. Finally, after a 5-minute walk, the petite trainer stepped through the thick set of trees and into a small open clearing. Good eyesight, Pikachu. Ash complimented his starter, only to frown in confusion when he notices Pikachu's alert expression. What is it, buddy? Pointing a small yellow paw towards a gigantic rock setting at the far end of the clearing, Pikachu frowns. I hear whimpering and crying coming from over there. Not having any reason to doubt his starter, the young Aura Guardian walks towards the rock. The closer he gets causes him to mirror Pikachu's frown. He could hear small cries coming from behind the boulder also. Making his way around the boulder, Ash comes to a stop in complete shock. Sitting in front of him was a baby Cubone crying over the burnt form of a Marowak. Snapping out of his shock, the trainer rushes towards the duo. Oh my Arceus! What happened? Is she okay? The small Cubone that had previously been ignorant to their approach jumps up in fright. Seeing the human in front of her, she holds out her small bone in front of her. I won't let you hurt my mommy anymore. Go away or I'll hurt you. Ash's lips tug downwards. This baby shouldn't have to defend its mother. Heck, he didn't know why the mother was hurt in the first place. The shallow labored breathing coming from the bigger Pokemon, coupled with the burns, was worrisome though. It is okay, little one, I am only here to help. Ash holds his hands up in front of him in a universal non-threatening sign, Pikachu copying his movements. Liar, the two humans did this to my mommy with their zappy stick. Now I have to protect her so she can get better. I promise I am not like those humans, plus I don't have a zappy stick. I honestly just want to help. Ash uncurls his aura from around his body, allowing it to wash over the young Pokemon in a show of trust. Cub1 pps her head to the side. The strange tiny human was answering her questions like he could understand. The feeling that washed over her also put her at ease. The bad men came and hurt mommy when she tried to protect me. Now she won't wake up and she is hurt. I don't know what to do. Feeling tears well in her blue eyes again, the tiny creature turns back towards her mother, resting her small cheek against a spot that hadn't been harmed in some way. Approaching the duo, Ash kneels into the dewy grass. Reaching out a small tanned hand, he places it against the mammal's side. Allowing his aura to rush into the other creature, Ash is astounded when he learns of her wounds. It is truly a miracle the Marowak is still alive. She must truly be a fighter. Her body was completely covered in bleeding and peeling burns. Infection had already sank in and was doing its best job of ravaging the ground Pokémon's immune system. That didn't account for the internal damage already done and the numerous broken bones. Ash had only learned how to heal minor scrapes and wounds so far with his aura. This was way out of his experience range. Plus the Pokémon Center was too far away for him to make it in time to save this Pokémon's life. Feeling tears fill his amber eyes, Ash bows his head in defeat. He wished to Arceus that there was something he could do. It didn't seem right to leave this powerful creature to die. Especially when she still had a young one to rise. My chosen. Ash's head snaps up in shock at the voice echoing inside of his head. Arceus? Yes, my chosen. I felt your sadness and pleas in my realm. What is it you wish? This Marowak has been tortured by 2 men and left to die all because she was trying to protect her baby. I don't currently have the power to save her. It's not fair. Ash's hands curl into fists before he slams it onto his thigh. This causes the, until then, silent Pikachu to nuzzle his trainer worryingly. Ah yes. Team Rocket. They have proven themselves quite the nuisance in the past couple of years. Team Rocket? Yes, the people that have almost caused this young cub one to be an orphan. Tell me Ash. If I promise to full heal this Marowak, would you in exchange attempt to disband or destroy Team Rocket? Amber eyes shine in determination. Of course. I would do it even if you didn't. This is inhumane and cannot go on. It is sick and disgusting. I will kill them for this. Very well then. We have a deal. I will save this Marowak's life and in return you will put an end to Team Rocket. Do not fail me my chosen. Ash Arceus' voice fades from Ash's head, a soft green light encompasses the ground Pokémon's form. When the light fades, Marowak opens her soft brown eyes, taking in the scene before her. A young trainer with his Pikachu sit kneeling at her side and her baby is staring at her in shock. Mommy? Cub One asks in shock. Yes my beloved? Marowak questions her baby, a slight cloud still covering her mind. Mommy you almost went with Yveltal. Marowak feels her eyes widen in shock at her daughter's softly spoken words before her memories come back to her. She had defended her child from a couple of nasty humans who was kidnapping Pokémon in the area before they had hit her with an electric stick causing her to become paralyzed. Instantly jumping to her feet, the ground Pokémon brandishes her bone in front of her, unknowingly mimicking her daughter's moves from earlier. I will not allow you to harm my child. Internally sighing, but understanding where the mother Pokémon was coming from, Ash once again holds his hands up, Pikachu following suit. I did not come to hurt you, Marowak. I actually helped save you. Brown eyes narrow before the skull Pokémon turns a questioning eye towards her youngling. It's true mommy. He saved you. Plus he can understand what we are saying. Turning back to the petite trainer, Marowak lifts an eyebrow. Is this true? Ash shrugs. For the most part. Arceus actually saved you. But he did so because I promised to destroy Team Rocket who was actually the ones that had did this to you. Both Marowak and Cubone's jaw drops. This is nothing new to Pikachu however. The god of all Pokémon. That Arceus? Nodding again, Ash tilts his head to the side allowing his bangs to fall out of his eyes. Yes ma'am. Mother and daughter both fall on their butts in shock. This human was in contact with Arceus. And had made a deal with the god Pokémon to save the bone Pokémon's life. This was astounding to the 2 Pokémon. Quickly regaining her footing, Marowak bows low to the trainer in front of her, Cub One following her lead. Is there anything we can ever do to repay you, young one? Ash pps his head to the side. Saving the Marowak was just instinct to him. His mother always taught him to do the right thing. Though thinking of his mother made Ash slightly sad. He knew that she was getting lonely by herself lately. Without him and Pikachu there to keep her on her toes, she only had Professor Oak to keep her company when he wasn't too busy. Wait, that could work. After what happened here today, will you stay here? Marowak shakes her head. No, young one. It would not be safe to stay here any longer. Ash suspected as much. How about this, you go back to Pallet Town and keep my mom company. I know she would love to have you two around the house. Especially since having Cubone there would give her someone to spoil while I am out on my journey. Marowak weighs this idea in her head. Fine, but you have to catch me and my daughter. It will prevent future trainers from capturing us and it will allow us to stay together. Ash nods in agreement. That is reasonable. I will have to wait though until we get to the Pokémon Center in Lavender Town though because I already have 5 Pokémon in my party and Professor Oak said that the forms for me to carry more than 6 wouldn't be processed till the end of the week. Marowak and Cubone nod in agreement. This is acceptable. For now let's rest. It is a couple hours walk to the Town of the Dead. Town of the Dead? Pikachu questions. He had been quiet before then hoping to give Ash his space to explain to the 2 new Pokémon what had happened. But he did not like the sound of this town. Yes, we call it this because of all of the ghost Pokémon living there. Also because of the Pokémon Tower. It is where trainers go to bury and pay respect to their deceased Pokémon. Pikachu shivers. He didn't like ghosts. The 4 arrive in Lavender Town around noon that next day. Walking into the Pokémon Center, Ash hands all of his Pokémon, and the 2 bone types, to Nurse Joy to look over. While he waited for her to get back with his friends, Ash took a seat at the phone booth. Dialing Professor Oak's number, Ash patiently waited for him to answer. Oh. Good afternoon, Ash. How is your journey going? Hello, Professor. It is going good. I have a Cubone and Marowak that are being checked up by Nurse Joy right now. They were attacked by Team Rocket. I helped Nurse Marowak back to health so they agreed to become my Pokémon. But because Cubone is so young and still needs her mother, I was planning on sending the 2 to my mom to look after for the time being. I called to see if I could transfer the 2 to her before one of them gets sent to you. While Ash hated bending the truth towards the kindly professor, he knew that he couldn't yet reveal his secret. So far only Bill knew about his aura training, but even he didn't know the full extent. Yes, of course, Ash, that is perfectly fine. Beaming at the older professor, the 2 chat for a while before Nurse Joy calls Ash over the intercom letting him know his Pokémon are ready. Bidding goodbye to the professor, Ash hangs up the call. Walking across the homely center, Ash approaches the front desk. Here are your Pokémon, young man. They all look great. Smiling in thanks, Ash allows Pikachu to jump onto his shoulder while he clips his Pokeballs to his belt. Picking up Cubone and motioning for Marowak to follow him, Ash walks back over to the phone booth. Okay guys. Are you ready? Receiving twin nods, Ash gently tosses 2 Pokeballs. At the instant, ding, he picks both ball up and quickly calls his mom. Ash, honey. It's good to see you. Have you been changing your underwear every day? Is Pikachu doing okay? Blushing at his mom's enthusiastic greeting, Ash nods before quickly moving on so Delia doesn't have the chance to ask any more embarrassing questions. I just caught a Cubone and Marowak. They were attacked by Team Rocket and I found them last night. I wanted to know if it was alright to send them to you so that they could keep you company while I am on my journey. Delia beams brightly at her son. That was her Ash, always looking out for others. Of course, honey. Placing the 2 Pokeballs in the transporter, Ash sighs in relief when his mom holds them up from her end of the line. I have them, Ash. And I promise to take good care of them. Smiling, the 2 talk for a couple more minutes before Delia has to get back to her cooking. Plus she informs Ash that she has to get to know her 2 new house guests. I love you, honey. Please don't get to call whenever you can. I love you too, Pikachu, take care of our Ash for me. I love you too, Mom. Of course. He wouldn't know what to do without me. Grinning and waving goodbye to the two, Delia signs off. Well, Pikachu. I guess it is just you and me. I hear that there is supposed to be some Team Rocket members in the Pokémon Tower. I think that we need to check it out. The electric mouse shivers. Great. Ghost Pokémon. Giovanni Rocchetto pinches the bridge of his nose in an attempt to stave off the headache he could already feel forming beneath his temples. A vanilla folder sits innocently on his mahogany desk. He already knew the contents the folder would hold, he got one almost weekly now. And as the Rocket Boss he had to read every report sent to him, even the annoying ones. Jesse and James, and he supposed Meowth also, had become obsessed with a trainer named Gary and his Growlithe, a Growlithe they promised that was more powerful than the run-of-the-mill puppy Pokémon. Giovanni honestly had no problem with one of his weakest team units making themselves scarce. He was only growing annoyed with their constant contact with him. Inhaling through his nose, Giovanni's dark brown eyes begin to skim over the documents. The handwriting was slightly shaky, leading Giovanni to believe it was Meowth that was writing the reports the team sent to him. What an annoying Pokémon. While it was true Giovanni was a collector of rare and valuable things, and a talking Pokémon most certainly fit that bill, the cat just grates on his nerves. He didn't like listening to the feline speak to him, his voice was like nails down a chalkboard to his sensitive ears. And besides, Giovanni already has a Persian, the evolved form of Meowth. Glancing towards the large cat peacefully sleeping on its bed, Giovanni still marvels at the usual coloring marking his Persian as a shiny. Which to him meant more than Meowth's ability to talk. Returning his gaze to the papers, the rocket leader flicks a piece of lint off of his expensive orange suit. While the Growlithe did seem powerful, it didn't have anything that made it stand out from the rest of its kind. He honestly would be more impressed if the trio managed to snag him a Vulpix. The Vulpine Pokémon was always a favorite of his, before he obtained Persian that is. Ninetales was majestic in battle, the fire type a truly breathtaking Pokémon. It could also be because he was partial to cat-like Pokémon. Massaging his temples, Giovanni is not surprised when the report ends in their failure, the team stating they would try harder to get the puppy for him. He snorts. The day those three impressed him would be the day Grumpig flew. Glaring at the sudden knocking on his door, the Team Rocket boss calls out a sharp, "Come in." A meek underling nervously steps into his office, the younger criminal's eyes frantically scanning the area. Giovanni smirks, his employees still fear him. "Giovanni, sir." Sharply waving his hand in the air, the Italian glares at the grunt, who was sweating profusely by now. "What?" "The research is over on New Island called. They told me to tell you it's ready." Smirking, Giovanni stands from his high-backed chair. His experiment was finally ready. Sabrina's long elegant fingers gently slide through the blue hair that belongs to the small girl sitting pristinely on her lap. The girl was a doll Sabrina had made a few years ago when the loneliness began to infest her mind, crying with need of companionship. Sabrina's mind wasn't on that topic however, her thoughts rest solely on the newly awakened aura guardian she could feel in the next town over. It was jarring to the psychic gym leader. From her studies there has not been an aura guardian since the time of Sir Aaron. It was well known that natural psychics like her and aura guardians were close allies in the old days. Sabrina's feelings were conflicted on this matter. If she were to follow history it would mean that she had to be civil and open to this new guardian. She has not even had a proper conversation with another human since she began cultivating her powers. Making her mind up, Sabrina decides to keep this new aura user as a toy for Sabra, her lifelike doll. She studiously ignores the hope of meeting someone who could understand her. Her mother could use a companion anyways. Sabra beams brightly down at her lap. Every feeling Sabrina has she would feel also. She could feel her hope and need for companionship. Sabra, while only a doll, has managed to grasp the basic forms of free thought. Though she only supposed she could do this because she was there to help Sabrina in whatever way she could. Sabra makes up her mind. She would make this new mysterious player be friends with her Sabrina. The thought causes her to burst into a peal of giggles. A small ebony-haired boy sits underneath a giant oranberry tree. His team was joyfully playing around the small lake on the outskirts of Route. Amber eyes gaze happily over his friends before closing, long eyelashes gently kissing scarred cheeks. Concentrating on clearing his mind, Ash begins to mentally go over what he has learned in his aura training so far. Being able to communicate with Pokémon was a basic skill all Aura Guardians were born with. From what he could tell from the lessons slowly being unlocked inside of him, most Guardians received a Riolu or Lucario to help them in their journeys in controlling their aura. Ash had the disadvantage of not living in the Sinnoh region where they were native to, which meant Ash didn't have the additional help to control his aura. Sighing, nothing heavier than a gentle huff of air, Ash continues to view Arceus' lessons. While talking to and understanding Pokémon was the basic gift in being an Aura Guardian, the second one was also ingrained and did not have to be learned. He was immune from psychic power. Whether it be Pokémon or human. A thought Ash did not find as odd as he supposed it should be. It was common knowledge that the gym leader of Saffron City was a natural psychic. Something he had feared when it came to battling her. Sabrina was known to be tough, one of the tougher gym leaders to beat. Many trainers saved her for their 7th gym badge, seeing as you had to have 7 to challenge the Cerulean City Gym. It was speculated that Sabrina read the minds of her challengers in battle, but with no way to prove it, there was nothing that the league could do. The third ability, and the one the petite trainer was currently working on, was the ability to read emotions. There was no helpful tips when it came to this. Ash didn't know if they would present themselves in the form of colors or if he would be able to feel others' emotions as his own. It was all beginning to grow very vexing to the young guardian. Concentrating on the blue energy that Ash knew was his aura, he slowly opens his eyes and looks towards his Pokémon. Trying to force his aura to show him their emotions, Ash begins to sweat lightly along his hairline, his breath becoming labored. After several minutes, Ash lets go of his aura, bringing his tan hand up to rub between his eyes. He didn't know what he was doing wrong. Or what to do. PRD. This was one of those lessons that Arceus was making him learn for himself, the SDST. Grumpily pouting, the petite trainer crosses his arms across his chest and watches his Pokémon. Bulbasaur, bless his heart, was battling Charmeleon. The grass Pokémon had begged the fire type for a match until the lizard had eventually agreed. Charmeleon was scared that he would hurt Bulbasaur, and he knew Ash wasn't at the point in his training that he could heal them without trouble. Eevee and Pikachu were cheering their brothers on while Wartortle was laid out in his back in the water, happily soaking up the sun's rays. A small smile steals across Ash's slightly rounded face. When he was young, and before meeting Pikachu, Ash never dreamed that he would have so many people to love and care for. While Ash could have tried to make friends that didn't care about the rumors Gary spread, the truth was being around other humans that he didn't know or that weren't professionals made him uncomfortable. His mom had told him it was probably due to him being introverted as well as a form of social anxiety. Ash just didn't like being around people. Pokémon were fine though. It confused Ash, but he wasn't going to dwell on it. The only bad thing was that if he continued on his journey, which he was defiantly going to do, he would be forced to deal with being around big groups of people. He was calm when it came to knowing he would face off against Team Rocket, the group consisting of criminals that he had vowed to take down, but he was nervous for when it came to having to battle trainers in the Indigo League. There would be hundreds of people at places like those. Hundreds of people that would stare at him, talk to him, maybe even attempt to touch him. It made his heart race. He could deal with some people if there was only one or two, but a whole group of them was enough to make the 10-year-old panic. Breathing deeply through his nose, Ash clears his head of his thoughts. He wouldn't have to worry about that for a while now. Twisting around in his sitting position, Ash gently grabs the incubator containing the unborn member of his family. Deftly unscrewing the top, Ash carefully lifts the egg from its resting place. The large baby blue egg felt warm against his skin, a sign the egg could be preparing to hatch. Caressing the smooth shell, Ash pours a tiny bit of his aura into the egg, just enough to show the unborn baby that it was safe and would come to no harm. He was shocked when he felt a gentle, barely there push against his own skin. Just strong enough to be felt before fading away again. Staring down in surprise, the young Aura Guardian suddenly beams. This baby was going to be powerful. Night has fallen, the moonlight casting a faint glow across the clearing they were camping in. Eevee, Wartortle, Charmeleon, and Bulbasaur were already steadfastly fast asleep, curled up in a pile around each other. Pikachu and Ash sit beside the lake, Ash's amber eyes glaring morosely at the reflected moon on the water's surface. Nurse Joy said to go to the Pokémon house before heading to the Pokémon Tower. I know I should take her advice, but I'm nervous about being around so many people. Pikachu, who was leaning into his friend's side, felt his ears twitch in sympathy. I know Pikapi. But you have been so good about being around others lately. I know it's only been either professionals or some random trainer, but you are doing so much better than you used to. Remember when you couldn't even go to Professor Oak's with Mom without having a panic attack? Now look at you. Ash beams down at his yellow companion. It was true. Just being around people that weren't his mom made him a nervous wreck. However, with the help of his then Piku, Ash slowly was able to handle being around others. Something Delia would forever be thankful towards the electric mouse for. I know Pikachu. It's just. With everything happening so fast lately I haven't had time to process it. But now that I have had time to think about it, it's just starting to worry me. Ash finishes his sentence in a defeated tone, self-disgust coating his words. Scowling, the yellow mouse sends a tiny jolt of electricity at his trainer. Not enough to be painful but enough to catch his attention. Now you. Listen here, Ash. I, and all the rest of the team, have faith in you. We have all put in our best. We have all trained hard under you. We have done everything you have asked of us. We have all grown strong. And we are not the only ones who have grown strong. You have too, Ash. Both mentally and psychically. You are an amazing trainer. I know social anxiety is not something you can just miraculously beat, but you have all of us by your side. We will never let anything happen to you. You just have to trust us. Pikachu finishes his speech, his tiny fist waving wildly in the air and his chest rising and falling heavily. He meant every word that he had said to Ash. He, and all of Ash's Pokémon, counted on him to be strong and help them become strong. They would support Ash in whatever way they could. Looking down at his longest friend, amber eyes begin to fill with tears. He knew his team loved him, but knowing just exactly what they thought of him was heartwarming. Ash picks up his starter and presses his wet face into the soft fur. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pikachu. Pikachu softly cards his paws through the silken hair of his trainer. Of course, Pikapi. We love you. Forever. Forever. Is Ash's wet reply. Ash enters the Pokémon house with Pikachu on his left shoulder and Eevee cuddled up in his arms. Pikachu had decided early that morning that the two should be the ones to accompany their trainer, Eevee because the smaller Pokémon would give Ash something to do with his hands and Pikachu because he has a phobia of Pokeballs. Hello. Is anyone here? Ash calls out, glancing around the airy open space. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. A small girl, with her light red hair pulled up into two puffy pigtails, opens a door from the back of the room. Hello. Did you call? Yes. My name is Ash Ketchum. Nurse Joy told me I needed to visit here before I went to the Pokémon Tower. Ash replies, gently scratching Eevee under his chin. The small girl nods. Do you know what this place is? Ash sadly shakes his head. He has never come across this place in any of his readings. One of the reasons coming here had freaked him out so bad. He was used to knowing things. He had studied extensively before his journey, his eidetic memory allowing him to retain all knowledge he learned. The pale girl, sensing the unease of the other, gives him a gentle smile. This is the place where orphaned or abandoned Pokémon are taken care of. Abandoned Pokémon? Ash didn't like the sound of that. It reminded him too much of his precious Charmeleon and his previous trainer Damien. Ash was pleased when Professor Oak had told him Damien had been taken into custody, his Pokémon confiscated, and was currently going through a rehabilitation course. The redhead nods her head glumly. Yes. Follow me and I'll show you. Following the girl back through the door she had previously entered through, Ash's amber eyes gazed sorrowfully at all of the Pokémon being taken care of. I didn't realize there was so many abandoned Pokémon. Yes. This is actually Mr. Fuji's house. He remodeled it like this so that there would be facilities to take care of the Pokémon. So many people here love him and what he does that they volunteer here to help him out. I'm actually a volunteer. My name is Rana. Giving Rana a small grin, Ash glances over at the Pokémon. I want to meet him and tell him how much I respect him for all that he does. Rana's brown eyes become downcast. That's just it, nobody dash. Her sentence is cut off when a man suddenly throws open the door, causing Ash to jump. I know where Mr. Fuji is. Someone saw him go into the Pokémon Tower. Another lady, who was rubbing aloe vera into an Odisha's leaves, sneers. And I bet Team Rocket is the reason he can't get out. Team Rocket? Yeah, I hear that they are stationed in the Pokémon Tower. I bet Mr. Fuji went there to convince them to leave the Pokémon there in peace. Ash shares a look with Pikachu and Eevee. The trio were all thinking the same thing. Walking through the levels of the Pokémon Tower, Ash is surprised that they haven't come across any members of Team Rocket yet. I would have thought that they would have popped up by now. Charmeleon, who was using his tail fire to lead the way, snorts. You know these types, Ash, they're cowards. I wouldn't doubt if they were all holed up in the top level. You're probably right as usual, Charmeleon. Those cowards probably didn't want to deal with whatever ghost Pokémon are floating around and made it to where it is relatively ghost-free. If there was one thing Ash couldn't stand, it was a coward. And Team Rocket seemed to be only composed of cowards. They hid behind their own Pokémon while stealing Pokémon from others because they were too lazy to get their own. It was sickening. It made Ash nauseated to his stomach thinking about all the Pokémon that were terrified for their lives and that missed their trainers. Team Rocket would pay. Well, we are on level 5 now, the top level is level 6, so once we head up those stairs I want all of you to be ready for battle. Pikachu, who had been nervously darting his black eyes around the creepy tower, nods his head resolutely. Of course, Pikapi. We are going to show those hooligans why they shouldn't be so cruel. Reaching up to rub Pikachu between his furry ears, Ash smiles at the bravery of the small electric type. The petite trainer knew Pikachu hated ghosts, evident in the way his small body would momentarily freeze at every shift of a shadow, but he bravely held his small head high. Ascending the final level of stairs, the petite trainer sneers in disgust. 3 Team Rocket members were lazing about. An older gentleman, who Ash assumed to be Mr. Fuji, was tightly bound with duct tape placed over his mouth. By the gaunt appearance of the man, Ash knew Team Rocket wasn't playing good host to him. What a pathetic group of cowards. Ash's voice is dripping with disdain. These were the monsters that had hurt Marowak. A green-haired member jumps to his feet, swiftly followed by his 2 cohorts. Who are you, kid? Tilting his chin higher and standing his ground, the amber-eyed trainer glares at the 3. My name is Ash Ketchum and I'm here to stop you. The green-haired trainer blinks in shock before his entire body is overpowered with mirth. Huh, like a wimpy trainer, like you could do anything. A Pikachu, Charmeleon and Eevee? Ha! You don't stand a chance. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ash grabs the bill of his hat and yanks it to face the back of his head. Then. Battle me. Grinning maliciously, the trainer unclips 3 ball from his belt, chuckling darkly when his 2 companions follow suit. Go. Pokeballs. Standing in front of Ash is 3 Zubat, Eradicate, 3 Coughing, a Rattata, and a Weezing. Glaring at the cheating trio, Ash releases Wartortle and Bulbasaur. He might be at a disadvantage in numbers, but his Pokémon were specially trained. I can't thank you enough, young man. Without you, who knows what could have happened to me. Or this town. I know Team Rocket was poaching the Pokémon around us too, but now that you have trounced them so thoroughly they might not come back. Ash awkwardly scratches the back of his head, not knowing what to do in the situation he has been placed in. Mr. Fuji was excited at the defeat of Team Rocket and has been praising the young trainer for a while now. Oh, I know you probably are done listening to this old man pander on. I was thinking on how I could repay you. He effortlessly ignores Ash's yelped protest, and now that I have seen how deep and wonderful your bond is with your Pokémon, I want to give you this. Mr. Fuji slides over a small box. Ash, not wanting to insult the old man and genuinely curious, opens the lid. In the box were 2 stones. One bigger than the other, but both were oddly colored. He has never seen anything like them before. I know you're probably curious as to what these are. Well, I can tell you that you won't be finding out for a while. I suggest you keep them on you. Though you won't be able to use them for at least a few years, when the time comes at least you will have them. Ash opens his mouth in order to politely deny the gift, but the old man wasn't falling for it. Nope. They are yours now. I don't need them. Also, I would give you Flute, but seeing as some kid named something or other took my last one, I want to gift you with a Pokémon. Amber eyes widen, tanned hands waving fanatically in front of the wrinkled older man. Said man only smiles crookedly at the youth. There is no use in denying me. Pulling a Pokeball from the inside of his coat pocket, Mr. Fuji drops it into Ash's startled hands. You will be facing Sabrina next, right? This Pokémon is a ghost type and should be able to help in the gym. I just caught it before Team Rocket captured me. He was causing mischief in the lower levels of the tower. Looking down at the Pokeball laying innocently in his hands, Ash groans. Of course, Mr. Fuji. Thank you. Mr. Fuji grins at the young trainer. Of course, Ash. Run along now. It is a couple days' walk to Saffron City. Sliding the wooden box into a pocket of his backpack and clipping the newly acquired Pokémon to his belt, Ash waves goodbye to the old man. Mr. Fuji's eyes trail after the young man. He shared such a deep bond with his Pokémon. He knew if anyone would be able to tame the Pokémon he gifted him as well as figure out the secret to the stones, it would be him. He had faith that the ebony-haired youth would do him proud. Ash and his team sit in a small circle eating their respected lunches. While in Lavender Town, Nurse Joy had allowed the young trainer access to the kitchen so he was able to cook enough Pokémon food to last a few weeks. Ash, why haven't you let out the new Pokémon that old man gave you? Wartortle asks his trainer curiously. Pikachu had informed the entire group of the exchange between the two and they were curious to who their new team member was. Shrugging uncomfortably, Ash picks at his food. I just feel like I'm cheating the Pokémon. They probably didn't even want to get captured and now here they are. Getting forced on a journey with me. Bulbasaur snorts before using a vine to gently thump Ash upside the head. Please, Ash. We all know that if the Pokémon doesn't want to go on the journey with us you will let it go. Yeah. If there is one thing we have all learned it is that you will never do something that you know we wouldn't want. Charmeleon says resolutely. His trainer was truly a blessing. Charmeleon knew that if Ash was different or if he had a different trainer his attitude would have changed greatly upon evolving. His need to prove himself would have grown and festered until he became someone no trainer or Pokémon would want to be around. But Ash, kind, sweet, gentle, Ash showered Charmeleon with affection and helped him become stronger. He was a great leader. Yeah. So let out our possible newest family member. I want to meet M. Eevee exclaims excitably, jumping around with food still hanging from his mouth. Scrunching his nose in disgust at the display, Pikachu uses a weak thunder shock on the fox-like Pokémon. Eevee glares at the electric mouse but doesn't retaliate. It was known between all the Pokémon that Pikachu was the strongest on the team. Fine, fine. If it will get all of you to stop complaining. Though his words sound rough, the teasing note dissipates any hard feelings. Unclipping the ball from his belt, and nervously casting his friends a glance, Ash tosses the Pokeball into the middle of the group. A 4 feet 11 inches purple ghost-type Pokémon emerges from the ball, blinking its red eyes in confusion. Looking around, the ghost immediately spots the only human. "How dare you, human, catch me!" The amazingly handsome and dashingly powerful Gengar. All of Ash's team freeze in shock before howling in amusement. The way Gengar had used his stubby arms to throw the most dramatic poses was enough to make them cry. Ash could only look on in shock. "Answer me, human, and equally as delusional Pokémon. What makes you think someone as majestic as myself would be captured?" Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Ash could only hope this didn't end in an unfair 5-on-1 fight. His friends hated when someone insults them, they loathed when someone insults their trainer. Gengar groans in bliss, happily stuffing his face with more of the Pokémon food Ash had given him. After a bit of a rough start, and a surprisingly hot ember to the butt, Gengar and the rest of the team had come to an understanding. Ash, who Gengar thought was too little for his age, had patiently explained what had happened and how he came to possess the Pokeball that held the ghost type. The other Pokémon stood behind their trainer, glowering and giving off a very "mess with our trainer and we will rearrange your face" type vibe. If there was one thing the purple Pokémon knew, it was not to PSS off so many different Pokémon at once. So he had listened to the amber-eyed trainer. He had given Gengar the chance to leave, as well as explaining what would be expected of him if he stayed. He likes the kid's spunk. It didn't hurt that his other Pokémon were shinning with health and, thanks to his ghost-type powers, were stronger than the average one of their species. And they all had a drive to prove themselves. Gengar knew they would go far. It was why he decided to stay with the kid, for now. If he proved that he couldn't handle his awesomeness, then he would leave. "I've got to say, kid, this is some of the best stuff I have ever tasted." Gengar meant it too. Ash chuckles awkwardly, using his right hand to sheepishly scratch against his cheek. "Well, I wanted to be able to take care of any Pokémon that joined me on my journey. Plus I love food." Red eyes glanced down towards the plate holding 3 sandwiches sitting pristinely in the kid's lap. He wasn't kidding. For a scrawny little fella, he sure could put a lot away. "Heh. You aren't too bad, kid." Pikachu, who was silently watching the exchange with the rest of the team, took that moment to speak up. "You say that now. Just wait until tomorrow when he starts training with you. After he adds those weights you'll feel like dying." Snorting, Charmeleon glances towards his own weights innocently resting by the base of the tree. Ash did not joke around when it came to training. After evolving the trainer up the weights 20 pounds. The red lizard Pokémon's muscles were still aching. It was a sentiment the entire group shared. "Oh. It can't be that bad. Maybe you just can't handle the pressure. But don't worry about me, my muscles bulge and I am incredibly amazing." Gengar takes the moment to flex his stubby arms. Coughing to cover his laugh, Wartortle grins maliciously. He could not wait for the loud-mouthed ghost type to be forced to eat his own words. The turtle Pokémon knew personally how much like hell it felt to have a weight strapped around your body, making it more difficult to move. It was what was making him faster, especially when the weights came off. "I can't wait to see all that big talk be put to the test tomorrow. I know Ash was planning on heading to the gym tomorrow, but the week we are taking off to make you catch up with us will be more than worth it." If the other Pokémon agreed with Bulbasaur, they didn't show it. Though they were a lot better at hiding their masochistic tendencies. Bulbasaur was also thankful for the week-long extra training session because it would give him more time to battle Charmeleon. While the grass type knew he could never build an immunity towards the other, he was getting better at being able to handle the heat exerted from a flamethrower. Ash, who was stroking Eevee's fur with a combing brush, jolted slightly. Twisting around to reach into his backpack, the 10-year-old pulls out the red Pokédex Professor Oak had given to him. "I completely forgot about this. It slipped my mind because I already know the basics of your species that I never thought to scan you." Plus Professor Oak gave Dexter an update. Do you guys mind if I scan you? All of his Pokémon, including Gengar, nod in agreement. They were curious about the new update. Throwing a dimpled smile towards his team, Ash pointed the Pokédex at Pikachu first. Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokémon. It can generate electric attacks from the pouches located on its cheeks. Level 47. Ability, static with the hidden ability Lightning Rod. Moves known, Tail Whip, Thunder Shock, Growl, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Feint, Double Team, Spark, Discharge, Slam, Thunderbolt, Iron Tail, Agility. This Pokémon has the Egg move Focus Punch that has not been unlocked yet. Wow, Pikachu. I didn't know you had an Egg move. That will be awesome in battle later. Pikachu only smirks at his longtime friend. Grinning in excitement, Ash scans Eevee next. Eevee, the evolution Pokémon. This Pokémon can evolve into a variety of different types. Level 39. Ability, adaptability with the hidden ability Anticipation. Moves known, Dark Pulse, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Helping Hand, Swift, Quick Attack, Double Edge, Takedown, Baton Pass, Body Slam, Headbutt, and Shadow Ball. This Pokémon has the Egg move Curse that has not been unlocked yet. I'm almost caught up to your level, Pikachu. Eevee shouts, bouncing around happily. Rolling his eyes in fond amusement, Pikachu flicks his tail slightly at the younger Pokémon. Watching the display fondly, the trainer points Dexter at Charmeleon next. Charmeleon, the flame Pokémon. This Pokémon is known for its love to battle. If the flame goes out on its tail, it will die. Level 31. Ability, Blaze and the hidden ability Solar Power. Moves known, Ember, Growl, Scratch, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Scary Face, Fire Fang, Flame Blast, Bite, Metal Claw, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Claw, Flamethrower, Protect. This Pokémon has the Egg move Focus Punch which it has not unlocked yet. Softly smiling at the pleased look on the fire type's face, Ash quickly moves onto Wartortle. Wartortle, the turtle Pokémon. This Pokémon has a tough shell that it can retreat into to help lessen the effects of attacks. Level 29. Ability, Torrent with the hidden ability Rain Dish. Moves known, Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun, Withdraw, Bubble, Bite, Rapid Spin, Protect, Water Pulse, Rain Dance, Hidden Power. This Pokémon has the Egg move Mirror Coat that has not been unlocked yet. Nodding his head in approval, Ash points his Pokédex at Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. This Pokémon has a giant bulb on its back that it can use to release different types of powders and aromas. Level 24. Ability, Overgrow with the hidden ability Chlorophyll. Moves known, Tackle, Growl, Leech Seed, Vine Whip, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Takedown, Razor Leaf, Sweet Scent, Growth, Bind, Endure, Giga Drain, Protect, Solar Beam. This Pokémon has the Egg move Charm that has not been unlocked yet. Beaming at his toughest member, Ash moves onto his newest. Gengar, the Shadow Pokémon. If this Pokémon is close by, you will feel a chill run down your back. It is known to play pranks. Level 31. Ability, Levitate. Moves known, Hypnosis, Lick, Spite, Mean Look, Nightshade, Confuse Ray. This Pokémon has the Egg move Fire Punch that has not been unlocked yet. Okay, so you all have a pretty good move pool. But by the time we are done with this week, I want you, Gengar, to have learned some more moves. Your pool is too shallow. We do not want that to be taken advantage of. Everyone else, it is grinding time. We are upping weights and really going to put all of our effort into this. While the other Pokémon cheered along with Ash, Gengar couldn't help but think of what he got himself into. Anime tears. Big, fat, gigantic anime tears were spewing from the corners of Gengar's eyes. Why? Why? Why did he have to choose such a sadistic trainer? Come on Jengar. All you have to do is beat your fastest time and then you can take a break. Easy dash, Jengar wheezes, struggling to breath, for you to say. Sighing, Ash looks down at the small stopwatch resting in his palm. Jengar. The area is only 200 meters. Everyone else finished theirs in only 20 seconds. You are struggling to make it in 46. But I also have weights on. Weights. The ghost Pokémon continues to complain as his stumpy legs begin shaking with overexertion. Pinching the bridge of his nose, amber eyes glare at the purple Pokémon. And I told you to fly instead of run. But you decided not to listen to me. Stopping to catch his breath, Jengar greedily SCKS in the oxygen around him. He knew Ash repeatedly told him to fly instead of run, but the way the other Pokémon were looking at him made him want to push himself harder. They were all so strong, running with their heavier weights in a faster time than Jengar could manage. It hurt his pride. Back at the tower he was used to being the strongest, the best. He was the only fully evolved Pokémon there. And now, Jengar bemoans silently, now I can barely keep up with only 15 pounds strapped around me. Moving from his spot against a pecha berry tree, Ash makes his way across the small clearing until he is kneeling in front of the depressed Pokémon, unmindful of the dirt staining his jeans. Stroking the ghost type gently behind the ear, Ash pours some of his aura into the newest member of his team until he calms down. It is not fair to compare yourself to the others, they have been with me longer and have had time to get used to this type of training. It is only your third day. I have faith in you that you will get better. You just have to have faith in yourself. Now, Ash beams, dimples showing, why don't you show me those huge muscles you were bragging about? Crimson eyes glow in newfound determination. If Ash believed he could do it, then by Giratina he would. Mewtwo effortlessly tosses aside a challenger's Raticate. Was this his life? Was this what his entire existence was going to amount to? Remaining stationary and battling weaker Pokémon? Tilting his head, Mewtwo contemplates. Maybe he was stronger because he was a clone. Because he was created? And what was that mysterious energy he felt spiking every now and then? He knew it was coming from the northeast, but that was all he was able to discern so far. Mewtwo, let us take our leave. Amethyst-colored eyes flicker towards the orange-clad man. His partner. He would ponder these questions another day. Jumping up and down in elation, Ash gesticulates his arms wildly. Good job Jengar. You did it. Beaming in pride, Jengar flexes his, admittedly weak, muscles. Oh yeah baby. You know it. Eevee, who was cheering the ghost type along while the other Pokémon trained, jumps into the stubby arms of the ghost type. Yay! I am so proud of you brother. Now you can show all those Pokémon who is the meanest of them all. Twirling the silver-colored fox around in a circle, Jengar's crimson eyes sparkle with happiness. He had managed to beat his time. And by a complete 6 minutes. I told you you could do it. Ash wraps his skinny arms around the laughing duo. Now we just need to work on giving you a bigger move pool. I was thinking we could start learning Thunderbolt and Shadow Claw by the time we head for Saffron City. Eevee licks his newest brother on the cheek, ignoring the whine Jengar let out. I am sure Pikachu will help you with Thunderbolt. Jengar shivers. He felt like the yellow mouse still had it in for him. Maybe he would show how harmless he was with a few pranks. Sabrina stands between two towering elm trees silently watching the young Pokémon trainer make his way through the woods, towards her city, with his Pokémon. Tossing her ball gently between her pale hands, Sabrina ponders the best way to approach this trainer. He was traveling with all of his Pokémon out, which gave the small doll the perfect opportunity to see which ones he had. And luckily for him, and her, the young Aura Guardian has a Jengar. Normally she would have approached the young trainer, but with the ghost type by his side she could not risk it. Sighing sadly, Sabrina pouts cutely down at her ball, her gigantic hat casting a shadow over her eyes. She would just have to wait to officially meet her Sabrina's future friend when he arrives at the gym. Giggling, Sabra casts one last look before turning around and running off into the forest. Finally entering Saffron City, amazed amber eyes gaze around at all the buildings. Wow, have you guys ever seen anything like it? Pikachu, who was resting on his usual spot on Ash's shoulder, shakes his head in awe. No Pikapi. Look at all the buildings. They are so tall. Giggling, Eevee nuzzles his soft head against Ash's chest. I was only just hatched when Professor Oak gave me to you. I have never seen anything like it either. I bet there is so many places to visit and see. Smirking mischievously, Gengar dances a jig from his spot floating above his trainer's hat-clad head. I usually stuck near the tower, but there is a lot of people to prank here. They never stood a chance against the awesomeness that was my pranks. Ebony eyes glare at the floating ghost type. Don't think Charmeleon or I have forgiven you yet for tricking us into eating rocks. Wartortle hasn't forgotten about the Beedrill incident either. Snickering, Gengar flashes the yellow mouse an innocent smile, ignoring the eye rolls from Eevee and Ash. Over the past week the team had learned that Gengar loved pranks. He disguised 2 rocks to look like orange berries, which he then gave to Pikachu and Charmeleon. The 2 Pokémon were baffled at the show of generosity but still attempted to eat the berries, which ended in sore teeth and Gengar on the receiving end of a dual-action Thunderbolt and Flamethrower. Wartortle was another unfortunate victim of the sneaky ghost type. Gengar had tricked the water Pokémon into going into a Beedrill nest to get honey, only to be attacked by the hidden angered bug types when they realized what was happening. It finally took several powerful flamethrowers to get the agitated Pokémon to retreat. Bulbasaur got off mildy compared to the rest. He woke up floating in the middle of the small lake on nothing more than a tiny plank that was barely keeping him afloat. Not that those were the only pranks Gengar pulled, but they were the most memorable ones. The only people that didn't get pranked was Eevee and Ash. Ash, the Pokémon assumed, because he was their trainer and would not be scared to make Gengar run extra laps, and Eevee because the small silver fox spent a lot of time with the purple Pokémon. It's not my fault you guys made it so easy. Gengar smirks. He might be the weakest physically on the team, but that didn't mean he wasn't the sneakiest. Ash, wanting to stop the argument before it could become a full-blown fight, points towards the oddly shaped gym. Look guys. It is the Saffron City Gym. If we beat Sabrina then we can get a marsh badge. But who are you going to use to battle? I know you have it between me, Eevee and Gengar, but you haven't chosen one of us yet. Pikachu questions his longtime friend. Stroking Eevee's long ears, Ash contemplates. Well, you are the strongest on my team, so you could try to take her Pokémon out with sheer power, but with the way Professor Oak was talking about the gym leaders I don't know if that would even work. Eevee has had training with Bill's Alakazam and knows some dark-type moves that could be helpful. The only problem is Eevee lost all his battles against Alakazam because of teleport and only just started landing hits right before we left. Gengar would be the obvious choice because of his type along with the fact he can disappear and reappear at will, but he doesn't have the training the rest of you have. So I guess which one of you wants to battle her? Hurriedly cutting in before the other 2 could, Gengar quickly blurts out, I want to battle her. The others have had the chance to prove how strong they are, now it is my turn. Plus like you said I have a type advantage. Reaching out to grab one of Gengar's small hands, Ash opens his mouth to speak but is interrupted. If you are trying to enter the Pokémon League, young man, this is one gym I suggest you stay away from. Turning on his heel, Ash comes face to face with a bearded older man. What is that supposed to mean? Ash demands. He hates when people suggest his Pokémon are weak. He knows that most trainers his age don't really bother to train their Pokémon, thus resulting in them doing poorly in battle, but it makes him so angry when people just assume all young trainers are like that. Even Eevee is slightly growling, Pikachu's cheeks are sparking, and Gengar is glowering at the jogging male. Sabrina is known to be tough. You are just better off going to one of the non-major gyms to get a badge. The man says nonchalantly. He didn't want to see another young trainer hurt. His daughter has lost herself. She was ruthless and cruel. And this seems like such a nice young kid. Well, just because I am young doesn't mean I am weak. I have trained my Pokémon to the very best of my abilities and they are strong because of that. The man's shadowed eyes glance over his 3 Pokémon. Your Pokémon are not even in their Pokeballs, young man. Silently hissing, amber eyes spit venom at the older man. That doesn't mean anything. I like to keep them out and they like it too. Just wait, I will get the marsh badge and you will see. Grimacing, the man turns and begins jogging away. Gengar, in revenge for the way the man talked about his trainer and his new brothers, used his ghost-type abilities to trip the man, snickering when the embarrassed male falls on his face. Quickly standing and dusting himself off, he resumes his jogging, but before he is out of sight he calls over his shoulder, "We'll see, kid. We will see." Glaring as he watches the man jog away, Ash turns back towards the gym and begins to angrily stomp his way towards the glass doors, muttering under his breath. Eevee, Gengar, and Pikachu exchange looks. They have never seen Ash that mad before. Not even Pikachu. It's okay, Pikapi. We will show him. His other 2 Pokémon nod their heads in agreement. We have to challenge Sabrina. We have to have a marsh badge in order to enter the Pokémon League. Entering through the doors, Ash glances around at the orange walls, noting the distinct lack of people. Hello. Ash calls out. Is anyone here? Not getting a reply, the Blackette shrugs his shoulders, careful of Pikachu, and begins making his way down one of the twisting passageways. After a couple minutes of walking, the 4 happen upon a door. Peeking through the small glance window, Ash pps an eyebrow when he notices people going through a variety of physic tricks. Kid! What are you doing here? Letting out a surprised gasp, Ash turns towards the heavily accented voice. A man with long brown hair pulled back into a ponytail, and oddly enough a medical mask covering his face, is standing in front of him. We've come to ask for a Pokémon match so that we could try to earn a marsh badge. Scowling at the young cocky trainer, Freyasher begins his tirade. You want to challenge the great Sabrina? Glaring when the trainer and his Pokémon nod, Freyasher pulls a spoon from his white lab coat and begins to concentrate his minimal psychic powers on it. Feeling them sluggishly work towards bending the spoon, Freyasher sighs in relief when it bends slightly. Flushed, but proud, the brunette holds the spoon out. You cannot control a psychic-type Pokémon without having telekinetic powers. Humming, Ash plucks the spoon from the man's fingers. That's what you think. Calming his mind, Ash manipulates his aura to bend the spoon in half. What? Freyasher bellows, grabbing the kid by his jacket and roughly shaking him. How could you, a kid, manage what I couldn't? What type of psychic powers do you have? Pikachu, not liking how the man was roughly handling his friend, sends a thundershock towards the brunette, watching in satisfaction when he lets go and momentarily drops to the floor. I would appreciate if you did not grab me again. My Pokémon are very protective. Ash states, soothingly petting Eevee who had been shaken up. And it wasn't physic powers, if you must know. Freyasher, who had picked himself up, sneers down at the kid. Then what was it? My secret. Ash smirks. Now, please take me to Sabrina so that I can have a match. Very well. Freyasher states. Sabrina will wipe the floor with a kid like this. Leading the young trainer and his Pokémon through the winding halls of the gym, he pushes open a set of double doors leading to the battling arena. The gym room had the classical field, but there was torches sitting at either side of a shielded spot at the end of the field. Walking up towards the steps, Freyasher kneels down. Sabrina, this trainer wishes to battle you. Though I do not know why you would waste your time with such a loser. He begins to cackle, surely Sabrina would see how great he was and how much he cared for her after saying this. Ash watches as a light goes on, illuminating the small sectioned-off room. A small girl dressed in a white and pink dress with a matching hat is shown through the blinds. The girl's eyes begin glowing blue as she captures the man in her psychic powers. "Please," Freyasher croaks, struggling to breath. "Forgive me. It is not my place to decide who can battle you, Great One." Screaming in fright, Freyasher scrambles from the room when Sabrina releases her hold on him. Watching as the man runs from the run, and deciding it wasn't worth it, Ash turns back toward Sabrina. "Sabrina, my name is Ash Ketchum and I request an official match from you." Giggling bounces off the walls. "I accept your challenge but," the high-pitched girlish voices demands, "if you lose then you have to be my friend and let me play with you." Sabrina glances down curiously at Sabra. While Sabra has made such demands in the past, it is usually given to other girls. Sabra loves playing dress-up and dolls. Though Sabrina could not find it too odd, her emotions must be bouncing off of her and towards Sabra. The small doll could have felt her anger at the idiot who insulted the Aura Guardian. While she didn't know how she would react towards him, she did not suspect such protectiveness. "Be your friend?" Ash muses. His aura was telling him something was off about the little girl, he just doesn't know what. "Of course I will be your friend." While he does not know why his aura is acting all funky, if a small child was requesting for him to be her friend, he could not refuse. The shades raise quickly and it is shown that the small girl is sitting on someone's lap. The older girl has deep blue eyes and dark green hair and was wearing a strange red dress with huge gold buttons. So, the battle begins. Using her psychic powers to lift herself from her chair, Sabrina floats onto the field, holding Sabra in her arms. Coming into the light, Sabrina finally has a clear view of the other. He was about 4 feet 6 inches, with amber eyes and his spiky black hair is covered with an official League Pokémon hat. His slim body was clothed in slightly baggy jeans and a black t-shirt with a cut-off jacket over it. His tennis shoes are just beginning to show their continuous wear. His tan skin highlights the scars on his cheeks. A Pikachu is resting on his shoulder and a shiny EV is held securely in his arms. "One-on-one, an all-out match," agreed. Sabrina states, coming out of her evaluation of the young guardian. Ash nods in agreement, ignoring the way his aura kept tugging at him. "Agreed." Slightly dipping her head, Sabrina allows Sabra to use their psychic powers to gently drop her Pokeball onto the ground. "Go, Abra." "An Abra, huh? Go Gengar." Gengar, who had previously been invisible, appears in front of Abra on the field. "Are you ready to lose to the awesomeness that is me?" Gengar boasts extravagantly before sweat dropping when he notices Abra is asleep. "What? Are you seriously asleep right now?" Growling angrily, Gengar sends a thunderbolt towards the psychic Pokémon. Sabrina, who was surprised at the ghost type's appearance, uses her powers to wake Abra, causing both of their eyes to glow red. Abra, waking up, teleports away from the attack and appears on the other side of the field. Gengar watches as the Abra evolves into a Kadabra. Well, that was some type of luck. If it would have stayed an Abra it could have been an easy win because the Abra might have stayed asleep during their attacks and thus a sitting Psyduck. "Congratulations Sabrina," Ash tells the gym leader. "It was always exciting when one of your Pokémon got stronger." Sabra giggles, he was so polite. "Thank you Ashy." Sweat dropping, Ash shakes himself off. At least she didn't say, "Ashy boy." "Stupid Gary Oak." Gengar, mean look. Ash shouts, hopefully this plan will work. Gengar nods in understanding, he thinks he knows where Ash is going with this. Using mean look on Kadabra, Gengar is pleased when it lands successfully. "Now, quick Gengar. Nightshade. Kadabra, teleport." Sabrina orders emotionlessly, but gasps in surprise when it doesn't work. "What? How?" Mean look is used to prevent Pokémon from leaving battle or being switched out. I figured if I used it on Kadabra it would prevent him from using teleport. Feeling her powers flare in rage, Sabrina gives this battle her full attention. Obviously this aura user was not like most rookie trainers, and because of her assumptions Kadabra was badly hurt from the direct attack. Recover. Kadabra heals himself, leaving behind no trace of the super effective attack. At least she has that move to fall back on. Gengar, don't let that trip you up, Will-O-Wisp. Kadabra, dodge it. Kadabra just barely makes it out of the way, though he could swear he could feel the heat from the attack. Now Kadabra, Psychic. Dodge it. And then counter with Sucker Punch. Nimbly dodging away, Gengar appears behind Kadabra, punching the Pokémon in the side and sending him flying. Scowling when Kadabra harshly hits the wall, Sabrina again has to calm down her powers. Kadabra, recover and then use Confusion. Gengar, captured by the confusion, is thrown repeatedly against the ceiling and floor, his body hitting hard each time. Hang in there Gengar, Dark Pulse. Ash shouts, his grip on Eevee tightening enough for the small silver Pokémon to wiggle from his arms and join Pikachu on his other shoulder. Gasping in pain, Gengar sends out the Dark-type attack, sighing in relief when it hits causing the other Pokémon to release his attack. Recover. Use Double Team and follow it up with Psybeam. Gengar, Dark Pulse again. If we can't pick the right one then we will just have to hit them all. Gengar nods, sending out his attack. However, both attacks clash in mid-air causing them to explode. Sabrina and Ash both wait for the smoke to clear. Kadabra and Gengar are both bruised and breathing heavy. Recover. Disable. Ash calls desperately. Gengar wouldn't last if Sabrina kept recovering her Pokémon. Feeling her heart race from the thrill of the battle, Sabrina can feel a grin twitching onto her lips. She feels so engaged. All their attacks keep bouncing off each other. Kadabra and Gengar are evenly matched. And Kadabra can't use Recover anymore. There is a chance she could lose this. She hasn't lost to a trainer in a long time. Their battle wages on, the field slowly being destroyed from the force of their attacks. She would definitely need to repair it after this battle. Kadabra, Psybeam. Gengar, slowed from their battling, gets hit directly. If he was any other type, he would have fainted. Still, the attack sent him crashing into the ground. Get up Gengar. I have faith in you. Hearing his trainer's voice, Gengar weakly pushes himself up until he is standing. His head is spinning. He can't last another attack. Kadabra would win if he can't end this soon. You are getting too weak. We need to finish this quick. Shadow Ball now. Ash knows Gengar doesn't have the stamina and endurance to last much longer. He hopes an all-out offensive strike would be what it takes to win this. Releasing the dark ball of energy, Gengar scowls when Kadabra dodges. Now. Dark Pulse, and don't let up. Kadabra gasps in pain from the continuous super effective attack. He is too tired to move. With Recover being disabled and teleport off the table for now, he is screwed. Finish it up now. Shadow Claw. Charging towards the weakened psychic type, Gengar lands a direct hit causing the other to faint. Sabrina stands frozen. Her Kadabra. Her strongest Pokémon. Defeated. Gengar slumps slightly in relief before regaining some of his energy and begins dancing around the field and pulling weird faces. He thought he was going to lose for sure. He was so grateful he was able to prove himself in front of Ash. Sabra feels her eyes welling up in tears, before they begin strkng down her porcelain face. Now you won't be my friend or play with me. Ash, who had frozen mid-hug with Gengar, looks at the crying little girl. Just because I won doesn't mean I won't be your friend, silly. Sniffling, Sabra eyes the other wearily. She just needs to play her cards right. Really? Yes, the petite trainer beams. Of course. Using Sabrina's powers, the small doll floats from her stunned master towards the ebony-haired aura user. And you will be Sabrina's friend too? Amber eyes glance from the little girl and gaze into the stunned ones of the Saffron Gym leader. There was something about the other. Something his aura was pulling him towards. It wants them to be friends, or at least get to know each other. I would love to be friends with Sabrina. Sabrina, who has shaken off her shock, returns Kadabra to his Pokeball before glaring at the petite trainer. And why would someone like you want to be friends with me? Even though her psychic powers are angry with her rudeness towards the other, Sabrina has to know. No one ever wanted to be her friend. They always wanted something from her. I don't know. Ash says honestly. I just know something is pulling me towards you. I want to get to know you. Clenching and unclenching her fists, Sabrina's blue eyes begin to fill with tears, the same way Sabra's did just moments earlier. It is just your aura that is saying that. If it wasn't for your aura you would have already gotten your badge and left ages ago. Ping his head in confusion, beautiful amber eyes gaze at the psychic user in bafflement. How did you know I can control aura? And why would it have any effect on me wanting to be your friend? Using her powers to summon Sabra back to her, the gym leader presses the small doll possessively towards her chest. Sabra was her only comfort right now. Because long ago when Aura Guardians and natural psychics roamed the earth, Arceus made it to where the two would always be natural allies, scared of the destruction they would cause if they were enemies. It is only that reason why you want to be my friend. Nothing else. Taking in her words, and filtering it through his lessons, Ash shakes his head. Exactly. They were natural allies. Allies. That didn't mean they had to be friends. They just had to get along well enough not to fight. I want to be your friend Sabrina because you seem lonely. I know what it feels like to be lonely. I never had any friends growing up until I met Pikachu. He was my only friend, and while I am gaining new friends and family in the form of Pokémon, I still do not have any human friends. I grew up an introvert and an outcast and now I suffer from social anxiety. But you make my aura calm. I know I can trust you. Just like you can trust me. We can be each other's first friends. What do you say? Seeing the genuine truth in Ash's eyes, and feeling his aura that projected nothing but honesty, Sabrina felt herself truly smile and be happy for her first time in a long time. I would love that. Sabra grinned sweetly. Her work in this realm is done. Using what was left of her life force, Sabra gives Sabrina one last hug before she fades away, joining the others that were waiting for her. Wait, so you mean to tell me you actually had your mom turned into a doll and sitting in your doll house? Ash exclaims flabbergasted. Blushing bashfully, Sabrina scratches the back of her head, a habit she is sure she got from Ash. Yes. But I released her and everybody else. No hard feelings either. Laughing uproariously, Ash hits his fist against his leg in mirth. Oh my Arceus Sabrina. You were something else. Regaining his composure, Ash reaches across the table, being mindful of the tea cup in her hand, and ruffles his new friend's deep green hair. At least your mom and dad are back together and happy. Blue eyes softening, the psychic nods happily. Yes, and they want to be a family. Now that I'm not drowning in my powers anymore I can finally start being a good daughter to them. You were always the apple of their eyes. Now you can finally see it. Sabrina smiles gently at Ash. The Aura Guardian has been staying with Sabrina for almost 2 weeks now. The two were becoming something similar to brother and sister. They were able to use their powers to show each other memories from their pasts. Their Pokémon got along too. Surprisingly Kadabra, Gengar, Eevee and Pikachu were thick as thieves. The four could always be spotted playing with each other or training. Gengar even got the three to help him in his pranks on the poor unsuspecting townspeople. And while at first Ash was leery around Rick and Amanda, Sabrina's parents, he slowly started opening up to them too. That was after Rick apologized and thanked him profusely for giving him his little girl back. It is really cool how you have this Pokémon playground here in the gym. I would never have thought it. Ash comments, looking over at Charmeleon, Bulbasaur and Wartortle playing on the toys. It was nice to see them so relaxed. Sabra had insisted on it. She always said I might need it for when I make more Pokémon friends. Sabrina reminisces. Well, my Pokémon seem to love it. Ash beams. Speaking of Pokémon, where is your egg? The Saffron Gym leader questions. I left it with Nurse Joy this morning. She is giving it a full evaluation. She said I could pick it back up later tonight. The green-haired girls hum slightly, before turning back towards Ash with her eyes gleaming. Well, while we wait to go pick it up, what do you say we practice with your aura some more? Ash groans. 2 weeks. 2 weeks he has been with Sabrina and every day she was pushing him towards his breaking point with their training. Though he couldn't complain. He was making leaps and bounds now that he has Sabrina's help. They had even begun being able to communicate telepathically, something they were both excited about because it meant they could keep in touch even when Ash returns to his journey. They wouldn't have to wait till he finds a phone to call with. Amber Eyes watched Sabrina's gym battle with awe. Ever since all of their Pokémon began training with each other, Kadabra has really improved his speed and endurance. With Gengar being able to disable both recover and teleport, it had made the psychic type really have to think on its feet. And the way Sabrina was expertly handling a challenger's Haunter really showed that. Haunter is unable to battle, Kadabra wins. Ash calls out. Pikachu, who was sitting on his shoulder, lets out a cry of happiness before running onto the field and tackling the larger Pokémon. Rolling his eyes in perfect sync with Sabrina, Ash walks over to check over the burnt yellow Pokémon while Sabrina consults with the trainer. Stroking the light blue shell of his egg, Ash hums in delight when he feels the small push against his hand when he sends some of his aura into the egg. The egg was close to hatching. Nurse Joy said it would probably only be a few more days. Ash was excited. He couldn't wait to see the newest member of his family. Besides practicing his aura with Sabrina, and letting his Pokémon bond and have time to just have fun, Ash was waiting on the egg to hatch before he begins his journey again. He knew the unborn baby would feel most comfortable if it hatched somewhere that he, Ash, found safe. And what safer place than Sabrina's gym? It was also an added plus that the baby would have the chance to meet Sabrina. The older girl was like a sister to him after all these weeks, plus their memory sharing made it seem like they had known each other all their lives. Don't worry, little one. When you finally decide to come out, you will have so many family members willing to protect you, you will never have to worry about coming to harm. Feeling another warm pulse against his palm at those words, Ash flashes his dimples down at the egg. It was on the 3rd day of his 5th week that the egg began hatching. Sabrina, Kadabra, Ash, Pikachu, Eevee, Gengar, Charmeleon, Wartortle, and Bulbasaur were all gathered around the large egg. Come on, you are almost there. Pikachu urges the baby. Small cracks and light was shining through, leaving all the Pokémon restless and excited. Once you hatch, I will show you all sorts of cool moves and help you get super strong. Charmeleon, Wartortle admonishes. It will only still be just a hatchling. So. That doesn't mean I can't start teaching my new littlest family member early. Charmeleon states, scowling lightly at the water type. You two better stop before this turns into a fight. Our newest sibling is about to be born, they don't need to come into the world hearing you two bickering. Bulbasaur states, breaking up the fight before it could even start. Ever the peacekeeper. Eevee says, giggling. You know how these two are. They love riling each other up. Bulbasaur exclaims before shrugging. Hey now. We are not that bad. Wartortle pouts. The key word in that sentence being, that. Pikachu, who was listening in, snickers. Shoo you guys. The egg is almost done hatching. Shutting up at Kadabra's words, the group turned their attention back to the almost hatched egg. Shielding their eyes when the light got too bright to look at, the group finally got the chance to see their new member. A Dratini? Sabrina gasps. You are lucky, Ash. The 6-foot-long blue snake-like Pokémon only cutely tilts her winged head to the side. Misty Waterflower punches a smug-looking Gary Oak over the back of his head. What did I say about acting like such a stuck-up snob? Misty screeches. She had started traveling with Gary at this beginning of his journey a few months ago. The egotistical brunette had completely ruined her bike while he was training with his Squirtle, and while Misty adored water-type Pokémon, that bike was the only thing she had ever earned herself with her own money. And that this smug little brat refused to pay for it to be fixed, it irked her. Especially when he was traveling around in a sports car with a crap ton of cheerleaders. He obviously has the money to replace it, but he thought he was too good to. That was 6 months ago though. They had grown to be an amazing pair of friends. She had forced him to drop the cheerleaders and start making the journey more about his own experiences than just trying to prove he was better than others. And while Misty helped him learn to curb his egotistical tendencies, he helped her with her anger issues. The duo has really grown close. Rubbing his sore head, Gary glares at the water-type trainer. I was only congratulating Blastoise on mastering a new move. Crossing her arms over her chest, Misty huffs. Still. Rolling his eyes, Gary sticks his tongue out at the red head. You're just jealous because you can't teach that Psyduck to do anything. Why you? Misty yells, chasing a laughing Gary around their campsite. Dratini the Dragon Pokémon. This Pokémon is rare and was considered to be only a myth until very recently. Level 1. Ability, Shed Skin with the Hidden Ability Marvel Scale. Moves known, Wrap, Tackle, Leer. This Pokémon has the Egg move Extreme Speed that has not been unlocked yet. Ash listens to Dexter finish his assessment of Dratini while the dragon type happily munches on some freshly made Pokémon food. Surprisingly, it was not Pikachu or Eevee that instantly took a liking to the small snake-like Pokémon, it was Charmeleon. Since the hatching a few hours ago, the fire type was watching the baby like a Spearow. I wonder why Charmeleon took such a liking so quick to Dratini. Ash muses out loud, not expecting an answer. It's because he sees Dratini as a baby sister, we all do already. However, because of the severe nature in which he was abandoned as a Charmander, he has become overprotective of everyone he sees as family. Bulbasaur explains to his trainer. Smiling, Ash gently picks up the seed Pokémon and gently places him in his lap. Soothingly stroking the grass type under his ears and up his bulb, Bulbasaur becomes putty in Ash's hands. I just wish I could have saved him from that. I wish I could have saved all of you from that. Nuzzling his trainer's slightly calloused hand, the grass type purrs in bliss. He knows Ash. We all know. All those one-on-one counseling sessions you give us every day and then the group sessions have really showed us. Tan cheeks color slightly. I just want you all to never feel like you have to face your burdens alone. You all have me as well as each other. We are a family. Using his vine to give his trainer a loose hug, Bulbasaur cuddles deeper into his warmth. We all know. We might not have been with you as long as Pikachu, but we all know you love us just as deeply. And we love you. Quirking a smile that shows off his dimples, warm amber eyes gaze at the scene in front of them. Dratini is being watched after by an overprotective Charmeleon. Pikachu, Eevee, Gengar, and Kadabra and curled up into a mass ball taking a nap. Wartortle was floating around in the small pond Sabrina had put in just for him. If there was one thing the water type loves, it is floating on his back while napping. Feeling his heart swell at the sight, Ash continues his rhythmical strokes on Bulbasaur, chuckling softly when the grass type falls asleep too. If you follow Route 7 it will take you straight to Celadon City. Sabrina informs Ash. She already knows that he knows the way, but it makes her feel better by telling him again. Thank you, Sabrina. Throwing his arms around the taller female, Ash hugs the psychic user tightly. Don't forget to send me your thoughts whenever you want to talk. And I'll call you whenever I get to the cities. Hugging the petite male close to her body, Sabrina buries her face in his silky ebony hair. Don't forget to come visit me. You are my little brother now, and that means you have to see me whenever you get the chance. Plus I want to see how strong your Pokémon get. Beaming at the girl he considers his sister, Ash waves towards their Pokémon. With the way Gengar and Kadabra are, I would be lucky to get away with a couple of days without talking to you. Laughing, Sabrina consents to that. Let me know when you get to Celadon. Knowing you, you will probably go straight to the gym so you can try to catch up on lost time. Scratching the back of his head, Ash giggles. You know me. I want to be able to challenge the league when it comes around. If there is anybody that can make it through to have the chance to battle the Elite Four and then the champion, it would be you, Ashy. Grimacing at her teasing, Ash wags his tongue. Whatever you say, Bree Bree. Quickly pivoting on his heel, Ash begins sprinting away from the gym, his Pokémon running after him. If there was one thing Sabrina could not stand, it was being called Bree Bree. Giovanni glares at the green-haired underling in front of him. He couldn't remember his name at the moment, he considers it beneath him. What do you mean all work at the tower and the surrounding area has been stopped? Kevin was sweating profusely. As the agent in charge of the operation, it was his duty to tell the boss. However, this was his first chance in the past couple of weeks because Giovanni was previously too busy to talk to him. A kid with some super strong Pokémon came. He defeated me and all of the others in the area. After that, the townspeople as well as Sabrina, the gym leader, have been making sure we can't get into the area anymore. Slamming his fist onto his mahogany desk, Giovanni growls. Sabrina is known for being aloof and never leaving her gym. Catching himself before he can shrug, Kevin begins fidgeting with the bottom of his uniform shirt. The same trainer that kicked us all out is thought to be the same one that has brought the change in her. Black eyes sneer down at the pathetic grunt. What is his name? He said his name was Ash Ketchum, sir. Flicking a piece of imaginary lint from his suit, Giovanni twists his fingers, a sign all Rocket members learnt as a dismissal. A kid that could not only beat his grunts, but also get Sabrina out of that thick shell of hers. He would have to keep an eye out for this Ash Ketchum. And if he continued to get in his way? Well, Mewtwo has been acting bored lately. Walking through the streets of Celadon City with Pikachu on his left shoulder, Dratini wrapped around his neck, Eevee in his arms and Charmeleon walking by his side, the group made for an interesting sight. This is a grass-type gym, so I am going to use you, Charmeleon. You haven't battled in a gym yet, do you think you're up for it? I might not have battled in a gym yet, but I have battled many other opponents. Do not worry, Ash, this gym will be an easy win for us. Charmeleon replies, flicking his tail and wiggling his claws at his trainer. Dratini giggles at her big brother. Brother Char is silly. Oh, I am silly now, am I? I'll just have to show you how tough I can be then. Charmeleon boasts, taking a page from Gengar's books and flexing his arms at the dragon type. This only causes Dratini to giggle more, something Charmeleon was going for. Grinning at the display, Eevee shares a look with Pikachu. While they shared an NTMT connection with all of their teammates, the two have known each other the longest. Sliding his tanned hand down Dratini's long body, Ash relishes in these moments. If only Bulbasaur, Gengar and, his perpetually lazy, Wartortle were out with them, then they would be walking through Celadon like a family. Speaking of family, he needs to call his mom, Professor Oak and Sabrina. Hey, do you smell that? Eevee questions, wiggling from his spot in Ash's arms and jumping to sit on top of his head. His small black nose is pointed to the air and he is breathing in deeply. Charmeleon too sniffs the air. It smells like flowers. Using his tiny paws to grip onto his trainer tightly, Pikachu leans his body forward. It's perfume. Sporadically tightening and untightening around Ash's neck, Dratini hisses in excitement. Oh Ashy, can we go, please? I want to see it. It smells so good. Please, please, please. Dratini begs, her giant doe-like eyes crumping any resistance Ash would have had. While Delia raised Ash to not care what was boys and girls, Delia was never a big fan of perfume. She thought it was gaudy, expensive, and a waste of money. She always preferred the natural scent that came from good hygiene. It was something she instilled in Ash also, one of the reasons she reminded him to change his underwear so often. I guess so. If you really want to go, was the stuttered and hesitant reply. Yay! Lead the way, Brother Char. Dratini shouts, bouncing happily. Beaming at his little sister, Charmeleon follows his nose towards the smell. Whatever you do, Ash, do not insult the perfume. I know how much you dislike it, but Erica is easily offended. She is known to turn trainers away if they insult her products. Sabrina's cool and calm voice echoes through Ash's mind. It is a good thing she sent her thoughts, because Ash was about to have to force his Pokémon to leave. Even Pikachu, the traitor, was entranced with the perfume. He thought Mom had convinced the electric mouse that perfume was a rip-off too. One of the girls, a blonde wearing a tight purple skirt with a white peasant-type shirt, was gushing over Dratini, trying to find scents that she thought would match the dragon type. A girl with curly purple hair was stroking Eevee's fur, exclaiming over the unique coloring and how shiny and healthy it looks. Pikachu and Charmeleon were busy being fawned by a curvy brunette with her hair pulled up into two ponytails. It was all getting to be too much for Ash. The amount of people and their overt displays to his Pokémon was causing the Aura user to begin hyperventilating. The abundance of smells wasn't helping either. It was making him feel sick. Liquid filling the tear ducts of his large amber eyes, Ash crosses his arms and begins scratching at the skin there. Ash! Listen to the sound of my voice. You can hear me, can't you? Jerking his head in a swift nod, Ash scratches at his arm harder. Concentrate on me, Ash. Close your eyes. There. Good boy. Now focus on your breathing. Have it match mine. Good. It is just me and you, Ashy. It is just us. You're doing so good. Using the link to send calming emotions through their bond towards the Aura user, Sabrina feels herself relax. Ash was no longer hyperventilating, however, from what she could tell, he had managed to make himself bleed in his attack. Long yellow and black ears twitch. Pikachu turns from where a girl is explaining a product to him and Charmeleon, and his black eyes begin looking over the store. There is tall shelves lined with expensive-looking bottles holding numerous perfumes. Pikachu likes the ones that remind him of the gardens from his home before he was kicked out for being too weak. Wide sweeping glass windows allow the sun in, causing anything glass to sparkle like crystals. The other team members were being chatted with by other sales girls. But where was Ash? Attempting to sniff the air, but not being able to smell anything over the fumes from the perfume, Pikachu begins to trot around the store. Finally turning around another shelf, the electric mouse finds his best friend curled into a fetal position. His left arm was bleeding from where he had been scratching at it, it looks red and raw. He is still shaking slightly and he has tear tracks down his face. Instantly Pikachu felt like a mook after being left out in the sun too long. He knew Ash has social anxiety and was prone to attacks when around a group of people. The workers, plus the customers, must have been too much for Ash to handle at once. Pikachu knew Ash was hesitant about coming into the store, something Pikachu at the moment only thought was because Delia taught them perfume was pointless. But now Pikachu knew the real reason, knew it like a train hitting him in the face. Ash was scared of being around so many people, but because Dratini was only still a baby, he wanted to give the small snake-like Pokémon a good memory. Frowning, Pikachu walks towards his trainer, using his furry red cheek to nuzzle his best friend. Smiling when Ash lifts his head from his arms completely and looks at him, Pikachu lets out a happy squeal. My Pikapi. Jumping onto Ash's denim-clad lap, Pikachu grips Ash's shirt and cuddles his body into the human's, offering his body heat and comfort. I'm sorry, Pikapi. I was so excited about visiting I completely forgot about what it can do to you. Cuddling the rodent Pokémon class to him, Ash relishes in the soft fur of his starter. It's okay, buddy. I didn't want to make it seem like a big deal. I thought standing in this corner away from everyone would help, but you saw how much good that did me. Plus I had Sabrina to help me through the worst of it. See, presenting his arm to Pikachu, Ash proudly points to the bleeding mark. It is only slightly bleeding. A lot better than that time I got lost in the mall and when you and Mom finally found me my whole arm was bleeding and not just a small little scratch. Sighing at the careless lack towards his own well-being, but knowing Ash always put off his own health, Pikachu nods his head slightly. Okay Pikapi. But I want you to wait outside. I'll gather the others and then we can head towards the gym. Beaming at Pikachu, Ash stands up and makes his way towards the entrance. He could always count on his friends. Standing in front of the gym, Ash admires the roof. It is shaped like a vile plume. The painting and artwork was very well done. A tan hand rests gently on top of Charmeleon's head. Are you ready for this, buddy? Charmeleon's chocolate brown eyes glint in determination. Pikachu had explained what happened in the shop to them, and now he was even more determined to win this for his trainer. Of course Ash. Let's go. Yeah. Charmeleon gets the chance to fry up some grass types. I bet they are nowhere near as strong as Bulbasaur. Eevee screeches. He loves when his team wins. And while they have lost a lot to some really tough trainers, they always came through when it mattered most. Rolling his eyes in fond amusement, Ash steps his way through the sliding glass doors and into what can only be explained as a jungle. Are you sure this is the gym, Ashy? Dratini questions her father. This didn't look anything like Auntie Bree's gym. Rubbing her head, the tan trainer glances around, but it was Pikachu who answered. Yes Dratini. Most gyms reflect what type the leader is. Because Erica is a grass-type trainer, it is only natural that her gym would reflect that. Nodding at the wise words, Dratini's wide blue eyes glance around from her spot around Ash's neck. But I don't see anybody. They're probably just running scared because they know our awesome brother Charmeleon is going to totally wipe the floor with them. Sweat dropping slightly at the small fox, Charmeleon blushes. It was strange still knowing that his teammates actively worked to make each other feel more confident. Even that annoying Jengar when he wasn't pulling pranks. Hey! Who are you? A female voice calls from behind them. Turning around, Ash and his team come face to face with a blue-haired female wearing tan shorts and a green shirt. Just who are you? She questions again. Hi, my name is Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. I came to challenge the gym leader to a Pokémon battle so I could have the chance to win the Rainbow Badge. Ash customarily introduces himself. Oh, the Blueonette breathes in relief. I thought you could be another thief. Thief? The brown-eyed girl waves her hand dismissively. Yeah, we had a couple of crooks in here a few weeks ago trying to steal my secret recipe for my perfume. Luckily a couple of trainers were here to help out. Anyways, my name is Erica and I am the gym leader. Turning and walking away, Erica beckons the young trainer to follow her. It will be a 3-on-3 battle. Sound good? Nodding his head in determination, Ash agrees. Good, then, throwing open another set of doors and allowing the beautiful view of her battling arena, Erica turns and beams at Ash. Let the battle begin. Wow, bummer. Erica pouts, handing over her badge towards the trainer. His Charmeleon really tore through her Pokémon. Even Gloom didn't stand a chance. You were a really great battler. It is obvious you trained your Pokémon well. Most fire types can't stand the smell of Gloom spores, but yours just burned right through them. Ash scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. I spent a while teaching Charmeleon. I have a Bulbasaur, and while not the same as Gloom, he can still do some of the same attacks. Ah, Erica hums. That makes sense. And it is very smart. You said that was your 5th badge, right? I suggest heading to the Fuchsia Gym next. They specialize in poison types. And the gym leader there is super strong. Thanks for the advice, Erica. Ash flashes her his dimples, before waving goodbye and making his way towards the Pokémon Center. Erika's eyes travel after him. She had got the phone call telling her to go harder on this trainer, because he actually trains his Pokémon unlike most new trainers who rely on sheer force and like. Ash Ketchum had the perfect strategy to each attack she had and knew how to execute new defensive moves on the spot. She had used her more powerful Pokémon, thinking the trainer wouldn't stand a chance, but he managed to prove her wrong. She needed to give Koga a call and warn him. He was much like her. Cocky and sure that he would win. He needed to know to bring his A game. Because that Ash Ketchum was a champion in the making. It was a bright and sunny Tuesday morning. The weather on Route 16 was warm and slightly breezy, causing leaves to shake merrily from their spots on the branches of the trees littering each side of the path. Tuesday mornings also marked the beginning of the day where Ash would take each of his Pokémon aside individually and talk about anything they were feeling and if anything that week had bothered them. Each week he would randomly choose the order of who he talks to, not wanting to feel like he was favoring one Pokémon over another. While the rest of the Pokémon wait their turn beside a beautifully sparkling creek nestled away in the small expanse of woods, Ash was sitting cross-legged a little ways off with Charmeleon sitting in front of him. Ash chose Charmeleon to start the day off with, knowing the fire lizard would want to get back to Dratini quickly. Plus Ash was curious on to how he was feeling about their newest member. So Charmeleon, you know how these sessions go. How has your week been? Passing a roast berry to his fire type, Ash beams when Charmeleon happily munches on it. During these sessions the aspiring trainer would make sure to have a supply of his Pokémon's favorite berries. Having the small snack to munch on during their talks always made them feel more relaxed, plus it gave them something to do when mulling over their thoughts. I'm glad I finally got my chance to battle in a real gym. And it made me feel like all the training has been paying off because of how well I did in the battle. Charmeleon replies thoughtfully, his tail lazily flicking behind him. I have been training with Wartortle so that water-type moves do not beat me right off the bat, though his type advantage usually allows him to win. I have seen you practicing with Wartortle and you have gotten very strong. I was incredibly impressed with your battle against Erika, it really hit home with how far you have come. The trainer praises. And Ash meant it. He always knew Charmeleon was tough, the fire type being one of the heavy hitters on his team. Though all of his team struggled each day to improve themselves. They wanted to prove everyone who had ever said anything negative towards their trainer wrong. Thank you, Ash. I am hoping to gain enough experience with my own moves and battling so that I can evolve into a Charizard soon. Then I will be even stronger and if anything happens I will be able to protect all of you better. Charmeleon confesses, his ebony eyes flickering downwards in thought. I remember how weak I felt as a Charmander, back when I was Damien's Pokémon. I remember how pathetic he would make me feel just because I was weaker than the others. I never want to feel that way again. So defenseless. His voice grows soft at the end of his sentence. He hated admitting things like that, preferring to keep a tough facade, but he trusts Ash. Reaching out to grab Charmeleon's clawed hand, Ash squeezes it gently. Rubbing soothing fingers over the sharp claws, Ash smiles sweetly at the middle-level evolution. You have come so far. And you have always been strong. Damien was just an idiot not to realize it. You were a lower level and he should never have made you battle against such high-leveled opponents. Feeling a wave of love rush through him, Charmeleon wraps his body in a hug against Ash's. For an abused and abandoned Pokémon, Ash was an Arceus send. He always knew what to say and he never was disappointed in them. Even when Charmeleon lost his battle against Sabrina's Kadabra in training, he only smiled and said they would take the defeat and do better next time. Flashing white teeth at his toughest Pokémon, Ash gently places a kiss against Charmeleon's small horn. Tell me about how you and Dratini are bonding. Dark eyes sparkling in excitement, and his tail waving madly, Charmeleon recants how much Dratini has grown in the past week. I was even able to teach her flamethrower. I know she isn't ready to do our type of training, but she has grown so much already. And she is so smart. I had a mock battle with her to test where she is at, and she even managed to land a hit on me. Give me a couple of more weeks with her and I will have her ready to enter lessons with you. Charmeleon beams. He thought of the small dragon-type Pokémon as a little sister. When he was born in the small clutch inside of a research lab, he had a sister. He loved taking care of her when they were still young, and it was sad when they had to leave each other to go off with their new trainers. He still remembers little Charla. He hopes to see her again someday. She reminds me of my own little sister back when I was a baby Charmander. Her name was Charla. I know she went off with a girl trainer, all I can remember was that she had green hair. She even gave Charla a small little bow. I hope she is doing well. Smiling gently at his reminiscing Pokémon, Ash uses his aura to view Charmeleon's emotions. Happy, content, and melancholy. A nice mix, with the melancholy slowly leaving. I am more that positive we will see them again someday. Ash reassures his friend. And it makes sense why you have taken such a shine to Dratini. Plucking another roast berry into his mouth, Charmeleon munches happily on it. She is my little sister. And because I know I will never have to say goodbye to her, I am going to help you train her to be the best dragon-type Pokémon ever. Laughing, the two sit in a peaceful silence. Ash lets Charmeleon finish his berries before calling the next Pokémon over. Why don't you go ahead and tell me about your week, Wartortle? Ash questions, handing over a bowl filled with spear berries. Beaming at the treat, Wartortle sits the bowl in his lap and plucks one into his mouth as he thinks over his past week. I have been working with Bulbasaur so that I can be able to combat the spores and powders he is able to produce. So far I have found spraying myself with my own water gun helps if the attack manages to land. Wartortle explains to his trainer, though he has a feeling Ash already knows. The aura user has a strange way of knowing everything. I am really proud of you. It takes a lot of dedication to go outside of our normal practices and training to seek help in the areas you want to better yourself in. Ash beams. His Pokémon were always helping each other, a fact that pleases him to no end. It really cements in the fact that they are a family. Is there anything that has been on your mind lately? Wartortle hums to himself. I want to have the chance to battle a gym. Everyone but Bulbasaur and I, and obviously Dratini because she was just hatched, have gotten the chance to. I was wondering when you were going to use me. Uncrossing and readjusting his legs, Ash contemplates his answer, a tan finger unconsciously rubbing against his bottom lip. The Fuchsia Gym is known for their use of poison-type Pokémon. I was thinking of either using Bulbasaur or Charmeleon for that gym. However, Cinnabar and Viridian gyms both have types that you have an advantage against, so I was saving you for those two. Snickering, the turtle Pokémon eats another berry, grimacing when a bit of juice seeps out of his mouth. So I get saved for the two strongest gyms? Heck yes. Well, you are my laziest Pokémon, so I figured you would only accept battling those two. Ash teases. Hey. Wartortle yelps, blue ears twitching. There is nothing wrong with liking a good nap. Ash winks, a smile tugging against his lips. When you are not battling, training, or swimming you are napping. The water-type sweat drops, self-consciously scratching his shell. You got me there. Chuckling, Ash reaches over and softly pets one of Wartortle's silken ears. It's okay though. We all accept you just the way you are. Sitting in silence for a few minutes and enjoying the sun's rays against their skin, the two enjoy the easy companionship of each other's company. I want to evolve into a Blastoise. After we get done battling the Indigo League and beat the champion, I want to open up the first firefighter station in Pallet Town. I know you were saying that you didn't have one. If there was ever a fire that broke out you wouldn't have anyone to put it out. I will still battle with you whenever you need me because I want to remain your Pokémon, but that has been my dream. Wartortle tells Ash honestly. He knows Ash plans on going through each region and learning all about Pokémon he can, but Wartortle wants to get strong enough so that when he evolves into Blastoise he can put out any fire Pallet will get on his own. Though he only wants to do that after they beat the league. He wants to prove the trainer that abandoned him wrong. And he wants to make Ash proud. That would be awesome. I know there has been some small fires and Professor Oak usually has to put them out when he learns about them. But if you are there, then it would make everything a lot easier and safer. Plus you would get to nap as much as you like between fires. Ash knows it is Wartortle's dream to be a firefighter. He loves being helpful to people. And the fact Pallet Town doesn't have a fire squad had interested the turtle since he first heard about it. Plus you would be another person I could count on to watch out for my mom. I love her to death, but she can be a little out there sometimes. Grinning in relief, the water type nods his head seriously. Of course. And I would never stop training either. I would need to stay in tip-top shape in case you ever need me in battle. Wartortle is relieved that Ash isn't disappointed in him for not wanting to travel the other regions with him. But just because he didn't want to travel after Kanto does not mean he would quit battling for Ash whenever he needs him. I know you will become the best you can be. I have faith in you. The two share a determined look. They were planning on making it to the champion. They want to win. And they knew they would need each other and everyone else to get there. With a bowl full of sherry berries and a one-on-one session with his trainer, Bulbasaur could say he loves Tuesdays. He loves that Ash took the time every week to really listen to what his Pokémon have to say, and he takes all their words, their hopes and their dreams seriously. Bulbasaur knows that Wartortle wants to open his own little firefighting shop in Pallet Town, and while most trainers wouldn't let their Pokémon do it, Ash supports the water type wholeheartedly. It was something the seed Pokémon really respects in his trainer. Using his vine to eat some of his berries, Bulbasaur is content with the soft strokes against his bulb. It was something most Bulbasaur trainers didn't take the time to learn, or even care to do, but all Bulbasaurs love getting their bulb petted. Even their later evolutions enjoy it. Okay, my favorite little seed Pokémon, tell me what's been weighing so heavily on your mind this past week. Ash coaxes. He has noticed that Bulbasaur has been wearing a pensive look on his face, and his emotions have been in turmoil. How did I even think I could get it past you? Bulbasaur teases. Evolution has been on my mind actually. Ash curiously tilts his head to the side, fingers still massaging his grass type. What do you mean by that? Well, Bulbasaur pauses to collect his thoughts and try to find the right words to explain it. Most wild Bulbasaur, and even some trainers, when they are ready to evolve, there is an event called the Mysterious Garden that is held once a year that they evolve at. I know my experience is high enough for me to evolve into an Ivysaur, but I want to wait till the Mysterious Garden comes around to do it. If you want to wait to evolve till then that is fine with me. It will always be your choice when, and if, you choose to evolve. I will never force you or look down on you if you choose to wait. Ash says seriously. He knows Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, he was happier as a Pikachu. And Ash would never take that away from him. Feeling his eyes mist up, Bulbasaur cuddles further into Ash. Even though his previous trainer was an a-hole, his current one was amazing. You won't mind if I evolve into a Venusaur? I know most trainers find them ugly. Scratching Bulbasaur behind the ear, Ash indulgently shakes his head in the negative. I don't find any Pokémon ugly. And I think the Venusaur form is pretty cool looking. Plus they have more vines that they can use than either Bulbasaur or Ivysaur. But speaking of Ivysaur, do you know when and where this mysterious garden will happen? That way we know to be in the right place at the right time. Beaming happily, the seed Pokémon is happy to inform his trainer. It is next month in the mountains. I don't know the name of the town, but I will know how to get there. We will start making our way there after we get the Fuchsia Gym badge. And while we wait for the festival to begin we can train. It will be good practice for the league and our last 2 gym battles. Ash explains, taking a bite of the sandwich he had made earlier today. If there was one thing he knew, it was his aura burned off his food fast, so he was always hungry. It was one of the reasons you could always catch him snacking on an apple or something else. After we get our badges and go to the Indigo League, we are going to dominate there before heading to the Master League where we will beat the Elite Four and then the champion. Bulbasaur shouts enthused. And he believed with the right amount of training that they could do it. Eevee happily sits in Ash's lap. While Ash would usually brush his fur, he always made sure to pull out a special oil to use too on Tuesdays. Eevee loves it because it makes his coat shiny as well as makes him smell good. Plus he just loves being pampered by his trainer. After 6 months, I think you know the drill by now. Ash teases, placing a plate of cut-up banana slices in front of his little fox. Needle-sharp teeth snag a slice and the shiny begins happily munching on it. There really hasn't been too much on my mind this past week. I've been practicing with Gengar and I have learned a few new moves, but you already know that. I have gained another level. Eevee beams, purring when Ash strokes the brush down his tail. Grinning at the silver fox, Ash spreads a little bit of coconut oil onto the bristles before using the brush to fluff up Eevee's collar. I am happy you and Gengar are getting along so well. I was nervous at first, but he has really found a place in our family. Yes, and it is funny how well he manages to get under Pikachu's fur. I always thought he was calm and collected, but Gengar has proven me wrong there. Eevee snickers. He loves seeing the electric mouse's fur ruffled after Gengar successfully manages to prank him. You know you love Pikachu. Though I would rather just stay happier than a dead pig in the sunshine when it comes to certain pranks. Plausible deniability and all. Eyeing the look of complete innocence on his trainer's face, the evolution Pokémon wonders if the Aura user could get away with murder. With those dimples and his large amber eyes, the answer was probably yes. Don't worry. If it ever gets to be anything too bad I will let you know so you can stop it. Eevee reassures. Just because he likes some of Gengar's pranks does not mean he wouldn't intervene if he thought the ghost type was going too far. Beaming at his unofficial starter, Ash scratches him behind his long ears. If there was one thing Eevee loves more than battling, it was being petted behind his ears. So, are you excited or nervous for the league? Eevee's ears twitch slightly, his face thoughtful as he chews on a piece of banana. I'm excited. It has been a little under 8 months since we started our journey. I want to win that trophy and then go on to challenge the Champion League. Giggling, the Aura user finishes up his brushing of the normal type's fur. With your spunk when it comes to battling there is no way we will lose. Dratini lays curled up around Ash's neck. It was honestly her favorite spot to be. Besides when she was with Brother Char, she felt the safest when she was closest to her daddy. She likes resting her head against his heart, she likes being able to feel the rhythmic rising and falling of his chest every time he takes a breath, and most of all she loves his scent. While the smelly goods in the store smelt good, nothing beat the natural scent of her Ashie. He smells like the air just after it rains and fresh cut grass. She adores him. So my little love, how has your week been? Ash questions his youngest member. Dratini giggles. Once a week since she hatched her Ashie would take her aside and talk about her feelings, about how she was learning to view the world, and he would always ask if she was happy. Char showed me a Butterfree. It was very pretty, it had big wings that had a lot of color on them. Smiling, Ash strokes the snake under her chin. I'm glad you liked it. One day you will have your own set of wings. Bouncing up and down in excitement, and only calming down when Ash gives her an apple to nibble on, the dragon type hisses in elation. I will have my own wings. Brother Char says when he evolves he will have wings too. Does that mean we can fly together and play games in the air? Of course. You can play all the air battles you want to. Once you're big and strong. Because if she tries to do something like that now, he might have a heart attack, and he is only 10. Curling her body tightly around him, Dratini gives Ash her version of a hug. I love you, Ashie. I don't really have anything I want to talk about today, I just want to eat apples together and enjoy the sunshine with just the two of us for a while. Feeling touched, Ash grabs the large basket of apples and leans back against the rough bark of the tree. Even if it was not the most comfortable position, it was well worth it. I love you too, my little love. Ash softly tells her, letting his aura flow into her as he did when she was still an egg. You haven't annoyed the others too badly, have you? Ash questions Gengar when he floats over towards him. Snickering, Gengar waves his stubby arm dismissively. They haven't tried attacking me yet, no. Rolling his eyes, Ash tosses an orange berry at his ghost type. Anything interesting catch your eye this week? If there was one thing Ash has learned with these sessions, it was that Gengar hates feeling overly emotional. He claims it dampens his superb masculinity. Ash just thinks Gengar doesn't like to appear weak to anyone, not even his trainer. In my awesomeness I have managed to shave even more time off my obstacle runs. I can't say it surprises me too much, I am the epitome of sheer coolness. Gengar flaunts. Snorting, Ash throws an orange berry at Gengar's head and begins giggling when it makes contact and then bounces off. Oh yes. You are the coolest on the team, with your big muscles. The ebony-haired male teases. It is hard to take Gengar seriously sometimes, his extravagant and cocky attitude usually making him seem silly instead. Flicking his fingers in the air, the purple Pokémon strikes a pose. I know. Amber eyes glint in amusement. Gengar really was a pill. Besides things involving training, is there anything you want to talk me about? You know these sessions don't get out to anyone else. Crossing his short legs and tapping his finger against his chin, the ghost type hums thoughtfully. Besides training and pranks, no nothing. At least nothing that really stands out. And before you ask, yes I am still happy. And yes I do feel like part of the family. Ash scratches the back of his head in embarrassment. He is a trainer that believes in keeping his Pokémon happy, and was willing to do whatever it takes to ensure that happens. If they were ever unhappy or felt out, he wants to know about it right away so that he can about correcting the situation. If there isn't anything you want to talk about, what do you want to do with the rest of your time? Smirking, Gengar begins going over ideas for pranks. Not that he mentioned any names on who they would happen to. Plausible deniability and all. Alright buddy, you're the last one. Is there anything you want to get off of your chest or talk about? Pikachu, who has been feeling incredibly guilty ever since the perfume incident, jumps into his best friend's arms and begins softly crying. Pikapi, I am so sorry. I know that you have a problem with social anxiety, but I didn't say anything when everyone wanted to go inside the store. I wasn't thinking. Please forgive me. Cuddling the yellow mouse close to his chest, Ash releases his aura in calming waves, smiling when the tensions leaves Pikachu's body and his tears dry up. Pikachu, you should know I would never blame you for that. The only one to blame is myself. I knew what could happen, yet I put myself in that position anyways. Lifting Pikachu's small head up, Ash gently wipes the tear tracks off his fur. You are my partner Pikachu, not my caretaker. I know we are a team, but you are not responsible for every problem I will have to face. But even then you were still there for me once you figured out what was happening. Feeling a huge burden lift off chest at those words, Pikachu nuzzles his red cheek against Ash's scarred one. Still. Now that the others know how you can get, we shouldn't have to face any more of those situations. Gently tugging on Pikachu's black-tipped ear, the aura user smiles at his starter. We aren't here to talk about me, silly. We are here to talk about you. Anything new happened this week that I wasn't aware of? Gengar hasn't been too bad, has he? Waving his zigzag tail, Pikachu squeals in happiness when Ash begins massaging his cheeks. He loves it more than he loves ketchup. Gengar is his usual level of annoying. But he is the annoying member that we all love. Besides, if he gets too bad I will just use Thunderbolt on him. Don't take crap from anyone, that has always been your motto. Of course Pikapi. A lot of people think Pikachu are weak and only powerful if they evolve into Raichu. I have to prove them all wrong. Pikachu passionately exclaims. No Pikachu, we will prove them wrong. Shiny black eyes gaze at their trainer in adoration. Yes Pikapi, we will. And after we beat the league Gary Oak will have to eat Murkrow. Pumping his tiny fist, Pikachu agrees. Arriving on the outskirts of Fuchsia City, Ash pps his head curiously towards the side. This is the Ninja Mansion. It is known that Koga will only accept trainers on the weekdays, because on the weekends he spends time in his mansion practicing his skills with his little sister Aya. It is a good thing we got here on a Friday then, huh? Charmeleon questions, using his long claw to tickle Dratini's tail. Pikachu and Eevee are both staring quizzically at Ash. You know, the electric mouse starts, I wonder if Ash just doesn't plan it this way. Placing his hand over his heart, and next to Dratini's head, Ash feigns hurt. Me? Ever do something like that? You. Wound me so. Draping himself dramatically on Charmeleon's shoulders, the young trainer begins fake crying. Oh Ashy, don't let big brothers Pikachu and Eevee hurt your feelings. They are just being meanies. Dratini comforts her father figure, not knowing the trainer was only kidding. It's okay Teeny. Ash is just playing with Eevee and Pikachu. It is meant to be funny. Charmeleon soothes the dragon type, gently stroking her baby blue scales. Eevee, who was resting on Ash's left shoulder, moves from his perch and nuzzles the gentle dragon type gently on the cheek. Our Ashy here likes to play around. Not quite like Jengar, but you can really see why the two get along so well. Yeah, plus he is a silly person anyways. Pikachu teases. Alright you guys, no need to pick fun. Ash exclaims, pinching Pikachu's red electric pouches. Slithering off of Ash and around Charmeleon, Dratini harumphs at her trainer. It's not nice to pretend like that. I thought you were really upset. Aw, I'm sorry Teeny. Please forgive me. The amber-eyed male pleads his youngest member. Eyeing her father figure, Dratini hisses in amusement. She loves when he acts like this. It was funny plus she could usually get things out of him. Fine, but only if you can get me a whole bunches of apples. Dratini states primly, her figure nothing but supreme poise. Giggling at the blue-skinned snake, Ash nods his acquiescence. Laughing at their family moment, Ash bends down to pick Pikachu and Eevee up before continuing on their trek down towards the Ninja Mansion. The group admire the scenery as they pass, the majestic pines stand tall from their places nestled cozily in the rich ground. As they make their way down the twisting path, Pikachu and Ash point out different berries and trees to the rest of their members, smiling when it earns oohs and ahs. It took several minutes, and the help of Bulbasaur, to get Ash across a narrow bridge. While his social anxiety was one thing he has to deal with, his fear of heights is something too. He figures once one of his Pokémon evolves into something that can fly, it will get better, but at this moment he hates not having control of whether he could fall to his death or not. Something Bulbasaur helps with greatly because of his vines and his gentle coaxing voice. Ash could swear Bulbasaur could talk Arceus into giving him all of his secrets with a voice like that. Finally, after 2 hours, the group arrives in front of the gym. It says in the trainer's manual that all trainers wanting to participate to win a soul badge must go around the back. Koga is usually training with his Pokémon there so that it is easier for trainers to challenge him. The group nods at Ash's wise words, and follow their trainer around the back of the mansion and towards a small training field. Stopping in their tracks, the group watches as a man dressed in blue skillfully goes through an array of katas, his Venonat following along with his graceful moves. With his silken red scarf flowing behind him with every stance change, the group is enraptured by their beauty. They are genuinely surprised when Venonat begins glowing, watching in awe as the small purple Pokémon evolves into a beautiful winged Venomoth. Oh wow, Ash calls to the gym leader. Congratulations on your Venonat evolving into a Venomoth. Koga, who was aware of the kid's presence, but not wanting to stop in his movements until his Venonat evolved, glancing at the oddball group. Ha, the poison type thinks to himself. Erica wasn't kidding when she said this kid was interesting. Not only does he have a shiny Eevee, but he also has a Dratini. Those Pokémon are known for being super rare and notoriously difficult to catch. though his Charmeleon and Pikachu look equally as impressive. They have obviously been trained well. And who are you, young man? Koga questions, though he already knows the answer. My name is Ash Ketchum and I am from Pallet Town. I have come to request a match with Koga in order to earn a soul badge. Ash formally states. He knows this is the gym leader, but the introduction was respectful. I am Koga of the Fuchsia Gym. Usually I will challenge trainers on weekdays when they request it, however I have heard a lot about you. In order to battle me you have to go through my ninja mansion, battle my sister Aya who is hidden somewhere inside, and then once you escape you may battle me. The catch is you can only choose 2 Pokémon to take with you, these are the 2 you will use in battle. Seeing as these Pokémon are already out of their ball they may follow me to the finish line if they wish. Now, which are your 2 Pokémon? Contemplating, Ash idly scratches his scarred cheek. I will choose Charmeleon and Bulbasaur, all of my other Pokémon will wait with you at the finish line. Grabbing Bulbasaur's Pokeball, Ash releases the grass type before doing the same with Gengar and Wartortle. Quickly explaining what was happening, his Pokémon happily, if not a little nervously, follow Koga as he walks off towards the shaded spot of the field. Walking back around the building, Ash, Charmeleon, and Bulbasaur stand in front of the ninja mansion. You ready, you two? Ash asks his 2 friends. Receiving twin nods, Ash pushes open the door and enters the mansion, trusting they would make it through. It took an hour to make it through the entire house and 15 minutes to battle Aya's Venonat, but the trio finally emerges victorious. Koga, who was sitting casually at a small wooden table sipping from a teacup, stands to his feet. I see that you and your Pokémon have managed to make it through my house as well as beat my younger sister. I congratulate you. Koga praises the small trainer. It usually took most trainers closer to 2 hours, but if you have a good eye for puzzles the house is easier to navigate. Strolling onto the battlefield, Koga's keen eyes watch as Ash does the same. You know that I am a poison-type gym leader yet you are still planning on using a Bulbasaur. With the way the other leaders were talking about you, especially Erika, I was expecting someone wiser. I must say I am disappointed with seeing the other Pokémon you have in your possession. Koga explains, using his long arm to gesture towards Eevee, Dratini, Pikachu, Gengar, and Wartortle. Yeah well, a battle isn't measured just by typing alone. I have complete faith in my Bulbasaur, he is strong. Ash does not know why people keep thinking he has not thought his battle strategies through. He has gone over this battle 1,000 times in his head, picturing all of his Pokémon battle. In the end it made the most sense to choose Charmeleon and Bulbasaur. Very well. This will be a 2-on-2 battle, the first person to lose both of their Pokémon loses, agreed? Nodding his head in agreement, Ash sends waves of encouragement towards his 2 Pokémon. Venomoth, go. Bulbasaur, I choose you. As the 2 Pokémon enter the field, Ash feels adrenaline begin pumping through his body. I am sorry for doubting your battling abilities, young Ash. Here is the soul badge to prove your victory against me. Taking out a scroll, Koga lets it unwind itself, the small pink heart glistening merrily against the white paper. Plucking the badge off, Koga drops it into Ash's tanned hand, smiling when the young boy runs over to his Pokémon to show it to them. Erika was not joking when she said to bring his A game. Bulbasaur had almost beat both of his Pokémon before Golbat had managed to knock the seed Pokémon out. However, when Charmeleon had entered the ring, Koga knew he was done for. His Golbat was already weak from battling Bulbasaur and the seed Pokémon had already defeated his Venomoth. The other leaders were correct when saying Ash Ketchum was a champion in the making. He only wishes he would have taken the kid more seriously at the start of the battle, but when he chose Bulbasaur over the other Pokémon he has with him he couldn't help but think the kid was just another newbie trainer that didn't know what they were doing and got lucky in the other gyms. Sighing, Koga waves goodbye to the young trainer as he makes his way back down the path leading to Fuchsia City. He would have to call Blaine and warn him. Ash is sitting inside the Pokémon Center, all of his Pokémon spread around him in a loose circle as they all enjoy the ice cream Nurse Joy was nice enough to give them. This is so good. Dratini sings, her happy expression causing the rest of the team to smile with her. They all love it when the small dragon type is happy. Her being the only girl and also the youngest has proven to be the cause of the other Pokémon becoming overprotective. Though none of them have anything on Charmeleon. Taking the final bite of his ice cream, Ash carefully sits Pikachu in the spot he just vacated. Where are you going, Pikachu? Pikachu questions, looking up from his vanilla ice cream covered in ketchup. While you guys finish your ice cream, I am going to call Mom. I want to check on her and also see how Cub1 and Marowak are doing. When all of his Pokémon give him a nod in understanding, Ash makes his way towards the phone booth located on the opposite side from where they were sitting. Picking up the green receiver, Ash calls home. Smiling at the small Pidgey flying across the screen. Delia Ketchum's oval face appears on the screen, her hair is tied up in a loose bun. It is only like that when she decides to deep clean the house. Hi Mom. Ash calls happily, he loves seeing his mom. Hi honey. How is your journey going? Delia smiles sweetly, happy to see her son. I just got my soul badge. I only have 2 more badges to earn. Ash happily informs her. Oh my little Ash. I am so proud of you. Delia beams. Scratching his cheek, Ash blushes. Anyways, I also was calling to see how Cub1 and Marowak are doing. Oh. That lovely little Cub1 lets me dress her up and her mommy Marowak doesn't even mind. They have been keeping me great company since you sent them over. I would let you talk to them now, but they are visiting Professor Oak's lab so that they can interact with more Pokémon. Dahlia explains, readjusting her hair into a loose ponytail. She is planning on going through the house and finding if any items could be donated to charity. Pouting, the amber-eyed trainer sighs. I feel like such a bad trainer to them. I know I only caught them so that no one could hurt them again and to also give you company, but I feel like I should be doing more too, you know. Looking at the small lip pout and the adorably guilty look on her son's face, Delia can't help but giggle. They know that you are busy training and gathering gym badges, sweetie. It is nothing to worry about. Plus I have been training them in my spare time. The sad look is instantly replaced with a beaming smile. I knew you were the best. Laughing, Delia flashes her son another smile. So, tell me details about what has been happening, honey. The 2 Ketchums sit on the phone and talk for hours. If there was one thing Ash finds the most relaxing about his journey, it would be the sheer quietness and peacefulness of the forest. With only Pikachu and Eevee perched on his shoulders, the rest of the gang taking a nap in their respective ball, the trainer and his 2 starters enjoy the calming winds of the forest. Or they were enjoying the calming sounds of the forest until they heard soft whimpers coming from just off the path. I wonder who that could be. Ash rhetorically questions his 2 companions. Well, whoever it is, we might need to go check on them. They do not sound too happy. Pikachu says, his black-tipped ears twitching towards the sound. Climbing down from his perch on his trainer's narrow shoulders, Eevee sticks his nose into the air, scenting the upcoming drafts. It smells like another Eevee. We should probably go and check to see if they are hurt or lost. Of course guys, when have you ever known us to leave a Pokémon in trouble? The ebony-haired trainer teases his 2 Pokémon, his feet already taking him off the sandy path and onto the soft grass of the open forest. Fending off a giant bush, the trio are able to enter a tiny clearing with a hollowed-out tree. Inside of the tree is a small Eevee tied to a post, food and water bowls placed near it and a collar with a golden tag around its neck. Hello there, are you okay? Ash quietly asks the small Pokémon, making sure to approach it slowly as to not scare the small brown fox. Ducking its head slightly, the young Eevee sadly drags his bushy tail against the dirt. Yes, my trainer left me here for the day. His 3 older brothers are pressuring him into making me evolve, but I don't want to evolve and Mikey doesn't want me to either. Eevee cuddles up against the younger, his silver fur brushing against the soft baby fur of the smaller. If you do not want to evolve, then you do not have to. My trainer hasn't made me evolve. He is waiting to let me have the choice. The brown-furred Eevee tilts her head cutely to the side. Is that true? She questions the trainer even though she knows better than to expect an actual response. Plopping himself on the ground, and crossing his legs, Ash carefully unclips the leash from the young evolution Pokémon and gently begins to pet her brown fur. Of course Eevee. I believe it should always be up to the Pokémon to choose if they are ready to evolve or not. My Pikachu doesn't want to evolve, my friend Bulbasaur is waiting for a special time of the year, and my own little troublemaker here has already chosen his evolution, he just can't evolve yet until we head to that area. Ash patiently explains to the small fox, gently rubbing behind her long brown ears. Small black eyes widen in surprise. You can understand me? She stutters out, surprised. Winking, the scarred training chuckles at the stunned fox. Yes, it is a little gift of mine. Don't tell anyone though, it is our little secret. Wow, that is amazing. The female gapes in awe. She has never met a speaker before, though she has heard some psychics can communicate with their Pokémon through their powers. Now what do you say about us getting you back to your trainer, Mikey was it? Ash questions, scooping the small fox into his arms. Eevee's brow ears droop. But he will be mad because he wanted me to stay here. Pikachu, who had remained quiet in order for Ash and Eevee to put the younger fox at ease, pats the cream-colored fur on the fox's neck. Don't worry. You said the only reason he left you here was so he wouldn't be forced to make you evolve today, right? Well, Pikachu will talk some sense into Mikey's brothers so that they will see you shouldn't be forced to evolve. Feeling tears begin to build in her eyes, Eevee cuddles into the silver fur of the other Eevee, taking comfort in the shiny's presence. I'll take care of it. Don't you worry. Walking into the backyard of the large mansion in Stone Town, Ash is immediately accosted by three men. All three are tall and lanky with the same tan skin and facial features, the only noticeable difference was their hair and pants colors. The man with red pants and red hair leans in and plucks the young Eevee out of Ash's arms. You found Eevee. Thanks a lot. The name is Pyro. The man with the blue pants and hair is Rainer and the one with the yellow pants is Spark. We have been looking all over for Eevee. Looking over his shoulder, Pyro calls out into the crowd, not noticing the sweaty flush beginning to appear on the other trainer's skin. Mikey. We found Eevee. Ash, who is currently trying to control his breathing, decides to focus all of his attention on the tiny brunette walking towards them instead of the huge crowd of people. Handing Eevee to Mikey, Pyro beams in excitement. Now you can choose which Pokémon you want to evolve Eevee into. Flareon, Jolteon, or Vaporeon. Mikey sends the black-haired trainer a glare, knowing he was the one to bring Eevee back. Breathing deeply through his nose, and ignoring the withering glare sent his face, Ash steels himself. You shouldn't force your brother to evolve his Eevee if both of them are not fully prepared for it. Rainer pps a blue eyebrow at the young trainer. Oh yeah. Everyone knows that you can't win a battle if your Eevee is not evolved. Plus we are throwing this party in his honor, the day he chooses Eevee's evolution. Plucking his own Eevee from his spot on the ground, Ash points to the silver-furred fox. If you think that Eevee cannot win a battle if they are not evolved, I will battle each of you with only my Eevee, and if I win then you cannot force Mikey to evolve his Eevee until he is ready. The four brothers look in shock at the shiny Eevee, while they call themselves the Eevee brothers, and live in an evolution town, they have never seen a shiny Eevee before. They are mesmerized by the silver and light blue fur of the pre-evolved fox. Fine, Spark speaks up. We accept your challenge, but if you lose not only does Mikey have to choose to evolve his Eevee but you do too. Shrugging his narrow shoulders, amber eyes are full with determination. I accept your challenge. It is an hour later and the four brothers are gaping in awe of the silver Eevee. How? But, huh? Rainer breathes. While Ash wouldn't say the battle was easy, Eevee being forced to fight back after back, it was not as hard as he was expecting. And this annoys the young trainer. Others always underestimate him and his Pokémon. It is maddening. Maybe when he is older people will start taking him more seriously. EV are capable of learning a wide range of attacks before they evolve. They are also smaller, so it makes them easier to dodge attacks. I have had my EV since the beginning of my journey and he has trained every day with me. Ash patiently explains to the shell-shocked EV brothers. Mikey begins jumping around happily, swinging his baby EV in circles. Now he wouldn't be forced to evolve his EV, his best friend. Feeding his Pokémon a small snack, packed with healing nutrients, Ash happily strokes the soft silver head, smiling when Pikachu begins to congratulate their little evolution Pokémon. Looking up from his spot of kneeling in front of his Pokémon, Ash settles a firm amber stare at the three older brothers. Now do you understand? Hanging their heads in shame, all three nod their heads. In exchange for opening up our eyes when it comes to matters of evolution, we want you to take one of each stone we have in our possession. Even if you do not use them, please take them as a form of our gratitude. Spark begs of the petite young trainer, holding out a long dainty wooden box. Accepting the sleek box, Ash places it into one of the many inside pockets of his backpack. Thanks you three. It is highly appreciated. Flashing straight white teeth, Pyro slaps the young trainer on the back. Nothing we wouldn't do for anyone who isn't scared to stand up for what they believe in. Clapping his hands together, Spark effortlessly draws their attention. Now, this is still a party. But instead of an evolution party, it will be a party celebrating our brother declaring to be an EV trainer. You can let out all of your Pokémon if you want, Ash. Since everyone left, we have enough food to feed all of you. Smiling in thanks, Ash releases all of his Pokémon, happy for the meal and spending time with some new friends. Bulbasaur is a spitfire of energy. Usually the grass starter is the most calm and collected one of his team, but the closer the festival got, and the closer they got to its location, the more antsy the small Pokémon got. Chasing after the seed Pokémon, Ash laughs in joy. With Pikachu curled in his pack taking a nap, and the rest of his lazy Pokémon following his lead, it was only Ash and Bulbasaur out today. Wait up for me, you silly little thing. Ash calls, panting but smiling brightly. Skidding to a halt, Bulbasaur impatiently waits for his trainer to catch up. With the mysterious garden looming closer, only 2 days away if his instincts are correct, he needs to get to the location soon. If we do not hurry up, we will never make it in time. He complains to his trainer. Bracing his hands against his knees in effort to breathe easier, the young trainer uses the back of his hand to wipe off the sweat from his forehead. Usually Ash was an amazing runner, he made sure to practice every day with his Pokémon, but after 2 hours of sprinting the young male was at his exhaustion point. Yeah, but if you waste all of your energy trying to get there, you won't have enough energy to evolve. Ash teases. Huffing, Bulbasaur uses his vines to help Ash back into a full standing position. Fine, but we are almost there. I can feel it. Can we at least keep walking? Smiling, Ash gently squeezes one of the vines. Of course, anything for you. Wartortle, Pikachu, Eevee, Gengar, Charmeleon, Dratini, and Ash all are sitting hidden underneath a giant bush. In a huge clearing beneath them, they watch as hundreds of Bulbasaur begin evolving, but all of their attention is focused on their Bulbasaur, their friend, their brother. As a white light engulfs the seed Pokémon, his form begins to glow and grow bigger, twin leaves unfurling on either side of his body, and his bulb changes into a soft pink color. Unconsciously, Ash begins to pour huge amounts of his aura into the almost fully evolved Ivysaur, unaware of the changes this would bring to his final evolution. Entering into the giant white building, Ash stealthily sneaks to the front, Sabrina's reassuring presence resting calmly in the back of his mind. The psychic-type gym leader had brainstormed with the young trainer in ways that others would start taking him seriously. Finally, after many hours of thinking, Sabrina urged Ash to take the Pokémon League admissions exam, stating that only the best of the best were able to pass the test and that if Ash had the badge, many people would take him as a serious challenger. Sabrina also knows that being around large crowds of people causes Ash to have a panic attack, so resting in the back of his mind and constantly sending the young trainer a calming wave was making it able for the small trainer to be around such a large group of people. Reaching the front desk, Ash looks up at the brightly smiling man wearing a blue outfit with a large P on it. "Hello, young man. Are you here to take the exam?" Cautiously nodding his head, Ash hands over his Pokédex in proof as his ID, and smiles when it is handed back along with a small badge with the number 7 on it. "Take this is your testing number. Also, you are going to need to leave all of your Pokémon here. You are not allowed to use your own Pokémon during the exam," the man states, holding out his large hand. Unclipping the ball from around his waist, Ash carefully places them into his hand, letting Pikachu jump onto the man's shoulder. Laughing, the proctor scratches the yellow mouse under his chin. "He is a feisty one, yeah. I will let him stay with me during the exam." Beaming, Ash nods his head in acceptance before making his way to the testing center. Exam 1. The first test will measure your overall knowledge of Pokémon. Begin. The proctor shouts. Smiling and giving Pikachu, who is sitting on the proctor's shoulders, a small wave, Ash begins his exam. Looking at a picture of Lickitung, an animated voice begins speaking. Lickitung's tongue is twice the length of its body. True or false? Clicking the green button to mark it as true, the next picture appears of the screen. Ninetales evolves from Vulpix with only the use of the Fire Stone, true or false? True. Hitmonlee is also known as the Punching Demon. True or false? False. The only attack Magikarp originally knows is Splash. True or false? True. Caterpie is the world's smallest Pokémon. True or false? Tapping his finger against his lips, Ash sighs. False. Encanto Diglett is 0 feet 8 inches while Caterpie is 1 foot 0 inches. Exam 2. Now we will measure your ability to recognize Pokémon. Please name the Pokémon by recognizing any part of its body as it is displayed here. A circular black shape appears on the large screen. Here is the first question, identify this Pokémon. Narrowing his eyes at the list of choices, Ash snorts. The obvious answer would be a Voltorb or Electrode, but Ash has the feeling the proctor is trying to trip them up. Plus a Pokeball isn't a Pokémon. Clicking on the fourth option, Ash slightly glares at the instructor. And the answer is, a Jigglypuff seen from above. Hearing the other trainers groan, Ash huffs a silent laugh. Next question, which Pokémon displays this pattern? A black swirl appears on screen. Sighing, Ash clicks the second choice. The correct answer, Poliwag. As any master would know, when Poliwag evolves into Poliwhirl, the swirl on its stomach reverses directions. As the questions progress, they begin to gain difficulty, but for Ash, who worked in Professor Oak's lab as well as studied countless books, still found them to be easy. Question 15. Whose tail does this flame belong to? The obvious choice would be from the Charmander line, but for Ash, who was in constant contact with his Charmeleon, knows the flame is too jagged and large to be any of the three. That narrows it down enough for Ash to make an accurate guess, that and the fact Ash loved playing with the Ponyta when he was younger. Exam 3. Now select whichever one you like. The proctor, who Ash found out name is Dave, tells the young trainer, gesturing to the table full of plain brown belts with 3 Pokeballs. The thought of using any other Pokémon than his own to battle makes Ash feel slightly sick. He feels guilty, like he is cheating on his Pokémon. Sighing, the young Aura Guardian randomly grabs a belt and ties it around his waist. Walking towards the battleground, Ash smiles when he sees Pikachu sitting on the side rails. Feeling better at the happiness on his first friend's face, Ash begins to feel better about the battle. Are you ready, Ash? Dave questions the amazingly smart young trainer. Yes, sir. Good. Then, go Pokeball. Leaning over the edge of the cruise ship, Ash sadly eyes the ruby-red badge with a large P in the middle. He had came in third place during the admission exams, scoring the same amount of points as Nurse Joy during the knowledge portions. But when it came to battling, Ash only managed to win one battle before being completely destroyed in the last two battles. He doesn't know what it was, but battling with Pokémon that wasn't his threw him off. He and his Pokémon share a very profound bond. They are to the point, even with the small training he has been giving Dratini, that he and his Pokémon can almost tell exactly what the other is thinking. He has trained his Pokémon to automatically dodge attacks and to give their own if there is an opening without him having to tell them. But the Pokémon he battled with did not know these things. He battled the same with them as he would with his own Pokémon. Sighing, Ash strokes the satiny skin of Dratini as he sees Cinnabar Island quickly approaching. He would be competing to earn his 7th gym badge, the Volcano badge. He knows that Blaine rarely took challengers anymore, his old gym falling to pieces while situating a new gym inside of a volcano. The perfect home for his fire Pokémon. Leaning against the stomach of Charizard, who evolved during a fierce battle with Team Rocket members posing as daycare breeders in order to steal Pokémon, and sighs heavily. The obvious choice for the gym would be Wartortle. The turtle Pokémon has a natural advantage over the fire-type gym, but Ash has a feeling Blaine was already prepared for water types. What are we going to do? Ash weakly asks his Pokémon. We are going to win. Charizard tells his trainer, poking his long snout into Ash's scarred cheek. We are going to show them what's what. We are going to go in there and completely destroy them. We are going to rock. Eevee shouts, his silver fur puffing up in excitement. Turning around from watching the blue waves gently lap at the white body of the cruise ship, Pikachu flashes Ash a fanged smile. We are going to prove all of our training wasn't for nothing. Flicking out her forked tongue, Dratini gently kisses Ash's other cheek. You are going to prove to this gym leader how strong Ash Ketchum and his team truly are. Laughing in shock, Ash throws his skinny arms tightly around all of his Pokémon that are currently out of their Pokeballs. I love you guys. We love you too. Looking around at all of the tourists gathered in different spots and places around the town, Ash keeps a firm hold on Eevee. All of his Pokémon know his fear of being in crowds, and of being around people in general, so they have taken to always making sure one of them was comforting their trainer. Don't worry Ashy. As long as you don't go into any shops they should leave you alone. Plus Eevee and I are both here. There is nothing to worry about. Even Kadabra says you will be fine. Sabrina's words calm the raising anxiety inside of Ash. Looking around at all the people, Ash cutely tilts his head to the side. I wonder why this island became such a tourist trap. That's easy. The hot springs make people gather around for miles. Even though this place used to only be visited by trainers, it is now a place most trainers do not even come to. It makes sense that the hot springs would be a tourist trap. I just wonder where Blaine hid his real gym at. Ash mutters out loud. He knows that it is inside of a volcano, he just doesn't know which volcano it is. And why do you think there is still a real gym here, boy? A voice questions, snapping Ash out of his mental conversation with Sabrina. Whirling around, Ash comes face to face with an older male wearing a weird red outfit, purple glasses, and curly blonde hair. Because the Cinnabar Island gym is still registered in the Pokémon League official guidebook. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, deep brown eyes critically eye the younger trainer. Blaine has hidden his gym in a place that you would put your glasses. Pikachu, who knows Ash is not the greatest at riddles, speaks up for his friend. In front of your eyes. Sighing in exasperation, Ash crosses his arms over his lithe chest. I know that the gym is right in front of my eyes, because I know Blaine hid it in a volcano, I do not know which volcano he hid it in. Eyes widening at the venom in the trainer's words, Blaine is shocked at the knowledge the younger possess. Most trainers do not take the time to look through the new league books. Snorting, amber eyes narrow in annoyance. Yeah well, I am not like most newbie trainers. Ash spits, his aura flaring with his rising rage. He was always put down for his age. It is maddening. Laughing, the old man reaches out to ruffle the ebony hair of the younger. I like your spunk kid. I will tell you what, come stay at my resort for tonight. I am sure you will find the answers you seek there. Still feeling annoyed, but with Sabrina's gentle coaxing, Ash reluctantly accepts the offer. Mewtwo's head snaps up. There it was again. That amazing power. It felt like home, constantly calling for him to find it. The power was sweet and innocent, something Mewtwo could compare to the little girl from before. Before he was birthed into this world. He couldn't remember her name, he only remembers 3 other Pokémon and a small girl. They were telling him things, making him feel like he belonged. That was what that power felt like. Like a calling for home and hope. It promised safety, acceptance, and love. And while Mewtwo ached with the very recess of his being to follow and find the source of that power, he had a promise to the human Giovanni. And while he might just be a clone, an abomination as he heard from the dark-skinned man's head, he was a creature of his word. So he sits in his small cage, waiting for the day he could be released to find the home he so craved. Sabrina sits pristinely in her chair, her blue eyes glassy as she stares through the eyes of someone she views as a younger brother. Ash was someone Sabrina could admire. He was witty, smart, and loyal. He would do anything for those he loves, even putting his own self at risk. She has seen him do it over the course of the months she has known him. He is self-sacrificing. And he is currently facing off against Blaine in an epic 3-on-3 battle. The small trainer had found the secret entrance to the Fire Leader's gym, surprising Blaine who had figured it would take him longer. Sabrina wouldn't admit it, but she was scared for the young trainer. Ash and Blaine are both down to their last Pokémon, Charizard and Magmar. All of the other Pokémon in both teams had been knocked out of the battle. Sabrina is proud of Ash for using Gengar against Ninetales, Kadabra beaming with pride when he saw the Ghost-type fight. Holding her breath as the battle between the fire types raged on, the psychic user is on the edge of her seat. Charizard had just tossed Magmar down in a seismic toss. Biting her nail anxiously when the fire type stands up, Sabrina lets out an exhale of relief when Magmar collapses. That one had been too close. Sitting against a lush tree inside a Viridian forest, Ash carefully inhales and exhales. Sabrina's dad was the one who had taught him this breathing treatment, hoping that it would be useful to Ash in learning to help control his aura. And so far it has been. It has been useful in other situations too. The trip to Cinnabar Island not only allowed for Ash to collect a volcano badge, he was also able to practice being around groups of people. The hustle and bustle of the tourist trap allowed Ash to practice wrapping his aura around himself in comfort, the breathing exercises keeping him from hyperventilating. Narrowing his eyes, his eyebrows scrunch up in the middle of his forehead as he pours his power and concentration into the palm of his hand. After several minutes of intense sweating in dubious places, Ash beams when a small flicker of blue fire appears in the palm of his hand. Finally. A physical manifestation of his aura. With this step down, he is closer to unlocking the next step of his aura training. Giovanni Racchetto sneers down at the purple Pokémon in front of him. You really think that you are my partner? You are nothing more than an experiment, something that I created. You are pathetic to think that anyone would ever care about you in the way you ask of me to. The words leave Giovanni's mouth in something akin to word vomit, repressed childhood memories threatening to dig their way out of the deepest parts of his mind. He knew that when he was younger he wanted nothing more than to grow with his Pokémon, but now he sees them only as tools and a way to make money. He doesn't know when this shift happens, he assumes it to have been gradual. The older he got, the more he saw of the evil in the world. He realized that people did not care what he thought, they only saw him as some child. He began to work hard to be someone that people were forced to respect. And his love for his Pokémon faded. So when this cloned Pokémon demanded respect, something inside of Giovanni snapped. And seeing Mewtwo's eyes light up in purple rage, he knew that he would be forced to regret the words that had left his lips. Gary Oak glares at the small sign pinned to the giant doors of the Cerulean City Gym. Closed for 4 months. 4 months. He only has 7 gym badges, it is required to have 8 in order to compete in the Pokemon League, and league that was being held next freaking week. It's okay, Gary. This just means that you will have an extra year of training before challenging the league. Misty, bless her heart, actually tries to comfort the fuming trainer. If it wasn't for those stupid idiotic Team Rocket members, I would have got all my badges by now. Gary screams, his hands tangled in his hair as he angrily paces back and forth in front of the gym. Frowning at the childish display of her traveling companion, Misty opens her mouth to try to reason with him, when she is interrupted. Gary? What are you doing here? A small sweet voice questions. Turning on his heel, Misty watches as Gary's green eyes widen slightly before he relaxes into a forced natural pose. She finds this interesting. Hey Ashy boy. Tilting her head to the side, the water Pokemon trainer studies the person that could cause such a reaction in her best friend. The boy was no more than a couple of inches over 4 feet, his ebony hair brushed to the side revealing a large pair of amber-colored doe eyes. A Pikachu sits on his shoulders, nuzzling comfortingly against its trainer's cheek. Have you already challenged the gym? Ashy boy questions, his eyes rolling in annoyance. Huffing, Gary casts another glare behind him. No, the gym is closed for 4 months. The Pokemon League is next week. If you still need this badge too, then we are both stuck waiting till next year to challenge the league. Breathing in quickly in shock, and thus causing him to choke on his own saliva, Ash stutters out, what? Frowning in concern, Gary shrugs. You heard me. We won't get to compete till next year. But whatever, I am just going to take a vacation with Misty and practice training. Grabbing the redhead's hand, Gary waves over his shoulder. Smell you later. So. Ash pauses to collect his thoughts. You are saying you want me to take this Pokeball and head to the Orange Islands to Professor Ivy in order to see if she can open it? Seeing the confusion in the young boy's eyes, Samuel smiles kindly. Yes Ash, it would help me out greatly. As an added bonus, the Orange Islands has their own league of sorts. Once you earn 4 badges you will be able to challenge the champion in order to win a trophy. I estimate it would take you no more than a month or 2 if you hurry. And for the remaining months you can stay here and study or train. Fiddling with the official Pokemon League hat in his hands, Ash contemplates the request. If he battled the Orange Island gyms he would have a better chance against the Pokemon League, plus it would give him more time to waste while waiting for next year. Okay Professor, I will do it. The elderly man beams. I knew I could count on you. Leaning over, Samuel pulls the boy into a tight hug. Go and make me proud. A soft springtime breeze gently makes its way through the many acres of Oaks fields, carrying with it the sweet scent of a new day. A small cherry blossom flower idly floats along the wind, its light pink petals standing out against the vibrant blue afternoon sky. Whiskey-glazed eyes, slightly crusted in the corners from sleep, watch the delicate petals dance across the field, a gentle tug of scarred cheeks when it goes out of view. Stretching, and sighing in relief when it causes his back to pop, the slender 12-year-old boy rolls himself from his right side so that he is propped up onto one of the many majestic pines loitering the Oak Research Lab. Tilting his tanned face towards the sun, Ash smiles as he reminisces all the times he helped the professor in this same area. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Ash runs a hand through his charcoal-colored hair as his gaze wanders over the expanse of land, a small smile playing on the edge of his lips. While Gary was, so to say, less than thrilled about having to wait another year to be able to get his 8 gym badge and challenge the Pokemon League, Ash was actually not so upset. While he knew his team was good, they had all put a lot of training and hours and effort in, they were nowhere ready to challenge the league. And Ash knew for a fact that his team would have lost if he were to have gone against the Elite Four, let alone the champion. So, Ash decided to take the time to travel and train. He put weeks into his aura training, so much so that Arceus himself bumped him up from novice to beginner. And along the way, he met a bunch of new family members. Chuckling, Ash runs his fingers across the springy green grass, picking up a stalk and twirling it around in his dainty fingers. Grinning, Ash tilts his head and eyes the adorable picture Umbreon, Ninetales, and Pikachu make. With the silver of her fur standing as a stark contrast to the black of Umbreon's, the two Pokémon almost symbolized yin and yang. Pikachu, his little yellow and brown self, was curled up right in the center of the two entwined Pokémon, the three dozing peacefully to the left of Ash. Resting his palm under his chin, Ash twists his neck left and right, sighing contently when it pops, and the action also brings his attention towards the seed Pokémon lounging under a shaded tree. Venusaur is softly snoring under the shade of an old oak tree, Butterfree resting in the large flower on his back. Perched on the branch above them in Pidgeot, her large wing draped majestically over Crobat, shielding him from the sun. Ash smiles sadly. Venusaur's scent is the only thing able to keep the easily spooked Pokémon calm most days. Nidoking and Nidoqueen are curled against each other, the two parental-type Pokémon looking content now that they do not have to worry about looking after who they view as their children. Ash leans softly into the satiny fur of Ninetales, being careful not to wake the trio, as he remembers meeting those two. It was near the end of his journey in the Orange Islands, and to celebrate he wanted to have a family day with his Pokémon. Nidoking and Nidoqueen had saw. They adored the family-like aspect, stating that all their hatchling had left the nest, and that they wanted to be a part of a new family now. Ash is broken from his reminiscing by a barrage of tiny giggles. Tilting his head, the slender trainer is not surprised to see Wigglytuff and Clefable practicing their drawing abilities on an unaware Snorlax. Those two really took after Gengar. Ash had to remind himself to have a talk with him next time he went to visit Sabrina. Though, he thinks to himself, he can't be too mad at the two pink Pokémon. They really hit it off. Ash met Clefairy, and incidentally Zubat, when he went back to visit Seymour at Empty Moon, only to find out that the entire cave was put to sleep by a plump little Jigglypuff singing. Using his aura, Ash was able to block the flow that causes people, and Pokémon, to fall asleep whenever Jigglypuff sings. Ash came home with 3 friends from that trip. Hearing a stomping sound coming from the sanded training grounds, Ash PPS and I towards Primeape, Sandslash, and Tauros. Those 3 were his fighters. They would fight and practice even when the rest of the group decided to enjoy the nice spring weather and nap. Ash does not know what the stomping noise was, and honestly, when it comes to those 3, he does not want to know. Blinking slowly as his train of thought is derailed by a red, green, and yellow blur, Ash stares dumbly after Scyther, Arcanine, and Alakazam. Ever since Scyther made a bet that he could beat by Alakazam and Arcanine in a race if none of them could use their abilities, the 3 have been constantly running. Well, using telekinesis to float run in Alakazam's case, which Ash ruled as fair. Shaking his head, Ash gazes towards the lake towards his calmer Pokémon. Kingler, Lapras and Gyarados are lazily swimming around the lake, the crystal blue water, reflecting off their skin. The 12-year-old trainer's eyes follows the lake's edge towards a cliff. Following the cliff up, Ash grins when he sees Dragonite, Charizard and Aerodactyl soaking up the sun's rays. Ash is happy to note that the only reason Blastoise is not enjoying the water with his siblings, is because he made his dream a reality. With the help of all the Pokémon Ash has, they were able to build a small firefighter station near the center of town. Cubone and Marowak are with Mom, as usual, keeping her and Mr. Mime company around the house as they go about the daily chores. Cubone's goofy antics keeping Mom on her feet and a laughter in the house. The only other Pokémon missing was Mewtwo, though Ash did not blame him. The dour psychic type showed up when he felt like it, though because of the mental link the two share, if Ash ever really needs him, Mewtwo will show. He considers them all his kids, even the parentally Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Ash smiles fondly as he thinks back on all that has happened over the past year. Even though all the circumstances for meeting his newest brothers and sisters might not have been the best, he is beyond grateful that he had been there for them. He is happy that he had this extra year for training. Without it he might not have ever met them. Might not have ever saved them. 1 year ago. Ash did not know what compelled him to get out in this storm, but some voice in his head, some urging, told him he needed to find someone. He needed to get out and look. So he did. He left the warmth and safety of the Pokémon Center, against the warnings of Nurse Joy, and embarked on a fool's mission. Scouring the unfamiliar lands of Orange Island for hours, Ash finally found what he was looking for just as the sun was setting. And what he found made his stomach twist. A broken and bloody carcass of a Pidgeot lay in a mockery of a protective embrace over two small Pokémon. One looked like a just-hatched Pidgey and the other looked like it could be nothing more than a couple of days-old Vulpix. They were both shivering and curled up against the Pidgeot, the rain obviously covering the smell of death from their young noses. Rubbing his fist across his face, Ash tries to take in the scene before him. The Pidgeot's wing is hanging at an awkward angle. So obviously it hit it somehow, fell, and then the rain started, so it was not able to help itself heal before it died of blood loss. These kinds of things are horrible, but Ash needs to get the two young ones back to the Pokémon Center before they die from the cold. Approaching both of them carefully, Ash keeps his hands held out, though he is sure they cannot see him through the rain. "I'm so sorry, Ash, I won't know more until tomorrow. It was a very brave thing you did though. Bringing both Pokémon and their mother back. It is so sad that the storm caused such a negative side effect for the Pokémon though. It really did come out of nowhere." Nurse Joy's usually vibrant skin is gaunt and pale, her eyes stricken with grief. Her pristine uniform is bloodied and messy, a testimony to her long shift working on saving numerous Pokémon lives the night before, her Pokémon partner sick, leaving her to work alone. Plopping down onto one of the small stools conveniently located near the front, Joy begins flipping through her notes, tiredly rubbing her eyes. "What I can tell you is this, if those two last the day, they should make a full recovery. I expect that you will be waiting for them." She pauses mid-flip, her finger toying with the edge of the paper as she eyes the young trainer, already knowing his answer. She knows his type. Sheepishly rubbing the back of his head, Ash nods slightly. "Caught me." Laughing softly, he rolls his eyes. "I better go wake the gang up. They don't know I went out last night. They are going to be angry." That night was very traumatic for both Ninetales and Pidgeot. For Pidgeot it was because she was freshly hatched, and because Ninetales had lost her family and the mother Pidgeot had taken her in. They were both so young. It took months of counseling, and using his aura to help lessen the pain of their grief for Ninetales and Pidgeot to finally start recovering. But once they did, they surprised Ash with their determination to succeed and be strong. Apparently their mother had once led a group of Pidgey and protected them from Fiero. They wanted to honor her memory. They almost reminded him of Butterfree in that regard. Butterfree's antennae twitch. His wings are drooped onto the ground, their once pristine whiteness flaking off dried blood. Tiny blue paws slide the pink head of his mate, being mindful of the bent antenna. Red eyes are glazed, staring aimlessly at the once beautiful wings of the other Butterfree, now reduced to nothing more than shredded and bleeding tatters. Butterfree nuzzles his mate, trying to escape the images of their eggs laying broken and smashed around him. Her scent already reeks of decay. He knows she is dead. Her and their unborn children murdered when he went out to collect them berries for dinner. His, admittedly weak, sense of smell is just strong enough to pick up the stench of humans. Of insane glee and perverse pleasure. Whoever did this to his family enjoyed it. Thrived on it. Glistening tears begin to well in his red eyes, the saltine wetness making twin streaks down his purple face. That is when he hears it. Or him to be more exact. "Are you sure this is the right way, Vulpix?" A male voices questions from somewhere behind him. "Of course, Ash. I might not be an Arcanine, but my sense of smell is still better than a lot of other Pokémon. Now, the Team Rocket members sent follows this path." "I'm sorry," the voice sounds contrite, "I don't mean to doubt you, we have just been walking for what feels like forever trying to find him." Butterfree can feel his body tense. The conversation that had been going on behind him comes to a sudden halt. The trainer and his Pokémon had just entered the small clearing. "Oh my Arceus." The humans, Ash's if he heard right, voice breathes from behind him. The horror in it is obvious. The trainer slowly approaches Butterfree, his movements remaining largely unthreatening, Vulpix staying at the mouth of the clearing. "Hello." His voice is a hushed whisper, as if he is scared the slightest wrong move will set off Butterfree. "My name is Ash. I am so sorry for your loss." He continues the few more feet that separates them and kneels down next to the distraught Pokémon. "Is there anything I can do for you?" Butterfree doesn't know if it is the calming, soothing, loving aura that encases the young human like a cocoon, or the shock of what just happened finally sinking in, but the next thing he knows he is in the human's arms. Tears are now freely pouring down his purple face, and small blue paws are clutching at the white shirt of the trainer. "Please don't leave me. Please." Butterfree begs. "I don't want to be alone. Please." Ash clutches the wailing Pokémon tightly, yet gently. "Shoo," Ash says, running a calming hand up and down the back of the Butterfree. "I promise not to leave you. You're safe with me." Butterfree doesn't know why, but he believes him. Mount Moon is one of Ash's favorite places. The Pokémon are friendly, it is secluded enough that he doesn't have to deal with too many other people, and it is home to one of his good friends, Professor Seymour. It is with these thoughts in mind that the young trainer enters the renowned mountain of the Kanto region. Only to abruptly stop in confusion. There is usually an active energy in the cave, the walls and floors vibrate with the movement of the cave-dwelling Pokémon. Even before his senses were trained, Ash could feel the slight energy that the Zubat's echolocation gave off. But now, nothing. Tightening the hold on his pack that contains his sleeping Pikachu, Ash creeps forward into the darkness. Amber eyes scan his surroundings, a faint blue tint belaying his use of aura. His sneakers make crunching noises under his feet, causing him to wince slightly. Whatever it was that could make an entire cave full of Pokémon silent was enough to make the young trainer weary. It wasn't until he reached midway into the cave that he came across his first Pokémon. A sleeping Paras. With black markings littered all over its small orange body. Ping his head in confusion, Ash squats down next to the bug Pokémon. Hovering a hand over its body, he does a cursory check only to be confused when all of its vitals come back clean. The only thing wrong with the Paras was that it is asleep. Scrunching his brows together in confusion, Ash gazes deeper into the tunnel, surprised when he finds more Pokémon in similar situations. Feeling more curious than weary, the Pallet Town native makes his way towards the Moonstone, knowing that Professor Seymour might be able to explain what is going on. Carefully stepping over the sleeping Clefairy, Ash is unsurprised to find the occupants of this room asleep too. What he is surprised to find is a Jigglypuff drawing squiggles on Professor Seymour's snoring face. "What are you doing?" Ash questions. The Jigglypuff jumps in surprise, the black marker microphone jerking up in her hand causing a weird line to be slashed across the professor's face. Turning her plump body to face the trainer in front of her, Jigglypuff's cheeks blow out in an adorable pout. "I came here to see if any of these Pokémon would listen to me sing. They fell asleep. That hurts my feelings, you know. Everyone always falls asleep when I try to perform for them. I thought that because these Pokémon lived in a cave that they would be able to listen to my beautiful voice. But no. They just wanted to sleep too." Jigglypuff rants, her small pink fist shaking angrily in the air. Tilting his head in consideration, Ash mulls it over. "Do you ever think that because you are singing, you might be using your ability sing which is putting people to sleep?" Stuttering, Jigglypuff stares brutally at her microphone. "It is the only way I know how to sing." "Well," Ash states, moving towards the pink Pokémon. "How about you perform for me? If I don't fall asleep you have to promise to not draw on any more faces, and to help me clean them off." Eyeing the young human sitting next to her, Jigglypuff weighs her options. On one hand she could sing to this young trainer and he would actually stay awake during it, which would finally give her an audience. Or, he would fall asleep and she could just draw on his face too. It was a win-win for her. "Okay, fine, but you have to stay awake during the whole thing and you have to pay attention." Jigglypuff bargains, waggling a threatening finger at the human male. Putting his hands up in a placating gesture, Ash nods his assent. Fine, fine. Nodding resolutely, Jigglypuff climbs further up onto the rock formation and turns to face her, hopefully, captivated audience. And then she begins to sing. Ash, who manipulated his aura to his ears, keeps his eyes locked on Jigglypuff's the entire time. Jigglypuff, surprised that this human hasn't fallen asleep yet, continues to sing. She loses track of how long she sings for. But she knows she has never felt this exhilaration before. She begins to jump from one foot to the other, doing little twirls as her voice rises and falls in tone. Reaching her crescendo, Jigglypuff gives a large bow towards her captivated audience of one. Giggling, Jigglypuff beams at the dark-haired trainer. You did it. You stayed awake. How? Ash only shrugs his shoulders. Trade secret. He tells her, winking. Standing up and dusting off his jeans, he gives the pink Pokémon a stern look. Now you have to help me clean the markings off of all the Pokémon you drew on. Jigglypuff pouts, but nods her head anyways. Fine. It took them several hours, but they had finally managed to help clean up all the Pokémon in the cave. Ash and Professor Seymour are sitting next to each other, enjoying the show the Clefairy are putting on. They're dancing and twirling beautiful in the moonlight that glitters off of the rocks inside the cave. Taking a sip of his hot chocolate, Seymour gives the young Pallet Town trainer a small smile. Thanks for today, Ash. Ash, who had been watching Jigglypuff and a Clefairy compare notes over drawing techniques, turns to give Seymour a bright smile. It was no problem, Professor. I was happy to help. Ruffling his shaggy brown hair, Seymour smiles impishly at the younger man. You don't have to call me Professor Ash, Seymour is just fine. Of course, Seymour. Ash says quietly, cupping his cup of hot chocolate between both of his hands. They continue sitting there, letting the lull of activity surround them. Seymour is about to say something else, when they hear it. A keening shriek. It continues for several more seconds, the sound a tortured one. Ash is up and running down the darkened tunnel towards their left before Seymour has time to process what's happening. It takes him several minutes to find the source of the cries, but when he does, Ash stops cold. A Zubat, no bigger than Ash's hand, is fluttering underneath a rock. A portion of its wing is caught underneath a rock. The young Zubat is furiously trying to escape, only causing itself more pain as the thin membrane of wing tears against the constant pulling and tugging. Rushing forward, Ash kneels beside the young Zubat, hovering his hand over its tiny body and releasing small amounts of calming waves through his aura. Don't worry, little guy, I'll get you out. The young Zubat, now that it is no longer in a panic, turns its eyeless face towards Ash, taking comfort in his presence. Help. He squeaks out weakly. Yes, young one, just stay still and I will get you out as soon as I can. The Zubat nods slightly, his blue body shivering in pain. Ash steps over the quivering Pokémon, making sure not to step on him, and assesses the rock. It comes up to waist and is as wide as a graveler. He might not be able to push it off entirely, but he might be able to life it enough for Zubat to get his wing out. Nodding to himself, Ash squats back down next to Zubat and rests a calming hand gently atop his head. This is the plan. I'm not strong enough to completely move the rock, but I should be able to lift it a bit to help you get your wing out from underneath it. When I say to move, can you move? Zubat's eyeless face somehow gives an air of determination. With a jerking nod of his head, Ash knows this little guy can handle it. Okay. Squatting in front of the rock, and over Zubat, Ash wiggles his fingers as much as he can underneath the rock. Okay, I'm going to lift now. As soon as you can, move your wing out. Getting a squeak in reply, Ash gets a firm grip before lifting up with his legs as much as he can. Hearing the sound of Zubat scuttling slightly across the floor, Ash drops the rock, thankful that it was over quickly because his arms had already begun shaking. Looking towards the quivering Pokémon, Ash gently bends down to examine him. The membrane on his right wing is torn, leaving bloody tatters behind. Even with his progress in aura training, Ash knew he would not be able to heal this. I'm going to take you to Nurse Joy. Hopefully she will be able to help you. Ash tells the small Pokémon, gently scooping him up and making his ways towards the Pokémon Center, unaware of the two Pokémon following behind him. Nurse Joy's lips are pursed tight, a sure sign of her mood. Her usually impeccable hair is sticking out in little strands around her head, her cap lost somewhere in the operating room. Underneath pounds of bloodied gauze. Her usual warmth-filled eyes have dimmed. She has a speck of blood on her cheek. Chansey, her Pokémon partner, is gently rubbing her stubby hands against the nurse's back. I was able to heal Zubat's wing, however. Here she takes a deep steadying breath. He will never be able to fly again. Ash felt the wind being knocked out of him. His heart aching for the tiny Zubat sleeping on the white bed. What will happen to him? Ash questions, unsure he wants the answer. Nurse Joy's face is crushed. If he goes back to the cave you found him in, he will no longer be able to look for food for himself. He will starve to death. No trainer will want him because he is useless in battle. Nurse Joy settles a warm hand on his shoulder. The humane thing to do would be to euthanize him. Ash's head whips around in shock, tears burning against his eyes. No. He yells at her, before shaking himself and calming down slightly. No, I will take care of him. I don't care if he can never battle. He's just a child. So little. Nurse Joy gives the young trainer a proud smile. I knew my sisters were right about you, Ash. You really do have a heart of gold. Ash shrugs uncomfortably. I'm sure anyone would do the same. Nurse Joy does not say anything. She only smiles. It is as Ash is leaving Pewter City, a tiny Zubat sitting atop his head nibbling on his hat and Pikachu in position on his shoulder, that Ash runs into the mischievous Jigglypuff and her new companion Clefairy. We want to go with you. Jigglypuff exclaims happily to the confused young trainer. Ping his head, Ash eyes the two warily. Why? Clefairy, who is standing just behind the other pink Pokémon, speaks up. Because we want to help Zubat. When Jigglypuff sang earlier it made the other Pokémon in the cave fall asleep. We heard from a Paras that lives in there that a golem accidentally fell into a wall and it caused the rock to fall that landed on top of Zubat. Ash nods in understanding. So you want to try to earn Zubat's forgiveness? He questions the plump Pokémon. Jigglypuff nods her head rapidly. Yes, please. And you, Clefairy? I want to go with Jigglypuff because she is my friend. Ash makes an ahing noise. And is this okay with you, Zubat? Zubat, who is still trying to cope with the loss of his ability to fly, nods with a JRK of his head. Yes. Ash brings his hands together in front of his body. Well, okay then. Tossing two Pokeballs at the pink Pokémon, he continues his journey down the sandy path and into the sunset. Picking tomatoes from his mother's garden has never seemed like such a peaceful and relaxing task before, but Ash figures that is because he hasn't done it in over a year. As Ash continues to pluck the ripe red tomatoes from their vines, the methodical rhythm lulls his mind into a sense of ease. Ash tugs another tomato off the vine, his amber eyes gazing down at the red reflective surface of the fruit. He can't lie, even if just to himself. He is kind of disappointed that he missed his chance of getting his 8th gym badge and competing in the Pokémon League this year. He figures that all of the extra training he put his Pokémon through was the cause of him missing his chance. He wonders what set Gary so far back though. From what he knows about the brown-haired trainer, he is a very devoted and passionate person about things that hold his interest, and he is very stout in proving himself the best. Sighing, Ash rubs the ripened fruit against his shirt, making sure the dirt is off before taking a bite. Juice immediately begins to trail down scarred cheeks, causing a tan hand to wipe the seeds away. Ash doesn't quite know what he will do with the rest of his year yet, possibly travel the Orange Islands. It's very up in the air for him at the moment. Hey Ashy. You there? Ash startles slightly, dropping his snack, not used to hearing Sabrina's voice so suddenly. They usually have set times for their mental talks. Hello Sabrina. What's up? Sabrina's mental chuckle crosses their link, her obviously seeing his startled behavior at her unannounced entry. I'm out of my gym at the moment, I had business I had to take care of in Johto. But I heard some fishy stuff involving Team Rocket is going on. If you go check out my city I will give you a present when I get back. Ash rolls his eyes. He doesn't know what it is with Sabrina always trying to spoil him. Bree, we both know you would give me a present anyways. Sabrina sends a mental pout towards Ash, her usual stoic demeanor gone. Yeah, you're right. But it's more fun this way. Can you please check it out for me, Ashy? Of course Sabrina, anything for my only human friend. Ash can practically feel the eye roll Sabrina sends him. Haha. Just head over there soon brat. Charizard lands down on the edge of Saffron City, dust kicking up around the feet of the large orange lizard. The flight had only taken the fire starter 3 hours. Sliding down from between Charizard's wings, Ash lands lightly on his feet. Scratching the underside of Charizard's jaw, rubbing the spot right below the jawbone, Ash leans into Charizard. Thanks Charizard. I appreciate the ride. Charizard leans his head down and nuzzles his snout into Ash's chest. Of course. Smiling up at his orange friend, Ash gives the lizard one more good scratch before recalling him back into his Pokeball. He and his team had discussed their plan previously. They knew that they had to remain inconspicuous, so Ash could not have his Pokémon out with him. He could only have Pikachu, who remained on his shoulder due to his claustrophobia. Okay Pikachu. Let's see what Sabrina was talking about. Ash had not even been walking around Saffron City for 30 minutes before he knew the problem. Sabrina was not wrong when she said that there was an infestation of Team Rocket members. They were walking the streets freely, the citizens cowering away, not able to do anything. The few Rattata that he had talked to had told him that Team Rocket had taken over the casino as a secret base and had taken over Silph Co completely, taking the workers hostage and performing experiments on Pokémon. Ash continues to mentally send Sabrina pictures of the town, the physic-type gym leaders' anger simmering over their mental link. Even the calming waves the aura user sends is not enough to soothe Sabrina's anger. If I was there, I swear, I would level them. She seethes. Ash shivers. He knows that Sabrina's anger isn't directed at him, but it is still terrifying. I know Sabrina. Trust me, I know. Please just get them out of my city, Ash. What they are doing to my people and the wild Pokémon there is atrocious. Sabrina's voice has turned pleading. And Sabrina never pleads. Ash's eyes set in hard determination. I agree completely. Throwing open the door to the president's office, Ash's glare lands on an older well-dressed man in a gray suit with a stylized red R on the right pocket. Narrowing his eyes, Ash sneers at the gray-haired man. You're the boss of Team Rocket. The gray-haired man turns towards Ash, his slate-gray eyes cold as granite. You're the little runt causing all of this chaos. So I have you to thank. Pikachu's small yellow feet grip tight to Ash's jacket, his red cheeks sparking. Bet you won't say that to my face, you little beach. The yellow mouse threatens. The Team Rocket boss looks at the small electric type, his steel eyes remaining impassive, before dismissing him. You are interrupting a very important business proposition between me and the president. You really need to learn to mind your own business. The stout man sitting at the desk in the middle of the room grunts. You forced your way in here. Pikachu sends out a thunderbolt to the rocket leader's feet. The yellow mouse will put up with a lot. Jengar's pranks. Jigglypuff and Clefairy thinking they are funny when they draw obscene pictures on people when they sleep. But not with people messing with his trainer. Ash has to hide a smile at his overprotective starter. Somehow you manage to sneak your way past the guards and make your way here. That is quite the accomplishment. And now my plans are all for nothing. The Rocket Leader's eyes flash with hidden malice before a smirk spreads across his face. A small chuckle passes through his lips. Team Rocket's fantastic plans ruined by a scrawny little kid like you. Before Ash can reply, a green-haired grunt steps up from behind the Rocket boss, holding a suitcase. Mr. Giovanni, we need to leave now. Giovanni says nothing, merely giving the room a cool look of disregard before he starts to make his way out, his grunt following behind him. However, he only makes it a few steps before Ash cuts him off. I don't care what I have to do or what it takes. I will tear down and destroy each and every one of your plans each and every time. Ash hisses, emphasizes his point by hitting his hand against the wall, causing a painting hanging to shake in its place. Dangerously close to falling. Giovanni has to suppress a snarl, instead he narrows his eyes. You arrogant child. I was going to let this go. But now it appears you need to be put thoroughly in your place. The green-haired grunt steps forward next to his boss, lifting the suitcase onto his arm and unclasping it with his other hand, revealing 4 Pokeballs. Mr. Giovanni, why bother? He's just a boy. Do you really think this is all necessary? The grunt questions, confusion evident in his voice. Giovanni grabs a Pokeball, sticking one hand casually in his suit pocket as he turns back to Ash, humming. Trust me, he's not just a boy. He's an insolent punk who grates on my every nerve. The Team Rocket Leaders casually tosses his Pokeball, revealing a Nidoqueen. Go, Pikachu. Ash calls, sending out his trusty starter. Double kick. Giovanni monotones. Nidoqueen surges forward with a speed unexpected of a Pokémon her size. Pikachu, who is caught off guard, barely dodges the first kick. The second kick, which Nidoqueen uses her tail for, drags across the wall causing a deep rupture and hits Pikachu square in the stomach. The hit sends the electric mouse flying into the wall, creating a large crater. Pikachu. Ash yells in concern, his brows wrinkling in worry. Please tell me why I thought you would be more of a challenge. Giovanni questions, snapping his fingers. Nidoqueen fires up a sucker punch, charging straight at Pikachu. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash calls out in desperation. The two attacks meet head-on and a large explosion knocks out the lights in the building, causing smoke to blow out the windows. Ash coughs slightly, waving his hand in front of his face to clear his eyes. As Ash steps forward to find his starter and make sure he is okay, the bond with Pikachu snaps, causing Ash to pitch backwards. The fainting of Pikachu causing Ash to temporarily pass out as well. I guess that Thunderbolt wasn't that electrifying. Giovanni looks down at the dust-covered trainer in apathy. I wonder why you would send out such a weak Pokémon as a Pikachu. Was that the best you could offer? What a pitiful waste of such gifts. Ash, who quickly recovers thanks to his aura, squints open his eyes, propping himself up on his arm, and he glares at the Rocket Leader. Why are you doing this? Why are you making Pokémon suffer? Giovanni looks down his nose at the baseball cap-wearing trainer. Because Pokémon are nothing but a business. And what is needed to succeed? Sacrifice. That's why we must not fail. The business must succeed at all cost. Ash jumps to his feet, fueled by a newfound energy, enraged. Are you serious? He sneers. Pokémon aren't tools to be used for business. They are our friends. Giovanni smirks down at Ash. Yet at the end of the day you let your friends feel the pains of battling and suffer and defeat. He glances towards Pikachu's sprawled out and passed out form. A child like you could not even begin to understand what I want to achieve. As Giovanni boards his helicopter without a backwards glance, just the distant noise of his mocking laughter, Ash vows that he will do anything in his power to end Team Rocket. Sabrina arrives in Saffron City the next day. She should have arrived earlier. The waves of depression of self-resentment that Ash and Pikachu were letting off is almost stifling. Sitting down next to the ebony-haired trainer, Sabrina gently nudges him with her elbow. Thank you for getting Team Rocket out of my city and rescuing all of those Pokémon, Ash. Ash shrugs, petting Pikachu between his ears. We didn't beat Giovanni though. He dominated us so easily. Sabrina puts a pale hand on Ash's shoulder, concern written on her face. You might not have beaten him, but now you can learn from your mistakes and work better for next time. Plus you got a Master Ball for saving the president of Sylph. Ash releases a soft breath o' air. What Sabrina said was true. He can better prepare for next time, and he did get a Master Ball. However, he is not used to his Pokémon being so easily dominated. Was he too cocky going into the battle? Was the difference between his and Giovanni's strength just too great? Ash doesn't know. But he does know that he is going to find out. It is why he has been in Sabrina's gym training all night with his other Pokémon, letting Pikachu rest. Though his spunky starter wouldn't allow that. The electric mouse training just as hard. Sabrina feels her lips tilt down. Ash's melancholy face was not one she enjoyed. The young 11-year-old was her first friend, and she was his. She would do anything to change the expression on his face. Biting her lips slightly, Sabrina ponders on the thought, before a thought pops into her head. Oh. But remember. I promised you a present if you could check out the problem here. Sabrina jumps up and quickly makes her way out of the main battling room and into a side room, Ash's eyes trailing after her in confusion. She quickly returns with a small yellow and brown cat-like Pokémon in her arms. Alakazam had an egg and it just hatched. I don't have time to raise a baby. But I know you wanted to travel while you waited for the next league. Maybe you can train him up. The baby Abra tilts its head towards Ash and mumbles out, ah. Arriving in the Orange Islands was refreshing for Ash. The salty air brushing against his face, the sun beating down against his skin, and Pikachu riding faithfully along atop his shoulder. Walking along the dirt path, Ash stretches his arms above his head, enjoying the sun soaking into his skin. This feels nice, doesn't it, Pikachu? Pikachu mewls slightly, sweat pouring off his fur. No. Chuckling, Ash glances around the landscape before spotting an oddly shaped Pokémon Center up ahead. Well, there is a Pokémon Center. Maybe we can go inside so that you can get some rest. Pikachu sinks even further into Ash's shoulder. Great. Ash smiles at the Nurse Joy at the counter as he enters the center. Aren't you the second cousin of the sister-in-law of the Joy in Saffron City? Ash questions, genuinely curious. Ash spends a lot of time in Saffron City due to his friendship with Sabrina, and that has caused him to get to know the locals there. Nurse Joy in Saffron City likes to brag about her cousin. She comes and visits her when she has vacation time. Yes, I am. How did you know that? Ash shrugs slightly, suddenly embarrassed. Your cousin talks about you. She said I should come visit you when I got here. Nurse Joy smiles more genuinely, so this was the trainer that all her family was bragging about. He was special. Is there anything I can help you with? Pikachu here was just tired and hot. I was wondering if we could sit in here while we waited for him to cool down. Ash questions. Nurse Joy beams. Of course. I will get you a cool rag and some water. Walking into the big white building that is Professor Ivy's lab, Ash calls out for the professor. Professor Ivy. Hello. The cool blue-toned walls of the lab remain quiet, however, as the young Pallet Town native glances around. Pikachu pps his head to the side and his ears twitch. He narrowly avoids getting hit by a trapdoor opening from the floor by jumping to the side. 3 bespectacled girls pop out of the floor. Hello. Says the one wearing a yellow shirt. What are you doing here? Questions the second girl, who is wearing a green and pink floral shirt. Who are you? Asks the third girl, dressed in a green and pink floral shirt. Professor Oak from Pallet Town sent me here to pick something up from Professor Ivy. Comprehension dawns on the 3 girls' faces. If you want Professor Ivy. She is in the bay. Working with Pokémon. We will take you to her. The three finish together. Walking down to the beach, Ash subtly glances around him. He expects Professor Ivy to be working on the shoreline with Horsia or Krabby. So imagine his surprise when a Gyarados breaks from the water with a mighty roar, a dark violet-haired woman surfacing after it. Good job. The woman praises. You just keep getting better and stronger. Professor Ivy. You have a visitor from Professor Oak. Professor Ivy looks over towards the shore before hoisting herself atop the sea serpent. She rides the giant water type to shore, jumping off of Gyarados' head, one of the girls tossing her a white lab coat. As she lands in front of Ash and Pikachu, she is standing in nothing more than a white lab coat and a strappy blue one-piece bathing suit. Hello. I am Professor Ivy. So this is the Pokeball? Ash questions. He can feel a strange energy coming from the ball. Almost a trapped feeling. Something keening for help from the inside. Trapped and hurt. Scared. Yes, but we can't figure anything out about it. Why it is the color it is. Why it has that design. Why it won't open. Nothing. Professor Ivy explains, her hand underneath her chin as her eyes inspect the Pokeball. Ash leans in closer to the golden Pokeball, noticing the pattern on the surface. It looks like writing. Nodding, Professor Ivy gestures towards the lettering on the ball. If you look closely enough you will notice it says the letters GS. We have decided to call it the GS ball. Ash makes an understanding noise in the back of his throat. I heard that you couldn't transport it. Nodding, Professor Ivy turns to her assistants. True. Would you please demonstrate? One of the assistants presses a button on a machine and a white light flashes down towards the ball. However, instead of transporting it like it should have, it causes flashes to flash off of the ball. Pikachu hides his face in Ash's shirt. Once the lights go off, the ball is still sitting in the same spot. We have tried everything to open it, but sadly it won't open. However, I know if anyone can, it is your friend Professor Oak. Professor Ivy says, handing the GS ball over to Ash. Hello, Professor Oak. Remember me? Samuel Oak swivels around in his chair, almost falling off in shock. Oh. Hello, Ash. Are you there already? That was fast. Ash grins over the monitor, causing Samuel to let out a smile of his own. Ash really was like his own grandchild. Professor Ivy just gave me the GS ball. Ash says, holding out the ball to the monitor for Samuel to see. Samuel's eyes go wide as he looks at the ball. It was not what he was expecting. Is that it? He questions, his eyes wide in shock. Did you say GS? I came up with the name Professor. Samuel notices as Professor Ivy makes her way onto the monitor, the younger professor smiling at her older colleague. The two become lost in conversation. Ash sits and smiles, listening to the two as they talk halfway through the rest of the evening. Ash leaves Professor Ivy's the next day. He finds her dedication and love towards the Pokémon on the island beautiful. Especially when he hears the praises that the Pokémon sing of her. Ash rides atop of Charizard, the giant orange lizard casually cruising the airwaves. The two enjoying the casual time spent together. However, their time is interrupted when they hear a cry of pain. Looking down, they see a Lapras beached on the shore, 3 male trainers crowded around her, one with a stick in his hand beating the female water type across the face. Charizard. Ash hisses. I already know. Charizard growls. Swooping down out of the sky, Charizard lands with a great bang in front of the group. His wings flaring in a display of dominance and aggression. The 3 men jump slightly. Leave that Lapras alone. I bet she never did anything to you. Ash yells, sliding off of Charizard's back. The 3 men gain back their composure quickly when they realize the person interrupting them is just a kid and begin glaring down at the younger trainer. Don't tell us how to treat our Pokémon. Yeah, we're training to take on the Orange Crew. The man in a red floral shirt sends a nasty smirk towards Ash, enlarging the Pokeball in his hand. Yeah, and this will teach you not to mess with us. Go. The other two men also throw out their Pokemon sensing power in numbers. Go. A Spearow, Hitmonchan, and Beedrill pop out of the ball. Let's show this punk what a real battle is like. The leader of the group jeers, his Spearow flapping its wings in a display of aggression. We aren't scared of them, are we, Charizard? Charizard roars, fire coming out of his snout. Ash opens his mouth to call out his first attack, but he is stopped by a male voice. Hold on. This will only take a minute. A man wearing an orange headband that holds back his black hair, a green shirt, red shorts, an orange backpack, and a sketchbook in his hand steps in front of the rival Pokemon and begins to examine them. He holds up rulers, tape measures, and color charts. Nodding and shaking his head every now and then. The rival trainers are just as confused as their Pokemon and do not stop the man's inspection. Just as I thought. This Beedrill's yellow coloring is too light. This Hitmonchan obviously does not get enough exercise, and this Spearow's feathers show that it is not getting enough vitamins and can gain to lose a few pounds. All in all, these Pokemon are very underdeveloped. The spiky green-haired trainer of Hitmonchan sneers, obviously insulted. Who made you the expert? The green-shirted male turns his attention towards Ash, ignoring the inquiry of the other trainer altogether, not deeming him worthy of his time. But these two Pokemon are in tip-top shape. The male walks around Charizard, lifting each wing and stretching it out. He begins to run his fingers of Charizard's scales, both forward and back, checking the texture. You can tell by the smoothness of the scales. He then turns towards Ash, walking over to the black-haired trainer and picks up Pikachu from his shoulder. And you can tell that this Pikachu is healthy from the glow to its coat. He says, sitting Pikachu down on a log, leaning in closer to inspect the electric mouse. Your Pikachu's electric sacs are in tip-top shape. His hand moves furiously in sketching motions, running his pencil back and forth across his sketch pad before pausing. Hey, why don't I measure Pikachu's power level with my voltage meter right now? He then sticks little electric meters up against Pikachu's cheeks. Now give me a thunderbolt. We can't let these kids ignore us. The three men shout, their annoyance and impatience finally winning out over their bewilderment, sending their Pokemon after Ash and his team. Pikachu, noticing this, complies with both the strange man and Ash's unasked request by giving a thunderbolt. The three men run off. Good job, Pikachu. Ash praises, the yellow mouse twitching his ears in response. The strange man runs over to Lapras, who had been temporarily forgotten in the scuffle. This Lapras is really sick. Here. He tosses Ash a bottle. This is medicine. Get Lapras to take it while I get Nurse Joy. He then runs off. Ash looks down at the Lapras. The aura coming off of Lapras was depression and loneliness and despair. Ash knew that he wouldn't be able to get Lapras to take the medicine. They would be lucky to get Lapras back to the Pokemon Center. Luckily Lapras has no serious injuries. Nurse Joy tells them from her spot behind the counter, Chansey at her side. However, that Lapras absolutely hates human contact. The other black-haired male sighs despondently. That's depressing. Especially because that Lapras is just an infant. Ash doesn't say anything, he just silently frowns. Gazing out of the Pokemon Center window, watching the sleeping Lapras. The depression is so thick on her that it coats her body like a second skin. Oh, my name is Tracy. I'm a Pokemon watcher. The black-haired male introduces himself, suddenly realizing he had not yet done that. My name is Ash. I'm a Pokemon trainer. Ash replies back. He quite likes the positive green aura surrounding Tracy. It is calming in a way and reminds him of nature. It is possible that that is because Tracy spends so much time in nature documenting Pokemon. Tracy beams at Ash, oblivious of Ash's observation of him. Thanks for helping me with Lapras, Ash, a lot of other people wouldn't have. Ash waves Tracy off, embarrassed at receiving praise from a stranger. It was the right thing to do. Nurse Joy smiles at the two. It is midnight when Ash makes his way out to the pool that Lapras is in. The infant has her head turned towards the moon, her doe eyes pleading with the sphere for things that it can't grant. It's a beautiful night out. Ash says, sitting at the end of the pool, putting his bare feet into the water. Lapras turns her head towards Ash, her eyes full of tears. I want my family. She whines, knowing the black-haired human can't understand her, but hoping anyways. Hope is all she has anymore. I know. Ash replies. Lapras jrks her head back in surprise. Her mother told her that humans could not understand Pokémon. You can understand me? Ash only nods, slowly kicking his feet back and forth in the water. He figures it will be easier to let Lapras come to him. To let her do the talking. Humans hurt me. She finally whispers. Like it is a dirty secret. Like she should not let anyone know. Like she should be embarrassed about it. There are good humans and bad humans. Just like there are good Pokémon and bad Pokémon. The two sit in silence for a while, the only noise is the silent sound of water lapping against the edge of the pool. Ash lets Lapras take in his words. To ponder over them. Will you help me find my family? Lapras finally breaks the silence. If that is what you want from me. It is. Then I will. Ash vows. Ash sits on the small chair in the Pokémon Center, waiting for Professor Oak to answer his phone. He knows he made a promise to the professor to return the GS ball to him, but he also made a promise to Lapras. When the professor finally picks up the phone, Ash feels knots in his stomach. He has never let the professor down before. Hello, Ash. Hello, Professor. I was calling to ask a favor of you. Professor Oak PPS a great eyebrow. And what is that? Ash takes a deep breath before letting it out. I caught a Lapras last night, you probably saw it on my Pokédex. But it wasn't an actual catch. Lapras is only a couple of months old. She got separated from her family. I promised to help her find her family. They are somewhere around the islands. Is that okay, Professor? Professor Oak has to hold back a smile. Ash really does have a heart of gold. Of course, Ash. While I would really like to study that GS ball, I think helping reunite Lapras with her family is even more important. Professor Oak scratches his cheek in thought. And while you are doing that, you should take on the Orange Island League. Ash smiles, breathing out a deep sigh of relief. Of course, Professor, thank you. Bye, Ash. Professor Oak says, waving towards the young trainer. I'll call you later, Professor. As Ash disconnects the call with Professor Oak, Tracy yells from behind him, causing Ash to startle. He did not even sense Tracy. That's it. You got a traveling partner. You know my idol. If I travel with you, I might get to meet him. Ash blinks in confusion. Wait. What? Pikachu is just as confused, but he finds the look on Ash's face funny. So the Mekon Island gym leader is one of the toughest? Ash questions Tracy from his spot on Lapras' back. Tracy, who is busy sketching the various water-type Pokémon they pass, nods absent-mindedly. Yes, her name is Sissy. She uses water-type Pokémon in her gym. Ash stares down at the badge he earned from Sissy. His first Orange Island badge. A pink seashell with an almost silver eye bead surrounded by yellow. Your Pokémon fought hard for you, Ash. Your Wartortle and Lapras did an excellent job in this battle. You should be very proud of them. Sissy congratulates Ash, a smile on her face. Ash gives Sissy a serious nod. I am very proud of them. Thank you for the gym battle. Congratulations on your Coral Eye badge, Ash. Tracy compliments, patting Ash on the back. I didn't do it by myself. Ash says, smiling towards Lapras and Wartortle. Ash and Tracy have set up camp, Tracy preparing food when they hear it. A rustle in the bush. You hear that too? Pikachu questions. Ash nods, his amber eyes slanting towards the noise. The bush shakes a couple of more times before a small bipedal Pokémon with an off-white shaggy coat and a round body comes out. Ash, that's a Mankey. Tracy whispers. Something smells good. The monkey Pokémon states. And I'm starving. Ash grabs one of the rice ball from the table, before holding it out to the fighting-type Pokémon. Would you like a rice ball? Mankey's pointed ears twitch. Before his light brown paw reaches out and swiftly snatches the food from Ash. This is delicious. Give me more and I won't steal your hat. Mankey threatens. Ash giggles. This is a bug-catching competition. Ash skeptically questions Tracy, the younger trainer awkwardly holding his net over his shoulder. Tracy laughs. The two have been traveling together for a few weeks together and Tracy has come to look at Ash as a younger brother. He was shocked when he learned Ash hadn't done a lot of things normal kids would his age and younger. Tracy's heart hurt even more for Ash when he learned Ash only had one friend, a gym leader in Kanto notoriously known for her cold disposition. Tracy decided to make it his mission to introduce Ash to as many fun kid sports and games as he could. Ash might even catch another Pokémon. Arceus knows that Mankey has an attitude problem a Gyarados long. The only person it listens to is Ash, for some strange reason. Yes Ash. And you are going to have fun and catch a Pokémon if it kills me. Ash sticks his tongue out in a childish display of emotion. His eyes are twinkling with delight however and give his joy away. Whatever you say Tracy. The bug-catching competition is now beginning. Trainers have 1 hour to catch their Pokémon. Let's go Ash. The younger trainer grumbles but follows anyways. Having trouble keeping up with Tracy due to his shorter legs. Please tell me how you managed to catch that Scyther. Tracy questions at the end of the competition, gobsmacked. Ash only smiles and shrugs. The green bug-type Pokémon cuddling close to Ash, nibbling on his hat. Lapras beaches on the white sand of Naval Island. Thanks Lapras. Ash praises, recalling the water-type Pokémon for a nice rest after her long swim across the waters from their last island. You're welcome Ash. Ash and Tracy stretch as they look across the sandy beach, only seeing pine trees and rocks. Just as Tracy is about to say something, a crashing sound comes from the water. Turning towards the ocean, the two black-haired males see a figure on a sailboat coming their way. The sailboat docks on the beach and a man jumps off. He is wearing a red on darker red Geodude button-up shirt and he has spiky red hair. If you're looking for a gym battle then you have come to the right place. It's nice to meet you, I'm Danny. Danny smiles, his white teeth sparkling in the sun. Hi, I'm Ash. My name's Tracy. I'm Pikachu. We've come to destroy your gym and get a badge. Ash covers his laugh at Pikachu's nonchalant words with a smile. Are you here to earn a badge too? Tracy questions. Danny smiles. I am here to compete in the gym battle. A C Ruby badge is your reward for winning. Your Pokémon did great and you won 2 out of 3 battles here. Danny leans down and opens up his hand, revealing a light pink seashell with a green pearl surrounded with a dark pink. Ash beams, bending down to rub Wartortle and Ivysaur gently on their heads. Thanks you guys. I couldn't have done it without you. Danny smiles. It has been such a long time since he has seen a trainer so dedicated to their Pokémon. The trust and love between them is obvious. He knows that they will go far. Good luck on the rest of your journey Ash. It's as they're traveling on Lapra's back, the midday sun beating down on them that Tracy finally speaks what has been on his mind. Ash, can I ask a favor? Ash tilts his head back, using his cap to shield his eyes from the sun. Of course Tracy. What's up? There's an island only a couple of minutes away called Grapefruit Island. It has a bunch of large grapefruits on the island. They have a variety of Pokémon on that island because of it. Tracy bites the cap of his pen. I was wondering if we could stop by that island for a bit. Ash smiles at Tracy, of course Tracy. Turning towards Lapras, Ash lays a hand against her neck, scratching it gently and enjoying the humming noise she gives off in response. Full speed ahead to Grapefruit Island, Lapras. Oh wow, look at the size of those grapefruit. Ash exclaims, pointing towards the basketball-sized grapefruit hanging from the trees. Tracy reaches up to examine one, but is immediately stopped by a female voice. Stop! Thief! The brunette shouts, jumping from behind a tree and hitting Tracy across the head with a stick. Ash sprawls his hands wide open in a universal sign of peace. Wait! We aren't thieves. My friend here is a Pokémon watcher and wanted to come study the grapefruit on this island. The woman's eyes become downcast, her posture slumping in defeat. I'm sorry, we have had a thief stealing a large amount of grapefruits. Ash and Tracy share a look. Ash rolls his new Pokeball around in his hand. He has never caught a Pokémon like a regular trainer before. All of the Pokémon he has have decided to come along with him on his journey. But he caught Snorlax because the normal-type Pokémon was wreaking havoc on the Grapefruit Islands and causing trouble for the people who put so much time and dedication into all of the grapefruit growing there. Sighing, Ash clips the Pokeball onto his belt and resolves to have a talk with the large Pokémon later, when he finally wakes up from his nap. They were approaching Trovita Island when they heard it. Help! Help me! Please! Someone get my brother! A small voice pleads. Ash's eyes widen when he spots a little girl and a seal being sucked into a whirlpool, the seal fighting with all its might to stay afloat against the raging currents. Wartortle, go! The turtle Pokémon pops out of his Pokeball and lands in the water with a splash. Wartortle, we need to save that little girl and her seal. I gotcha. Handing his hat and jacket to Tracy, Ash jumps into the water with Wartortle, the two swimming out towards the little girl. As they approach the duo, a strong current cuts them off, sweeping them to the side. Wartortle struggles with the currents, his smaller body not able to push through the harsh tides. Just as Ash thought they would be pushed out to see themselves, Wartortle begins to glow white, evolving into Blastoise. The now fully evolved water type is able to fully make his way towards the little red-haired girl. Ash grabs her and seal, and they make their way back to Lapras, Tracy helping lift the two onto her back. Congratulations, Blastoise. Thanks Ash. I feel like a million squirt less. Ash laughs, the adrenaline pumping through his body. Arriving at the dock they are met with a red-headed male wearing all black besides a white vest. Mora. Thank you for saving my little sister. The male says, gripping Ash's hands between his own. Ash rubs the back of his head in embarrassment. It was no big deal really. Anyone would have done it. Still. Thank you. Is there anything I can do for you? I did come to challenge to Trovita Gym, if you could tell us where that is. Ash questions. The red-headed male beams. My name is Rudy and I am the Trovita Gym leader. I would be happy to accept your challenge. Choose one Pokémon of any type and I will choose the same type Pokémon. I choose grass then. Ash says. Grass it is. Rudy nods. We will head to the battlefield now. Ivysaur, I choose you. Exeggutor, I choose you. A little music please. Rudy says, snapping his fingers. Music begins playing and Exeggutor starts dancing, his large and thick body oddly nimble. Ivysaur, use Razor Leaf. Exeggutor dances out of the way of the attack. The leaves atop of its head dancing in a mocking wave. Exeggutor, show them some fancy footwork. The other grass type picks up the speed of its dancing. Ivysaur use Vine Whip. Again, the other grass type dances out of the way. Ash growls in irritation. Use Egg Bomb, Exeggutor. The move is a direct hit, knocking Ivysaur near the edge of the cliff. Ivysaur, I believe in you. Ash calls out to his grass type. The green-skinned Pokémon glances back at his trainer and sees the open honesty, love, and trust in his eyes. A white light surrounds Ivysaur, Venusaur emerging. Ash smiles in pride. Okay Venusaur, let's finish this. Solar Beam. The move is a direct hit. Exeggutor faints. Here's your spike shell badge Ash. Rudy says, handing over a yellow spiky shell. Thanks Rudy. Ash says, accepting the badge and clipping it to the inside of his jacket, next to his other 2 badges. Thank you again for saving my sister. Anytime. It really was no big deal. I am sure anyone would have done it. Rudy doesn't argue with Ash, but he knows not everyone would risk their lives for someone they have never met. And that makes Ash special. Is a 2-on-2 match okay with you? A trainer with shaggy dark blue hair pulled back with a light blue bandana questions. His cut-off jean jacket thrown over a red shirt with matching red fingerless gloves. Sounds good to me. You're up first Pikachu. Are you ready? I'm always ready Ash. Pikachu states, jumping in front of Ash and onto the battlefield. Okay, an electric type, then I'll choose you, Poliwrath. Let's battle. The water-type Pokémon exclaims, flexing his dark blue muscles and showing off his golden championship belt. Ash narrows his eyes. Pikachu Thunderbolt. Poliwrath, use Double Team. The dark blue water-type splits into 6 different Pokémon, and Pikachu's move misses. Pikachu, use Quick Attack. Get rid of the fakes. Pikachu jumps through each illusion, until his tail lands on the real one, and he releases an electric attack. Poliwrath seems unfazed, easily shaking off the electric-type attack. Okay Poliwrath, Hypnosis. Tad calls out, seeing his opening. The attack lands and Pikachu falls asleep. Now, Poliwrath, use Hydro. Pump. The move hits Pikachu and knocks the electric mouse into a rock, causing it to splinter and break. Pikachu is still asleep, but obviously can no longer battle. Ash runs to Pikachu, picking up his starter. Fine. You want a power battle? Ash reaches behind him and unclips a Pokeball. Go. Charizard. The Kanto Fire-type starter Pokémon releases from his ball with a mighty roar, flaring his wings and letting loose a powerful flamethrower. Are you ready to show these people how to battle, Charizard? Anytime, Ash. Charizard replies, roaring again at their opponents in an attempt to intimidate them. Their opponent smirks. I guess we will have to show you how a real power battle goes. Poliwrath, Water Gun. The attack hits Charizard in the chest before he can dodge, but it does nothing more than enrage the orange lizard. Test out the waters with a flamethrower Charizard. Charizard fires a flamethrower at Poliwrath but it does nothing to the water type, it's skin hard as steel. Counter that with Water Gun. Dodge it. Charizard barely manages to dodge. Charizard try a Mega Punch. Charizard's fist fires up with a Mega Punch, but Poliwrath counters his attack with a Water Gun, which hits the flame on Charizard's tail and throws the lizard off balance. Now. Why he's off kilter, Ice Beam. Charizard doesn't have time to dodge and he is frozen solid. Ash immediately rushes towards Charizard, using a rock to break the ice around Charizard's neck. That was a nice match Ash. I'm looking forward to a rematch in the future when Charizard is better. Eevee, Pikachu, Venusaur, Blastoise, Dratini, Mankey, Scyther, and Ash are all gathered around Charizard, ferociously rubbing the fire-type Pokémon. Don't worry big brother, we will make you better. Dratini promises, rubbing her slender body against her frozen family member. Venusaur rubs Charizard's wings with both his front paws and his vines. Yes, you will be fine. We will make sure of it. You're one of the sane ones. You wouldn't leave us alone with Jengar and his two new pink menace apprentices, would you? Blastoise complains, using heated wet rocks on the bottom of Charizard's feet. Yeah, could you imagine how Vulpix, Pidgey, Zubat, and Butterfree would feel? Eevee complains, rubbing his silken fur against his brother's face. Vulpix would be upset that you weren't there to see her evolve. I might not know ya that well yet, Mankey says, rubbing his shaggy body against Charizard's back. But Cha always managed to share your food with me. I ain't willing to lose that. My family kicked me out and I've always had to fight for what I have. But yous guys have given me a family. I ain't letting that go anytime soon. Scyther vigorously rubs a blanket with Ash. We shall do all we can to save you, my new friend. Pikachu rubs Charizard's knee. We are all here for you, brother. We are not going anywhere. And we will not let you go anywhere. Ash, whose hands are bleeding and raw, smiles gently at the love in his family. We all love you, Charizard. We will stay here as long as it takes to make your flame stronger. Charizard doesn't say anything. He only enjoys the warm feelings flowing through his body. It was halfway through the night, when Charizard's flame started dimming again, that Dratini evolved. She did it out of love. Her small body not covering enough skin on Charizard's flesh. The white light signaling her evolution into Dragonair seemed to give the rest of the team the spark of endurance and willpower to continue on through the night. It also sparked Mankey's competitive streak, leading the monkey-type Pokémon to evolve into Primeape. With the evolution of the two Pokémon, it was easier to keep Charizard warm throughout the night. Charizard wakes up before anyone else the next morning. He stretches his long neck, looking back towards his family. They had all fallen asleep against his body in their attempt to keep him warm last night. He closes his eyes slightly, in an attempt to keep in his tears, and looks off towards the side where he spots Tracy. The Pokémon Watcher had fallen asleep with several logs of wood in his arms. Charizard snorts in amusement. Ash has his rematch the next day. We will go with a one-on-one match today, how does that sound? Sounds good to me. Go Poliwrath. Go Charizard. Poliwrath use water gun. The water type unleashes a harsh jet of water. Charizard, fly up. Charizard flies up, just barely missing the water attack. Poliwrath, knock it out of the air with a hydro pump. Charizard, dodge it. Charizard flies to the side, where he spirals into a dive towards the water-type Pokémon. Charizard grab it and use seismic toss. Charizard grabs Poliwrath and twirls him up in the air before throwing the dark blue water-type Pokémon on the ground, rendering him unconscious. I can't believe we lost. Arriving on their next island was a test for Ash. There were people everywhere. So far they had been able to avoid highly populated places, but this island was crawling with people, and Ash could feel his skin crawling in response. His heart rate was already increasing. Tracy, who Ash had explained his social anxiety to, notices the sweat gathering on Ash's brow right away. Hey Ash, how about we go down to the beach? I want to see if there are any Pokémon down there I can sketch. Ash shoots Tracy a grateful look and the two males plus Pikachu make their way down to the beach. However, they are interrupted when a woman clad in a blue dress barrels into Ash and squeezes him into her chest. My little sunny boy. Mommy Wami missed you so much. The woman exclaims, waving Ash side to side. Ma'am, I think you have my friend Ash mixed up with someone else. The woman takes a closer look at Ash and sighs. I guess so. My son looks exactly like you. He even had a Pikachu. I thought he had returned from his journey to his mommy Wami. Ash awkwardly laughs. He must want to be a Pokemon master like me. Oh yes. Are you here to take on the gym? Ash nods. Yes ma'am. I am here to earn my 4th gym badge. 4th? That's impressive. Well, I am the gym leader here. The red-headed lady answers, a grin playing across her painted lips. Can I challenge you to a gym battle? Ash questions. Sure. Just follow me back to the gym. The gym was not what Ash was expecting. It was actually inside of a giant hotel. And upon their entrance to the hotel they were greeted with rows of bowing concierges. Luana walks to her end of the battlefield. We will have a double battle. Once both of one person's Pokémon has fainted, the other trainer wins. Ash nods. Sounds fair. Luana beams. Let's get started then. These are my Pokémon. Alakazam, Marowak. I choose Charizard and Pikachu. Ash calls, tossing out Charizard's Pokeball. With Charizard's flamethrower and Pikachu's electric attacks we can't lose. Let's see how well they work together. Ash only smirks. As Kumquat Island gym leader and a member of the Orange Crew I am happy to give you this token of your victory. The Jade Star Badge. Luana hands Ash a purple shell with a small yellow bead in the middle of it. Wow Ash. You got all 4 badges from the Orange Crew. Tracy says, admiring the badges in Ash's coat. Luana beams. And that means you can battle with other qualified members in the Orange League competition. And to win the Orange League trophy, right? Tracy asks. Yes, but to get that Ash has to beat the Orange League champion. And he is super tough. You will have to battle with your Pokémon and have trust in them. Always. Ash vows. Ash runs his fingers up and down the scales along Magikarp's dorsal fins. The orange fish Pokémon making content bubbly noises every now and then. That, Magikarp really likes you. You think so, Dr. Quakenpoker? Ash questions, pausing in his ministrations, until Magikarp makes an unhappy noise. If he disliked you he wouldn't let you rub his dorsal fin like that. That's a sign of trust. The Pokémon Watcher says. You should catch him. Ash looks down at Magikarp, the fish nibbling on his toes. How would you like that, Magikarp? Joining my family? Magikarp looks up at Ash, a blush somehow appearing on his scales. Ash takes out a Pokeball. Tracy tries to hold in his laugh by biting the inside of his cheek. He had convinced Ash to come with his to the Safari Zone, and that it was required to wear a camo outfit. Tracy even got Pikachu to dress up in a little camo vest and hat. You look great, Ash. Tracy says. Ash glares, a small pout forming on his lips. I look stupid. I feel like this is a trick. Pikachu grouches, pulling at his tiny vest with his paw. You two look awesome. Now, we have 30 Safari Ball. Let's catch some awesome Pokémon. When Tracy finally finds Ash, a Scyther securely tucked in his Safari Ball, Tracy almost trips and falls on his face. Ash is cuddled up next to a Tauros underneath a large shaded tree taking a nap. The petite trainer's head resting right next to the dangerous horns of the bull Pokémon, Pikachu curled up on his chest. Tracy doesn't know whether to feel exasperated or shocked. He settles for apathy and takes out his sketch pad. He might as well get as much blackmail on his adorable little brother as he can. And Ash looking absolutely adorable with a dangerous bull Pokémon. He could probably sell this picture to future lovers for a lot of money. Hello Pumalo Island residents. I am happy to introduce the first match of the season. Introducing Drake, the undefeated Orange Island champion. A spiky black-haired man walks out onto the battlefield. He is wearing a red and black jacket with dark-colored jeans, and a Pokeball on a chain around his neck. Opposing him from Pallet Town is Ash Ketchum, who is hoping to break Drake's winning streak and earn himself the coveted winner's trophy and a permanent place in the Orange League Hall of Fame. Ash approaches his end of the field. The battle will begin on a rock and battle field. I hope this one leaves a good impression. Drake says, throwing his Pokeball to reveal a Ditto. The challenger wins the match. The challenger wins the match. Pikachu, you're the best. Ash says. Picking up his starter Pokemon. Drake hands Ash over a rusted bronze trophy with white wings. Congratulations, Ash. You deserve it. Thanks, Drake, but I couldn't have done it without my Pokémon. Ash replies, smiling towards Pikachu, Eevee, Blastoise, Venusaur, Charizard, and Lapras. Ash sits on Lapra's back, the water-type Pokémon idly making her way through the waters, Magikarp and Blastoise enjoying a nice swim alongside her, Tracy sleeping on her shell. Ash. Lapras says, her voice hesitant. Yes, Lapras. Ash hums, running his fingers through the cool water. I know I asked you to help me find my family. And I think you did. Ash glances up, the sun catching his eyes and making them glow gold. What do you mean? You guys have become my family. You have taught me how to take care of myself. How to be strong. How to have faith in myself. Lapras explains, her silver eyes trailing after Magikarp, his body splashing in indistinct patterns in his attempt to keep up with her lazy pace. Are you sure about this, Lapras? I don't want you to make a choice you will regret. Ash says, running a soothing hand down Lapra's neck. I could never regret family. Then I guess you're staying with us. Ash doesn't say it, but a warm feeling fills his heart. Ash and Tracy decide to have one final picnic in the Orange Islands before they head back to Kanto. They each have all of their Pokémon out of their Pokeballs, Tracy sketching Ash's variety of Pokémon while Ash cooks. The group laughs at each other's antics, enjoying the time spent together. The 2 months spent in the Orange Islands was not like their year traveling Kanto. While in Kanto they took their time to train and explore, here they rushed through getting badges and challenging the champion. It is nice for the group to have a full day of relaxation to just enjoy each other's company without having to do anything else. It is as they are setting down to eat that they have 2 guests. A Nidoking and a Nidoqueen. Ash stretches his arms above his head, breathing in the air in great lungfuls. It's great to be home. It sure is. Eevee says from his spot in Ash's arms, the Pokémon's silver fur dancing in the breeze. Pikachu purrs his agreement, snuggling into Ash's shoulder, his black-tipped ears twitching in Ash's hair. We can head straight to Professor Oak's lab so that I can give him the GS ball and you can show him your sketches and then we can head to my house. Tracy, who has been in a state of awe since setting foot on Kanto soil, squeals and starts digging out his sketchbooks. Which sketchbook do you think I should show him first? Laughing, Ash pats Tracy on the shoulder. I think that you should show him the one you feel the most connection with. Because that will be the one that has the most meaning to you. You're right, Ash. Handing over the GS ball to Professor Oak was a huge weight off of Ash's shoulders. Thank you, Ash. Professor Oak says, taking the yellow ball. And you must be Tracy. The Pokémon watcher Ash talks about. Tracy's face turns red and he nods frantically, temporarily losing his ability to speak. Did you want me to look at some of your sketches? Without a word, Tracy hands Oak a pale pink folder, his hand shaking the entire time. Professor Oak flips through the portfolio, humming every now and then. His eyes skimming over certain pictures. He stops and stares at some pages longer than others. After about an eternity to Tracy, but what is actually 10 minutes, Professor Oak hands Tracy back his folder. These are really good. How would you two feel about coming to an archaeologist dig with me? We would be leaving tomorrow. I could use a good Pokémon watcher with me. Tracy faints. Arriving at the dig site is a strenuous task. It is hot, the equipment is heavy, and the multitude of people around them are rude. Ash feels uncomfortable immediately. Hey guys, I am going to go take a walk. Okay, but be careful. Professor Oak says distractedly, directing Tracy with certain equipment. Nodding, Ash makes his way up the dirt path and out of way of the archaeologists. Walking down a winding path, Ash finds himself in a small cave. Sighing, Ash sits down on a rock, not expecting the floor to give out underneath him. So, Professor Oak repeats, rubbing his temples. You're saying that you walked down that walkway over there, set down inside a cave, the floor gave out under you. You and Pikachu woke up to find yourself in an Aerodactyl's nest that had somehow survived the test of time. It chased you out. You ran into a Sandshrew who saw what was happening and decided to help you out. In the end, Aerodactyl realized it was a big misunderstanding, felt bad, so both Sandshrew and Aerodactyl have decided to become your Pokémon. Ash shrugs. Basically. Only you, Ash. Only you. I forgot to tell you, I am expecting visitors today from Johto. Professor Oak tells Ash and Tracy. Oh, who's that? Tracy questions. A lady named Liza and her Charizard Charla. When Charizard was nothing more than a baby Charmander in Professor Oak's lab, he was part of a rare set of twins born. He had a twin sister. Her nickname was Charla between the two of them. She was the more ambitious one. The fighter. She was the one desperate to prove herself. Constantly throwing attacks left and right. However, Charla was also a girly girl. So one day Charmander found her a large pink ribbon and Professor Oak fashioned a bow out of it and tied it around her neck. The two twins were as thick as thieves. Where one twin was strong the other was weak, where one was quiet the other was loud. The two complemented each other well. Until the day a green-haired trained came to pick out her starter Pokémon. Charmander could hear her explaining to Professor Oak that she was moving to Johto soon, but that she lived in Kanto all her life. Professor Oak let her choose a starter from his lab. She chose Charla. Charmander could hear a small squeaky voice from the other room telling Charla's new trainer her new name. That her name wasn't just Charmander, that she went by Charla. Charmander was thankful for that. He was sad though. He would never get to see his twin again. Professor Oak. We're here. Liz shouts throughout the lab, Charla standing at her side. Not getting an answer, she walks through the lab and out to the field, expecting the exuberant professor to be out working with the Pokémon. Walking through the field with Charla, Liz smiles at all the Pokémon they pass. The various Pokémon greeting her back. As they approach a large lake that Lapras and Magikarp are splashing around in, Charla is suddenly tackled from behind. Liz whips around, her body dropping into attack mode, years of living in Cherisific Valley ingraining the response into her. However, what she does not expect to see is another Charizard nuzzling Charla and Charla returning its affection. Apparently our Charizards are twins. A black-haired boy tells her, coming up from the shadow of a tree. Liz can only gap. Ash arrives in Cherisific Valley a week later, all of his Pokémon in tow. This is where we will spend the next 9 months training for the Pokémon League. Ash states, his newly caught Growlithe and Krabby looking scared but determined. The vast amounts of Charizard flying around the valley greatly outnumber and outsize all of his Pokémon. Ash cannot think of a better place to train. With the power levels of the Charizard in this valley, even his weakest Pokémon are bound to grow by leaps and bounds in the next 9 months. Plus it will give Charla and Charizard time to catch up. Let's do this, guys. Mewtwo sits regally on his throne, a blurred video of a Pokémon trainer wearing a red hat is playing on a screen in front of him. Purple eyes stare raptly at the screen, attention captured in a way it has not been before. His eyes flicker back and forth as he watches the trainer battle. With each defeated opposing Pokémon, the red-capped trainer hugs his own Pokémon, offering them congratulations and cheeky grins. A stirring begins to grow inside his abdomen. One he can almost place. One that seems almost like a dream. A memory calls out to him. Little tendrils of thought playfully tickling at his conscience. At least he thinks it's a memory. It feels like one. It tries to compare this trainer with his Pikachu to another human that he once knew. Another human who showed him compassion. But that's a lie. His fist clenched sporadically in rage and his eyes light in a purple fire. Mewtwo snarls at the happy scene on the television monitor. Humans have never showed him compassion. Compassion is something humans only reserve for their own kind. They synthesize it in regards to their own slaves. Their pets get hollow compassion, made to make Pokémon feel better about the shackled life they live. Even if a little girl's voice will sometimes echo in his head, calling for him to remember. Remember what? Blinking the thoughts away, Mewtwo retrains his eyes on the television, watching as the trainer is tackled to the ground by an Umbreon. The dark-type Pokémon enthusiastically rubbing his snout into the trainer's cheek. He feels mixed emotions, jealousy and disgust. He doesn't understand. He knows he feels disgust because he does not understand why those Pokémon have allowed themselves to be domesticated by the pathetic beings known as humans. But jealousy? Of what? The connection the two share. The love and easy trust. Mewtwo snorts in disdain, but before he can begin to ponder more heavily on the subject, he is interrupted by an apathetic voice. Master, would you like to send an invitation to this young trainer? The monotone voice questions. Glancing sideways, Mewtwo eyes his enslaved servant. Her pupils are dilated and there is no iris left. He makes a motion with his hand. Very well. Ash is traveling back through Kanto, making one last journey through his home region before he challenges the 8th and final gym leader. He can't help but be surprised by the amount of trainers that have stopped him, asking for him specifically, by name and hometown. With the help of a past trainer, however, he quickly learned that word of his victory over Drake at the Orange Islands got out. Now the Kanto native trainers want to test their strength against a fellow native, hoping for an easy win to prove their strength. However, with the past 9 months spent in Cherisific Valley, they were unable to do that. Ash does not regret the time he spent in the valley. His Pokémon powered up exceptionally. The massive strength of the Charizard in the valley forcing his own Pokémon to catch up or face horrible injuries in training. Ash's Pokémon also evolved to their final evolutions. Liza helping him out with the Pokémon that could only evolve with through trade and with specific stones. Apparently Cherisific Valley is a goldmine for evolution stones, but people do not want to mine there due to the volatile tempers of the Charizards. His own Charizard also grew in size. When they first arrived, Charizard was the smallest one in the valley, something that irked the proud fire type. However, with a healthy diet and constant battling, he quickly grew to be one of the largest and strongest there, matching his twin in size. The Pokémon with the best progress, in his own opinion, though, was Zubat. The small bat Pokémon lost the ability to fly when his wing was crushed under a boulder back in Empty Moon. However, due to his drive to prove to himself that he wasn't useless, he was able to evolve. And with his evolution came back his ability to fly. Ash and the others celebrated by throwing him a party. Golbat had been shocked, but the blue bat Pokémon had felt special. His overwhelming social shyness had caused him to leave the party 2 hours early though. The only thing Ash didn't do while in Cherisific Valley was catch any Johto regional Pokémon, unless he counted his own evolving. He wants to save that for when he travels there after the Pokémon League. He feels that it would be more special to wait for his journey to officially begin in Johto. He is cut off from his reminiscing when a Dragonite lands in front of him, startling him from his thoughts and causing his Pokémon to instantly come to his defense. Ash sends out a calming pulse of his aura towards his friends, mentally letting them know it will be alright, before turning to the Dragon Pokémon. "Hello, how can I help you?" he questions politely, his head tilting to the side in curiosity. Dragonites are extremely rare, even in Kanto where they are native. Dragonite doesn't say anything, he only pulls a letter from the satchel at his side, before handing it over to Ash. Ping an eyebrow, Ash reaches out and tentatively takes the letter. "For me?" he asks in rhetoric. Sliding his finger under the seal of the envelope, Ash rips the letter open and pulls out an electric invitation. A small holographic woman appears. "Greetings, Pokémon Trainer. You have been chosen to join a select group of Pokémon trainers at a special gathering. It will be hosted by my master, the world's greatest Pokémon trainer at his palace on New Island. A ferry will be leaving Old Shore to take you to the island this afternoon. Only trainers who present this invitation will be permitted. If you decide to attend, you must reply at once. My master awaits you. The small woman bows before she disappears. Ash turns towards his Pokémon. What do you guys think? It is your decision whether we go or not. After all, this is a battle. Charizard, his powerhouse, slaps his tail on the ground and fires off a powerful flamethrower. The heat radiates through the air. A testament of his strength. You better check yes. 1,000,000 times yes. Umbreon energetically nods his head, hopping around in glee. Dragonite twirls around in a small dance, her small wings flapping. Please, Dad. She says with a pout. Do what you must. Ninetales shrugs elegantly, but Ash can sense her excitement buzzing like small turbines in the air. Arcanine fluffs up his fur, his chest puffing out in a display of pride and arrogance. If you don't say yes, I will bite you. Pikachu pats Ash on the cheeks, his black-tipped ears twitching in amusement at the other's antics. You know I am willing to follow you anywhere. Ash smiles, the 6 Pokémon that decided to travel through Kanto with him to challenge the next gym making him glow with pride. I guess that's that. We are checking yes. Mewtwo twirls his hand, purple psychic energy encircling the appendage. Storm clouds begin to gather, the once blue skies darkening into a foreboding gray. He can't explain this feeling in his gut. The one that says he hopes the red-capped trainer makes it through the storm and passes the first test. All ferries to New Island have been cancelled, this storm is just too dangerous. Officer Jenny states, her voice firm and her hands planted firmly on her hips. Her stance is harsh as her eyes glare over the gathered trainers, though Ash can see the concern dripping from her aura. She knows this storm has the potential to take the lives of any novice trainers who try to brave it. Standing in the back of the room away from the multitude of gathered trainers, Ash is able to accurately take in their reactions. A vast majority sigh in acceptance, patting their Pokémon on the heads and making plans for bunking out to ride out the storm. However, 3 trainers stand out, their auras blazing. All of my Pokémon are water type, so getting there will be a breeze. A boy exclaims, rushing towards the docks. His reaction seems to inspire 2 other trainers who also follow his lead and head towards the docks, releasing their Pokémon. If you do this, I will have you all put under arrest. Officer Jenny shouts, attempting to chase after them, a gust of wind blowing off her hat. The storm expert walks up behind Officer Jenny, placing a calming hand on the officer's blue uniform jacket, her countenance passive and calm. Some trainers have no fear, to them this is just one more challenge. This marks the difference between a Pokémon trainer and a Pokémon master. Good luck to all of you. Her whispered words are carried away by the winds, lost forever in the storm. Officer Jenny sighs despondently, her eyes following the trainers as they are swallowed by the storm. Ash squeezes his thighs tightly against Charizard's back, the fire-type's wings beating ferociously against the storm. Are you sure you want to continue on? This storm is crazy. Ash yells over the howling winds. Pikachu pops his head out of Ash's jacket, we won't think less of you. This is a hurricane. Charizard doesn't reply, he only beats his wings harder. Landing on the platform of a building on New Island, Charizard harshly shakes out his wings, spraying water droplets everywhere carelessly. Get some rest, Charizard. You deserve it. You did great. I'll let you know when the battles begin. The orange lizard gives Ash a thankful look before he is sked up into a red beam. Letting Pikachu jump onto his shoulder, Ash walks into the building where he is greeted by the same woman from the invitation. My master bids you welcome to New Island. Would you please present your invitation? Ash glances towards Pikachu, who also gives him an odd look. This is obviously the missing Nurse Joy. Anyone who has been to a Pokémon Center ever could see that. But why is she here? Activating a small amount of his aura, Ash glances over the older woman while handing over his invitation. He is surprised to find the usually bubbly pink aura of the Joy family replaced with a dull gray aura. The gray aura is like a spider, encircling the pink and lashing out at it every time it tries to poke out. Ash contains his surprise. Something strange is definitely going on here. And it probably has something to do with this master of hers. The woman in the brown dress hands back the invitation and beckons Ash to follow her up a staircase and through a pair of double doors. Pushing open the doors, she gestures towards a table. Now that you are here, all trainers worthy of the presence of my master are here. There's only 3 of them. Ash observes, his amber eyes taking in the 3 trainers lounging around the large table with their Pokémon. Yes. Only the trainers brave enough of braving the storm have proven themselves worthy in my master's eyes. She says, glancing back at Ash and Pikachu, her large dull eyes causing the electric rodent to shiver. So that storm was some kind of test. Ash hums in contemplation. They must have a pretty powerful physic type here to be able to pull off something like that. Please release your Pokémon and join the rest. It won't be long before my master's intentions become clear. Ash pps an eyebrow but plays along, releasing 4 of his 5 Pokeballs, his Pokémon stretching. He figures that Charizard will need to be at full strength and rested for whatever will lie ahead of them, so Ash continues to send healing pulses of his aura through their link to the fire type. Charizard will need to be at his strongest. What took you so long? A trainer in a red track suit questions, an easy grin on his face. How'd you get here? Ash deflects. Talking about himself to strangers still makes him feel uncomfortable. I flew over. Hurricane winds are no big deal for Pidgeotto here. He states proudly, rubbing Pidgeot under the chin. Doesn't he mean Pidgeot? Pikachu questions from his spot on Ash's shoulder, his small yellow head ped to the side in confusion. The flying-type Pokémon looks over from his place in front of his trainer. He smokes a lot of weed. Yesterday he called me a Fiero. I take what I can get. Ah. Pikachu hums, nodding sagely. Ash attempts to hide his giggles at the exchange between the 2 Pokémon. I rode over on Gyarados' back. A boy in a blue shirt boasts, his arms crossed over his chest and a smirk on his face. Congratulations. It takes a lot of skill to raise a Gyarados. Ash praises. Yeah, but once you do, it's the most dependable Pokémon. The trainer says, he voice softening slightly, fondness for his Pokémon leaking in. Plus he gives me Snaxus. Gyarados chimes in, his voice a roar. You haven't met my Pokémon. A woman with a Pokeball around her neck says, gesturing towards her Pokémon, a Wigglytuff running to join them. Hi. They shout in greeting, waving their extremities. Ash smiles, waving slightly back. The lights are cut off before Ash can introduce his friends. All the trainers and Pokémon turn towards the center of the room where a blue beam begins to shine down through a spiraling staircase. You are about to meet my master. It is about time for your encounter with the most powerful Pokémon trainer on Earth. The possessed Nurse Joy says, popping up from somewhere. Ash has seen many things in his life, and thanks to his eidetic memory he can remember all of them, so when he sees a purple bipedal Pokémon with purple glowing eyes coming down from the blue light, the only thing that crosses his mind is, what's that? He must have voiced it out loud because he was answered. That's right. The world's greatest Pokémon trainer is also the world's most powerful Pokémon on Earth. This is the ruler of New Island and soon the Wild World. Mewtwo. A Pokémon can't be a Pokémon trainer. No way, the boy with the blue shirt yells, standing up from his seat. Quiet human, from now on I make the rules. The dual-tone voice of both Nurse Joy and Mewtwo says. Mewtwo's hand begins to glow blue, the boy mimicking the color, and he begins to lift into the air, his body wiggling in pain. Mewtwo chuckles before tossing him into the pond with his Pokémon. The boy jumps out of the pond, rage and humiliation painted on his face. That's it. We'll show you. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. Gyarados slithers out of the pond and fires off a Hyper Beam, the attack heading straight towards the Psychic type. Mewtwo stops it with a simple lift of his hand and sends it back with a flick of his wrist. Gyarados is sent flying back into the pond, injured. Child's play. Your usefulness has ended. Mewtwo states, slashing his hand towards the brown-dressed lady. She falls forward into Ash's arms, her hat falling off revealing pink hair. Where am I? What am I doing here? Nurse Joy questions, her face a mask of confusion. You have been under my control. I transported you here from the Pokémon Center. Your understanding of Pokémon physiology proved useful to my plan, and now I have cleansed your tiny human brain of memories from the past few weeks. Mewtwo glares down at the humans gathered. You humans are a dangerous species. You brought me into this world with no purpose but to be your SLV. But now I have my own purpose. My storm will rage and I will create my own world by destroying yours. So you hate all humans and you're going to destroy us to save our Pokémon? The girl with the Pokeball necklace questions. Mewtwo smirks, his astonishingly human-like face showing the emotion extraordinarily well. Save your Pokémon? No. They allowed themselves to be enslaved, to be used. They will die with you. Mewtwo's purple-encased fist lifts and those gathered in the room feel something darkening. A sense of malaise begins to sink in. But what is it? Terror? Fear? No. Ash knows this feeling. Closing his eyes and opening his senses, it all becomes clear to him. This darkness, this creeping black emotion that is spreading throughout the room and clinging to Pokémon and human alike isn't a sense of foreboding of their deaths. It isn't a feeling of uselessness. No. Mewtwo is projecting his own feelings. Fear. Hate. Loneliness. Confusion. Sadness. A loss of home. Bitterness. This darkness is Mewtwo's. And as Ash opens his eyes, he knows what he has to do. With his fellow trainers shivering, their eyes red-rimmed, shivering in fear. The darkness taking them hostage. The Pokémon crouched, giving off fear scent. Ash stands proud, back straight. He reaches up and flips his hat around. Mewtwo's purple eyes land on him, what he views as a foolish him. Let's settle this with a Pokémon battle. A glint shines in Mewtwo's eyes. Pikachu's cheeks spark. Inside his Pokeball, Charizard roars. The trainers and their Pokémon are led to a large battlefield outside. The sky is dark and the air swirls with ominous intent. Ash shivers as he watches the newly revealed psychic type make his way to one end of the battlefield, the trainers to the other. Ash unconsciously raises his hand to his longtime friend, feeling more grounded and steadier as he runs his fingers through Pikachu's yellow fur. He can tell that the electric mouse takes comfort in his calming strokes too, the bond they share deep. Mewtwo stands before them, his purple eyes staring at the trainers in apathy. The dark tendrils he gives off makes the young palate native sick. Never before has he felt such hatred emanating so strongly from another's aura. These are the Pokémon given to anyone who wishes to become a Pokémon trainer. Mewtwo gestures towards the three Pokémon being lifted through the now revealed holes in the ground onto the stadium floor. Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Ash is surprised at the off-colored markings decorating the Pokémon's bodies. The decorative lines giving the three a sinister look. Who will be my first opponent? Mewtwo challenges, voice hollow and monotone. His purple eyes scanning the trainers before him in disdain. The trainer in a red track suit steps forward bravely, his Venusaur following suit. I let my guard down earlier, but it won't be so easy this time. He states, his voice ringing with confidence. Mewtwo looks towards his own Venusaur, tilting his head toward it in an indication to step forward for battle. Both Venusaurs approach the center of the arena. With each step they take, the trainer's anxiety increases. They know the outcome of these battles will decide their fate. Go, Razor Leaf. The track suite adorned trainer yells, hoping for a quick and easy win. Vine Whip. Mewtwo instructs, his aura lashing out in perverted pleasure, causing Ash to suppress a shiver. The Vine Whip effortlessly destroys the Razor Leaf, cutting through them before wrapping around the trainer's Venusaur. The cream-marked Venusaur wraps the other in its vines before throwing him towards the wall. The track-suit-clad trainer rushes after his Venusaur, worry spiking around him as his hands hover over the bulb Pokémon. The trainer with a Pokeball around her neck steps forward. Ash can tell her confidence is faked, her hands are trembling and a gray swirl coats her body. I'm next. Go, Shellshocker. Her Blastoise runs onto the field, its energy spiking in anticipation and battle rage. Mewtwo's own Blastoise also enters the field at a run, matching the other in enthusiasm. Both water-type Pokémon eager to prove their power. Shellshocker, Hydro Pump. The girl calls to her Blastoise. Blastoise releases a strong Hydro Pump but is taken out by a rapid spin. The woman runs to her Blastoise in concern. Ash grabs Charizard's Pokeball from his belt. He knows that the amount of effort Charizard put into training in the Cherisific Valley was astounding, but he is unsure as to what the outcome of this battle will be. The sheer power being exuded from the clone Pokémon in front of him is staggering. As if the clone Charizard was a many-seasoned veteran. I choose you, Charizard. Ash calls, releasing his lizard-like Pokémon. Charizard emerges from his ball in a flurry of flames. Thanks to Ash he has been able to observe the battles leading up to this point. Charizard's excited aura is rolling off him in waves. Listen Charizard, Ash says, immediately gaining the attention of his first fire type. This battle is going to be like nothing you've ever faced before. I don't know what Mewtwo did to those Pokémon, but it isn't normal. Charizard snorts flames out of his snout, showing that he understands Ash's worry. I believe in you, Charizard. Do whatever you think it will take you to win. Ash instructs, running a small hand over Charizard's wing. Charizard's steel-gray eyes catch with Ash's own amber. The two mentally connect for a small second, enough for Charizard to feel the worry and concern radiating through Ash. Nodding his head, Charizard turns to his opponent who is already walking towards him. As soon as Charizard steps onto the battlefield, both fire types launch themselves into the air. The velocity of the wind let out forcing both trainer and Pokémon to step back a few feet. Ash and Mewtwo's eyes are glued on the pair as they trade blows. The clone Charizard outflying Charizard and managing to land devastating hits on the lizard. Charizard roars in fury before diving in close to the crimson-streaked Charizard, releasing a fire punch that the other did not see coming. The crimson-streaked Charizard grunts in pain, falling a few feet through the sky, in surprise from the attack, before shaking it off and righting itself. Mewtwo can feel his eyes narrow. No regular Pokémon should be able to keep up with his clones, let alone manage to land an attack. He feels the smirk he has been wearing since the beginning of the battle begin to fade. What has this trainer done to his Charizard that it is managing to keep up with his perfect clone? He had made them to be superior in every way. No normal Pokémon should be able to even withstand an attack from his clones. Feeling his patience with the battle beginning to wane, Mewtwo issues a psychic command to his cloned Pokémon, telling him to finish the battle quickly. He feels the cloned Charizard's affirmation of the order. Seismic Toss. Mewtwo commands, watching as his clone tosses the other Charizard onto the ground, smirking when it collapses. He knew the power of his clone would overcome the original. Ash runs towards his Charizard, a sick feeling beginning to fester in the pit of his stomach. Charizard, you fought so bravely, thank you. Ash says, stroking the orange lizard's back in comfort. He can feel the shame Charizard is radiating upon losing. But Ash says nothing, for he knows no words of comfort will appease his powerhouse. Charizard would take this opportunity to prove himself, to dedicate himself to becoming even stronger. They lack both speed and power. Mewtwo states, raising his arms above his head and summoning 3 black Pokeballs. The ball dart forward, sking their Pokémon into them. Ash jumps in surprise, he can sense the confusion and fear of the others almost as if it were his own. Are you stealing our Pokémon? The lone female trainer calls in rage and confusion, her fists clenching and unclenching by her sides. She knows that even if she were to attack, it would be easily deflected. Stealing? No. Mewtwo says, summoning more of the black Pokeballs with his psychic power. I'll make copies of the Pokémon you're so proud of. One's worthy of me. The female trainer stands up, her face contorting into something dark. Copies? She growls. That's against the rules. You can't do that. Mewtwo sneers at the woman, his words coming out in a growl. Don't give me orders. The woman is picked up in Mewtwo's psychic powers and is harshly thrown against the other male in their group. Ash watches in horror as the dozens of Pokeballs comes flying towards them, easily capturing their Pokémon. I'll decide my own rules. Mewtwo yells, his physic power unleashing around him. Ash watches in horror as his, and the others, Pokémon are captured. He can sense the energy the black ball are giving off, he knows that nothing he does can prevent them from being captured. Taking a slow breath to calm his mind and racing heart, Ash scans the area around him. He notices all the Pokeballs flying towards two pillars in the other room, taking special interest when they lift from the ground, very similar as to when the clone starters entered. An underground room? Pikachu pokes Ash's cheek. What are we going to do, Pikapi? He questions, worry and fear in his voice. His small black eyes watching as their family members are easily sked up into the black ball. Knowing he will be too, and soon. Don't worry, Pikachu. I see where the ball are headed. Right now, there is no way to prevent the ball from capturing everyone, but that does not mean that they can't be released. Pikachu nods, his faith in his trainer and friend strong. He knows that Ash will do anything for his family. So, when a black ball rams itself into his side, he does nothing to prevent it. Ash watches as the black Pokeball captures his longtime best friend. With determination filling every atom of his being, the dark-haired trainer runs after the retreating ball, intent on saving them. Mewtwo is shocked when he sees the explosion. The trainer who put up a fight against his Charizard leading the way for the original Pokémon. Who are you? He questions, a sliver of curiosity beginning to slink its way through him. The trainer glares at him as he emerges from the cloud caused by the explosion. Unforgivable. He growls. I will never forgive you for this. Mewtwo feels something stir in him at those words. For some reason the thought of this specific trainer finding fault in him sets him on edge. My Pokémon, my family, I will protect them. The trainer yells, flipping his cap to face backwards on his head. The trainer rushes Mewtwo, his fist drawn back, preparing to strike. As Mewtwo puts up a protective shield around himself, with the dual purpose on knocking the trainer back, his is surprised when a blue light begins to glow around the trainer's fist. The trainer easily passes through his shield, managing to land a punch on the astonished Pokémon. Mewtwo, in shock, uses his powers to lift the trainer, before throwing him harshly against the high-sitting rocks at the top of the building. His shock doubles when a pink bubble catches the trainer, revealing an all-too-familiar pink Pokémon. Mew. Mewtwo growls, all thoughts of the odd trainer exiting his mind, throwing a shadow ball at the pink Pokémon. Ash watches in shock as the two begin their deadly battle. Ash's eyes glance around at the bloody and beaten Pokémon surrounding him. The energies, the emotions, being let off by each Pokémon, clone or not, is heartbreaking. Ash's own Pikachu, his faithful companion, is taking attack after attack by his clone, refusing to give in to the pressures of the legendaries battling above him. His emotions radiate grief and despair. Ash feels tears well in his eyes, each pair of Pokémon beginning to lose energy, toppling on top of each other. He is disgusted at this display. He wants it to stop. He will do anything to save these Pokémon from this pain. It is as Ash is trying to formulate a plan that both Mew and Mewtwo drop down harshly from the sky into the battlefield. Their psychic powers are physical manifestations of pink and blue blazing around them. They each charge an attack, hoping to end the other with one final display of power. It is as these two attacks are unleashed towards each other that Ash begins to act. He has no plan, just a burning desire to end this pain and suffering. Stop! Ash yells, running into the middle of the two oncoming attacks. Just stop already. And as the two attacks simultaneously hit Ash, one final stop can be heard ringing from the dust. Pikachu blinks his eyes, a loud Pikapi escaping his lips as he begins rushing towards his trainer. As the smoke begins to clear, Ash is shown floating in a malevolent glow of dark pink. His body slowly falls to the ground. Fool! Mewtwo says. A human tried to stop our fight. Pikachu finishes his run across the room, only making it in time to see her friend's body harden into stone, one final look of anguish and desperation frozen onto his features. Pikapi? Pikachu questions, his heart clenching and his stomach dropping. Please wake up, Pikapi. Pikachu shakes Ash, the stone body of his friend already feeling cold to the electric mouse, lifeless. Pikapi, please don't do this. Pikachu begs, hitting his trainer with repetitive electric attack in hopes of breaking the stone and reviving him. Pikapi. Pikachu says, tears falling down his yellow face. Grief already making its way through his body, clawing at his heart. Pikachu lets out a cry of anguish, the sound jarring to those around them. The Pokémon, clones and originals alike, begin to cry. A mournful energy filling the air as their tears begin to sparkle and float towards the trainer-turned statue. Ash begins to glow a pastel blue, and Pikachu lets several more tears fall. Pikapi. Pikachu begs. The blue glow fades to reveal Ash turned back to normal, his expression turning to one of shock. Pikapi. Pikachu calls, jumping into Ash's chest. Never scare me like that again. Ash catches the electric mouse, hugging him close, allowing the warmth of his best friend to flow through him, clearing up the residual coldness of his being. Mewtwo watches as the clones and originals celebrate the revival of the trainer in front of him. He feels a shift begin to form in his heart. It is true, that you are a Pokémon who exists just as I do. It might be best that no one remember this incident. It might be best to forget this. He states, directing his words to his original, but not looking at her just yet. The wounds were still too fresh. Mew nods her head in agreement, allowing her psychic powers to wash over those on the field that are not clones. Mewtwo joins his powers with Mew, using it to erase the memories from the humans and the originals and sending them back to where they came. Both are surprised that after the flash fades, indicating a successful job, one trainer and his Pokémon are still left. Mewtwo feels emotion begin to build in his chest. Just who is this trainer? Mew is also confused, never has someone been able to resist her psychic attacks besides the Aura Guardians of past times. She feels her eyes widen in shock. Surely this human can't be. But that would make him. Shaking her head, Mew glances at Mewtwo, before disappearing in a pink flash, she has a certain alpha to talk to. Barely registering his original's disappearance, Mewtwo floats down to land in front of the human. Who are you? He questions for the second time that day. Ash smiles, noticing the shift in Mewtwo's emotions. No longer are they completely dark, they are beginning to lighten, just barely, but it's a start. My name is Ash Ketchum. I am a trainer from Pallet Town. Mewtwo is still confused, that simple introduction does not leave a lot answered. What are you? He asks instead. Ash smiles, sticking out his hand. Aura Guardian and subject of Arceus at your service. Mewtwo can feel his eyes widen. Aura Guardian. He has heard that term before. It floated through the minds of his captives. Looking down at the hand being presented to him, Mewtwo slowly, hesitantly, puts his own in it, allowing the trainer to shake it. This trainer, this human, is so unlike those he has met before. Mewtwo wonders at the feeling building inside of him. And it is as the two's hands connect, that a bright light surrounds the pair, engulfing them. Mewtwo and Ash are dragged into the memories of the other. They live the life of each other, seeing and feeling everything that the other has gone through in a span of minutes. Every emotion, every memory, every fear, every secret is soon laid bare. The connection leaves a white-hot feeling jolting through their nerves, making them sensitive to even the slightest breeze. The emotions twining together in a thread of confusion and understanding. As they come to the end of their shared memory viewing, both are left panting and gasping, eyeing each other in a new light. What, Ash gasps, was that? Mewtwo recovers his breath before speaking again. I do not know. I have never heard of such an event happening. It takes Ash several moments of regaining his breath before he can collect his composure. He then eyes Mewtwo sadly, but not with pity. I apologize for everything that you have had to go through. Nobody, Pokémon, human, or clone, should ever have has to endure what you have. Mewtwo, who would usually be offended by the perceived pity of another, understands that this is just Ash's personality. That he is just a highly empathetic child. While I cannot say that I enjoyed my life, I can say that it has helped shape me into the Pokémon that I am today. Ash nods in understanding, intimately now, knowing Mewtwo's deepest feeling. Mewtwo eyes Ash in a new light. You treat Pokémon as your friends and family, not because you think it will install loyalty in them, but because you genuinely care about them. Ash, understanding the confusion Mewtwo must feel given his harsh past, nods. Yes, Pokémon can think, speak, and feel just like humans. Why should I treat them with any less respect than I would give a fellow person? Here Ash pauses, before re-evaluating his words. What I mean is, not every human is like the partner you had in the past. That man, here Ash pauses to rein in his temper, he is nothing but trash. To treat a Pokémon like that. Now more than ever the feeling of wanting revenge on Team Rocket encompasses him. He will destroy that group, if it is the last thing he did. Though, knowing that it is a gym leader causing some concern. How will he get his next badge? A strange feeling begins to invade Mewtwo. It is the same feeling that he felt a long time ago. One he can vaguely recall from a dream, maybe. One a young girl once installed in him. A feeling of hope, acceptance, and kinship. After viewing Ash's life, Mewtwo now has a deep understanding of the other. He has seen Ash's every thought, just as the trainer has seen his, and he now understands Ash on a level he will never be able to obtain with anybody else. And he knows that Ash can feel that same connection. Ash now understands him. Has seen things Mewtwo never wanted to ever reach the light of day. But he is not scared. No, instead he is elated. He has someone who knows everything about him. Who understands him on a deep and personal level. And Mewtwo wants nothing more than the trainer's approval. His love, his friendship. To be a part of his family. And looking into the understanding eyes of the trainer before him, he knows that Ash can understand and feel these thoughts. Are you sure? Ash questions, his voice light and soft. Mewtwo holds his hand out, awaiting the action of the other. Even when he was partnered with Giovanni, he never gave the man this much control of him. Never allowed him to. Ash unclips a Pokeball from his belt and places it into his tri-fingered paw. Gazing at the red and white ball like it will answer all the questions that life has to offer, Mewtwo presses his finger against the center of the ball, being SCKED up in a red light. Ash watches as the ball shakes once, twice, before finally letting loose a ping sound to indicate a successful capture. He gingerly picks the ball up, staring at it in wonder before quickly letting its owner out. Mewtwo is released with the same red light that captured him. I need to find my clones' homes in the wild. But after that, expect my call. If you need me, you know how to contact me. Mewtwo states, before he uses his psychic powers to lift the clones from the ground. Ash watches in wonder as his newly caught friend flies off, a dozen cloned Pokémon following behind him. He is speechless. Well, that just happened. Ninetales states, breaking the silence that had fallen over his Pokémon. Ash blinks. I guess it did, didn't it? Pikachu looks around quizzically. And how are we supposed to get home? The group turns towards Charizard, a hopeful and pleading look in their eyes. Charizard groans. Author notes, okay. Wow. It has been a very long time since I have updated this story. My real life is hectic. The past year I've dealt with so many deaths, suicides, people being diagnosed with dementia in my family. I've also had a newborn. And I'm in my last year for my master's degree. Everything has been horrible the past year. But, my plan is to use this extended break to upload a new chapter. Want to give the heads up that I'm no longer going to be catering to comments. I've been so emotional towards Flames that I've changed my entire storyline to cater to what others wanted. From now on I'm going to do what I want with this story. I will take suggestions, as long as they're formatted without the intention to be flameful. Thanks everyone for sticking with me for so long. I will, hopefully, see you all soon.